All right, hello everybody, and welcome back to attempt number 7 of our 7 Days to Die 2.0 series, list. In the last series, we got gravely overconfident and we ended up paying the ultimate price. The desert is very dangerous, with a whole bunch more pharaohs. A big part of my problem was I still felt safe going out at night, and admittedly, if we had found the Ragdoll book, we would have been a lot safer even at night. But you know what? I do believe there are steps that we can take to make sure that I can avoid that, such death circumstances in the future. So we're going to just start again. And we're going to enjoy the early game again. Get to the mid game and the late game again with style. All right. So 2.07. Old Vimanoe County, or territory. Makes sense. All right. We're gonna think about changing the rules up soon, making it a little harder. I'm thinking the first thing I'll do is I'll shrink the forest biome down to a pinprick, so that all we have is like a little patch of forest and the rest of the other biomes, you know? I think that'd be pretty cool, but it might be, I don't know if it's going to be like a viable thing to do yet. We'll have to wait and see. Let me open chat. Thank you, Dodu. Good morning, Lee. How are you doing today? Oh, I feel like shit. I feel like such shit. I gotta bounce back today a little. Oh, I know what to do. Close that one. Move these. Open that one. That'll do. You fasted until 5 p.m.? Rotisserie chicken that I did unspeakable things to. That sounds like an ideal day, buddy. Right on. I'm happy to hear that. Good morning, Jess. Are you off work today? Are you going to be sticking around? It looks like we have access to the desert biome over there. I don't like how close I am to it right now, though. We could get attacked by a Bimotep, right away at this proximity. But we do have readily available access to Yucca over there, if we were so inclined. Alright, move this over. Scrap that. God, I fasted all day too yesterday, but then we went out for wings for our 9-year anniversary. Me, Mom, and Susanna. I paid, of course, chivalrous man, but, bro, oh, those deep fried wings. I'm not used to fried foods. I got demolished. I got, super inflamed in the nose, the allergies plus the deep fried food. I had a horrible sleep last night, very broken up, very uncomfortable. And this morning I meditated out in the field. That didn't help with the allergies. I had a cold shower, which kind of reduced the inflammation a little bit, but I had a massive sneezing fit after I was done. So massive that I had to go in the shower again to try to, wash off any allergens that were on me. I'm definitely feeling the aftermath. God, I get punished when I indulge myself these days. Working again. They got to the office a bit earlier. Okay. Yeah, you gotta... It seems like you're always working, Jess. I want you to have some time off. When do you get some time off? Okay. Oh. Oh, guys, I'm literally dying. You need some time to sit on your kitchen floor in your underwear eating a rotisserie chicken. You know what I mean? We all need one of those days. Today, Zuzi's, she's making a big turkey that we've had in the freezer for a while. I might just eat it in my underwear. Ugh. All right, here we go. At least we're a good distance away from that desert biome. Tandoori flavored chicken, god damn. You were having a dream about work. Dry mouth from snoring, god damn. No, Hansa, just really bad allergies, and I ate a lot of deep fried chicken wings yesterday. So I have a lot of inflammation, and it's like inflammation plus allergies, right? I don't usually eat deep fried food, so I'm having like a physiological reaction to it. Normally my allergies, you can barely tell I have them, right? But today I have the allergies plus the inflammation from the food, so... How are you doing today, Hansa? Yeah, I had weird dreams too, Jess. My dreams were very uncomfortable. I had this one dream where I was in like Resident Evil 4 and I was being chased by things that wanted to kill me. Like, horrible fucking... A fun game, but a horrible dream to have. And the other dream I had, in between, like, I woke up and then went back to sleep. I had another dream where it was me, my old family from before Mom's divorce, and Zuzi, and we were all at a grocery store, and they asked me, who do you want to drive with, Zuzi or us? And I said, I'll go with you guys. But then we leave the grocery store, and we're driving for, like, hours in my dream. Time dilation. And I realized, oh my god, Zuzi can't drive. So like, then we turn around, we start going back to the grocery store, and I'm worried sick about her. I'm like thinking about her just chilling at the grocery store alone, wondering where we are. Like I left my 5-year-old there. And I woke up before we got to the grocery store. Hey, sweetie.
So is that an analogy? I'm your 5-year-old.
You're my baby. I love you.
Oh my goodness.
Give me a hug.
I just had the worst sneezing fit.
Yeah. What are we gonna do?
I guess we just have to be prepared to die.
Yeah, that's right. Paid time off? Oh, that sounds good, yeah. Oh, it makes me happy to hear about spoiling Bentley, buddy. Well, Zuzi wasn't a child, but like, in my mind, I think of her as this, you know, like a dainty thing I have to protect. It's just a man thing, I suppose. The Resident Evil one was fucking crazy. Like, it had like 7 days to die implementations in it. Like at one point I was like, oh my god, where's my shotgun? I must have swapped it out for these pipe bombs. And it was like, I can't use pipe bombs against this thing because it's too fast and it's always right behind me. It was, oh, so uncomfortable. All right. Well, we're done with these challenges. We got our first skill points. Now, power, of course, right? So agility 3 and deep cuts 2. Now we need to find a bone pile, and unfortunately we have to go quite far in order to get where we're going, so let's hit the road. In fact, given how far we have to go, let's make frames first. And then a door. A spike trap. Gotta upgrade that. And then place the door. Place the torch. Place the spike trap. We'll get a lot of challenges done now so I can kind of get like a lot of experience quickly, right? Okay, and then bedroll. Land claim. It really doesn't seem like that much experience when you look at it all at once, huh? Anyway, I can get some quick wood here. Let's see if I can make a bone knife here. There might even be like a vulture the moment I step in here, which would be really, really nice. Yeah, right there. So that's good for feathers, right? We can get some bones, make our knife. That's a really good call. I'm glad we did that. Okay. All right. We might not be doing any jobs today besides the basic job where we get our pipe machine gun. I mean, he's 800 meters away, so instead of rushing straight there, I kind of have a mind that I should just loot around here first, get some stuff, right? Our first point is probably going to go into Miner 69er. We have some stone and wood here. I got a little bit of cobblestone. Oh, good morning, Achilles. The wings were good. Oh, it's the aftermath of eating those wings that's got me shaken up. I took a massive shit today. It was so uncomfortable, creamy, slimy. And I've had a lot of extra inflammation in my body, too. It's been rough, buddy. Oh, we be facing it out here. Ugh. How are you doing today, Achilles? All right, we'll see you in a little bit, Jess. You take care for now. Yeah, I'm out of it, buddy. Pistol parts. Ugh. Better out than in. Yeah, I'm happy it's out of me, buddy. Oh, I don't do deep fried foods very well. It's because I almost never eat them. I almost never find occasion to eat deep fried food, so those wings just fucked me up, buddy. Decimated. All right, let's put those on the belt. We're gonna have to maximize our space here a little bit. Let's make more arrows. Okay. Oh. Alrighty, we'll catch you later, Hansa. You take care for now, buddy. Thank you for stopping by to say hello. We'll see you in a little bit. Oh. Howdy, Dan. How's your day going so far, buddy? How are you? Let this be living proof to you guys. The link, the strong link between how you eat and how you feel. Because I feel fucked right now, buddy. Alright, the zombies are coming. Hey, a food pile. Oh my god. We got a murky water out of it. Okay. All right, let's go grab our loot stash. We've earned it. See you soon, Lee. The beautiful part is, time commenter, I'm gonna blow my nose and I won't sound any different. I'll still be allergic and fucked. It's a consequence of eating fried food. So I'll try, buddy. But you might be stuck with the nasally voice for a while. Okay. Yo, no way did we just get a water purifier mod on day one. Oh, I'm really happy we decided to loot this place. That's crazy. All right. Can of cat food. Fuck yeah, day one water purifier, boys. Got a plaster cast. Let's get rid of these seeds. All right. Let's get out of here. That water purifier was totally worth it. I mean, we now don't even need to worry about hydration for the rest of the game. I don't even need to buy a cooking pot, like, we're good. Yeah, that's crazy. Let's not die and fuck it up. We're gonna stay light on our feet, keeping only what we think matters most. Oh, Mary, hello. The chicken wings were good. The aftermath of indulging in 4 pounds of deep fried wings in one sitting was not good. I'm very inflamed all over my body today. And my allergies, you can hear, it's way worse, right? Oh. I'm not doing so good. I'm trying, but... Yeah, I'm fucked. How are you doing today, Mary? Oh my god, chicken! Maybe I should just try to run it down. Yeah. Alright. Time to pay the fiddler, yeah. We got a honey. That's good. Hey Mary, we looted a water filter mod. Look at that. We have unlimited clean water on day 1. No, I'm not gonna sneeze. I feel fine. Why would I sneeze when I feel perfectly fine? Yeah. Good morning, Delta Ray. Oh, I feel like shit, but I guess I'm all right. All things considered, I'm all right. How are you doing? I appreciate that, Danny. Going out to dinner with a girlfriend, eh, Mary? You guys gonna scissor? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Zuzi can't stand it. Every time we watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer and there's a part with Willow and Tara, I'm always like, yes, they're gonna do magic and scissor, yes. I'm a degenerate. Andrew Tate, incoming. He knows I'm a brokey and he's gonna take advantage. I don't think I can get this stump. Let's get some distance, lure them away from it, and then I can finish it. Okay, let's go. Oh my god. Thank you, Silver Wolf. It's good to see you, buddy. How are you doing? And Daniel Strange, good to see you too, man. The wings were so good when I was eating them, but if you eat a bunch of deep fried food, you gotta pay the piper, right? I deserve this suffering. I deserve this misery, this abject misery. Wait. Is there a dog over there? I want these polymers. All right, let's go. Oh, I don't think she dropped a loot bag. All right, we have a skill point to spend. Oh, guys, I'm literally dying. Okay, scrap that. This house is a smash and grab, I think. So we'll mark it, but we won't loot it yet. The Crisp Residence. It's crispy. Krispy Kreme Residence. Is it a smash and grab? No, it is not. Not really. Okay, let's go. Sledgehammer book. Probably should have just sold that. It's not like I'm gonna use sledges. Yeah, I'm gonna start selling the stuff I'm not gonna use more. Yeah, I'll read that. Holy shit, that's a lot of zombies. I didn't like cornering myself there. That was a little hectic. All right. Magnum Enforcer and handgun magazine. Jump up in the truck, search the truck. Come on, Sergeant! Sergeant! Fuck. Okay. Got it, let's go. Let's roll. We got a rigmarole. Alright, maybe I should look for a base first. Yeah, let's go look for a base. Hello, Svensson. Thank you very much, buddy. Yeah, let's hope we have a good one. All right, where do we live? I don't know. Eventually, we're gonna want to try to scout the area for a tier 5. So for now, it doesn't matter where. We'll just pick a place. The bear den has a safe roof, well, more or less. You know, it's kind of hard to set up though. We could just go on top of this ball strike bowling here and try our luck. The dead rooster is also a possibility. Let's take a look up here first. Not exactly a flat roof. Yeah, I can't build on that. I can't build on that either. So this place isn't really conducive to a good base. We're gonna get out of here. Maybe the dead rooster is the right call. I don't know. Go check it out. Pretty high up. Not exactly easy to get up there either. Okay. Oh my god, I'm gonna break my fucking leg. Well, it'll work. Kind of. Where does my fighting position go? That's, well, that's concrete. No, this ain't gonna fucking work, buddy. Alright, let's pick somewhere else. Oh mine, eh? Wildfire camping. This ain't gonna do. However, I would love these feathers. Alright, I guess it's gonna have to be the bear den, right? Because I'm not really seeing anything else that's gonna work in our favor here. Hmm. You do kind of have to set up the bear den a little bit. Oh, Mary, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I got some time to lurk and watch, eh, Silverwolf? Right on. Everybody who got those, welcome to the pack. Hell yeah, it's wonderful that that Hansa and Broke Cracker got one. Right on. Thank you very much, Mary. You made the day feel a lot better, trust. Oh. All right, let's clean up a little bit. We've attracted way too many zombies. All right, stamina. Ow, I have food. Oh my god, stamina. Well, the big boy requires special treatment. Enjoy that. It's just for you. He's got to be almost dead now. And that guy's been weakened by the same trap. Took a while to clear all of it out, but it's done. Okay. Let's get up there. Okay, we got it. We couldn't be doing better on feathers right now. All right. So we're just gonna base up here on this part, and we just need a ladder that leads to a fighting position so we could break some of that stuff down there. Put the ladder there. I appreciate that, Mary. Thank you very much. Here, let's eat up. Get some health back. Unfortunately, until we kill the bears, we're gonna hear that squelching noise. Can't really do anything about it, but... Drink the water. Alright, we got storage. We'll put the land claim here. I need to destroy that ladder. It's got 1,000 HP. I at least need to destroy like 2 parts of it. It sucks, but we have to in order to make this place truly safe. I didn't want to base up here, but we have no choice, right? If it's all you got, it's all you got. Of course she has a problem, Lee. She's a crackhead. Okay. I'm just glad I remembered this ladder, because that could have caused like a tremendous life-threatening issue if I didn't realize to do this, right? I will want to break one more piece of the ladder. For now, let's do our fighting position. Okay, let's go. Right here. No. All right. So they will have a way up once I extend that all the way to the bottom. And then I need to build a fighting position. Okay. I'll need more cobblestone. Enough for all the bars and repairs tonight. The thing is, we found that water purifier mod in our first POI, so I want to make sure that I live long enough to enjoy it, right? We're gonna make sure we live after finding that water purifier. I have 48 cobbles, but we're gonna need more. Alright, miner 69er. Let's go. We gotta go visit the trader. I do have some stuff I can sell to him right away. And I was lucky enough to get 2 bandages from our first POI. I still have to destroy one more piece of that metal ladder, but I figure we have enough time to get our buried supplies intro done before then. Oh, hello, Jesper. It's good to see you, man. I hope you're having a good day so far. The plan for today's stream, we're gonna stay alive, Jesper. Look at this. We looted a water purifier mod on day 1 in our first POI. A wilderness POI of all places. We got really lucky. What? Oh my god. Apparently there's a Bemotep around here. That's fucked. Yeah, we gotta get the hell away if there's a Bemotep. That's crazy.
Oh,
alright, stone shovel.
Favorite asshole doing tonight?
Coyote's knife guy. Yeah, we'll take knife guy.
Hey, jerk. Well, don't just stand there with your thumb up your ass. Try anything smart, and you'll get a new start.
Okay, we got $500. And we don't need to buy beverages, so let's get out of here.
Man, I treat you that good, and you don't even fucking tip me.
We have to get our gun. If we encounter a dog before we have a gun, it's a big problem, so. I could probably get away from a dog if I had to, but better if I don't have to chance it. We have more than enough feathers. I don't need to harvest those by hand anymore. I'm just wondering what the hell a Bemotep was doing way the hell out here. Oh, logs spawn bees sometimes. Okay, thank you, Daniel. Thank you for letting me know. That makes me feel a lot safer. It should, yeah, because if you can get honey from them, then it makes sense, right? That makes sense. And now we have confirmation that they're bees and not flies, so the name Bemotep makes sense. That's like a win-win. All right, let's get started. We got to get this done as fast as possible. Yeah, we still have to break one more metal ladder. Fortunately, though, we're getting the clay that we need to make the cobblestone that we require for our continued base work. Ow. Son of a bitch. Well, we have spare bandages that we can use. Let's use one. Alright, let's hope this is over with after I break these next 2 blocks. Shit. That's not good. All right. Our base is more or less ready. Like, we decided to do the base before we went to the trader. So I might be okay. It's just, you never know what you're gonna encounter on that first day, right? Like, you don't know if you're gonna get attacked by feral big boys and stuff. That's what's got me real worried. Anyway, we're done. We can get out of here. Let's kill what we've got. Ow. Fucking meanie. Stupid meanie poopy head. Go die. Hey, she's not a stupid meanie. She's a great person. All right. Couple of armor books. 10 forged steel. A little bit of food. Oh, Jesper, we have to hurry with the base, because remember, at nighttime, we have feral sense on. So all the zombies are going to see us from really far away, even if we're on, like, at our base, right? And at nighttime, you can encounter ferals. So we might have a feral big boy run up on our base on day 1. So we have to focus on our base right away. Let's make more cobblestone. We'll make 50. It'll be 4 pounds of deep fried chicken wings, yeah. For real. Oh man, I feel like shit.
Didn't we agree your first job is going to be free?
Light machine gun.
Damn,
Okay.
This is all I can spare.
My base is to the northwest. Dead rooster.
Oh, look who's tired of... You must be half a zombie already.
No, we'll just take the buried
Or,
supplies.
Let's make a pact.
Wait, no.
Get out of your
Yeah, we'll do the dead
I'd
rooster,
say
whatever.
It's been an honor to work with you, but it would be a lie.
We're not doing it tonight, though. Wait.
Don't test my patience. It's thinner than your wallet.
He's got 500 cobblestones, so we're good on the cobblestone front.
Refund.
Let's go.
Deal's done. Now beat it, fucker.
Wow, we already have the XUI glitch. That's annoying. Fucking dumb. All right. Anyway, I don't have any drinkable water. I'm gonna want to make sure I'm hydrated before I go up there. We already have the water filter, so... Oh, and we have to finish this ladder. Right, I can't even fucking see... Oh, there it is. Thank God. Okay, I can still see those waypoints, but that's only because I didn't previously have one that existed. This is so nice, man. Having that filter is gonna change everything about our playthrough if we can live long enough to enjoy it. Okay, let's go. We should have enough wood now to reinforce their ladder that they use to get up. We still have to finish destroying the metal ladder in the elevator shaft. We have to destroy one more part of it. It's got 1,000 HP and it's made of metal, so... And unfortunately, until we kill the bears, we're gonna hear a meat squelching sound whenever we're at base. That's definitely a thing. Okay. We destroy that and we'll be safe. That's right, Chrisen. I shaved my head the other day, buddy. Yeah, how are you doing? I'm just really glad we found those 500 cobbles, but at the same time, I'm kind of worried because if we come up against a feral big boy, he might just chew through the bars, right? So I'm gonna try to reinforce the fighting position a little bit with some new strategies and see if it helps. Okay, we're safe on this front from now on. We'll put those there as like extra padding and reinforcement, right? Whenever a big boy comes, right, we can use that. I'm really, really grateful that we were able to buy this cobblestone, man. We fucking needed a lot of it, and we probably wouldn't have had enough without going mining. Fucking big boy. That didn't take long, and that's a regular big boy, not a feral. Yeah, we have to reinforce this, make it double the, like, double it up, you know? Yeah, this'll do. Yeah, we're based up in the bear den, buddy. We couldn't find anything better. Hello, gamer fam. It's good to see you. Well, we found a helmet. We found one of those water purifier helmet mods on day 1. Yeah, Dan, we're still on 25% loot, buddy. They definitely have to patch this POI, because now the bears constantly make the squelching noise. We got a pipe pistol and some pistol parts. Oh shit, we got a lot of stuff coming. Yeah, that's kind of why I don't like having the hatches here. For some reason, it makes the zombies stand further away, right? Because I think the closer I, like, they're trying to hit the block right now rather than trying to hit me. But if I was able to stand closer, they'd be trying to hit me instead of the block. Which would make them get closer, ultimately, to me so I could land the hit. Okay. I have to reposition these hatches, I think. We gotta just put them flat to the ground. I don't usually like to do it, but we have to. Because when you step on the hatch, it changes your elevation, which can throw your aim off. But I just feel like we probably need to. Thank you, Stereo. I appreciate that, buddy. Yeah, we ended up dying, gamer fam. Got overrun. I guess that's what you missed, right? You said, did I miss anything good? You missed me die. All right, we have 2 skill points to spend. We'll go into advanced engineering and grease monkey. We already have minor 69er rank 1, and that'll last us for the whole game up, you know, for a long time. Yeah, that'll do. If it looks like they're about to get through the bars, I can pop those hatches up. Hey, there's a loot bag. All right. Normally I'd be much happier about that red tea, but well, we have a water purifier mod, so it's still nice though to have that supplemental hydration in case we're like in a POI and we can't leave. We got a glue. This is a pretty successful day 1. We got beat up pretty badly. Not gonna lie, we did get beaten up pretty badly. But the thing is, we're alive. We have the helmet light mod. We didn't fuck it up, right? And it was ambitious to base up on the bear den because there's so much stuff you have to do beforehand. You have to break the ladder, the metal ladder, right? You have to build the fighting position. You have to get the resources. Now, a big part of that really helped was Trader Wrecked actually had 500 cobblestone that we were able to buy. If not for that, I probably would have had to break a couple of boulders, you know? Yeah, we did all right. In the event that we had to do that, I would have waited until nighttime to break the second part of that metal ladder. Then we would have used that time instead to just cut wood and trees, or cut wood and stone. Anyway, you know what's really awesome is I don't need to worry about eating charred meat now. The fact that we have this water purifier mod means that I can directly counteract the charred meat consequences, right? Water purifier, man, that's so great. AK-47 at the start of day 2, that's impressive, buddy. Right on. Old Fart, we're doing pretty good, man. Yeah, let's hope for a long run. We got further than ever last time. We were doing good in the desert, but I got overzealous. We'll be more careful this time, and I'm gonna invest in light armor, medium armor, and heavy armor very early. Like, very early. In fact, I think I'm gonna put points into armor skills before I go up to advanced engineering 2. Level 1 will do for now. As long as we don't put points in stun batons or anything, we'll get plenty of electrical and trap books. Yeah, check it out, Old Fart. We got day 1 water purifier at the first POI we visited. Oh, this is the first time I've seen the purifier in 7 attempts, I think, buddy. Yeah, I think so. I feel very lucky. right, I think we have enough nitrates now. Not yet. No, we need a little bit more, but we'll be able to craft a farm plot block. Let's get some stamina back. Fauci signed his own pardon. I didn't hear about that, buddy, no. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was the truth either. Well, we'll be able to build our mine shaft pretty much right here. Okay, so far so good. We're doing all right. Let's get some leather to complete that challenge. Hey, thank you very much, Mary. Right on. Thank you very much. God bless. Another 5. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the pack, everybody. And that actually confirms for me right now, I gotta update my members list. Oh wait, never mind. Never mind. No, Chem is already off of it. Okay. Yeah, it must have been the most recent cleaning of the members list I did. I really appreciate that, Mary. Hell yeah. Okay. Hell yeah, Mary donated 10 memberships today. Damn straight, Zuzi. Oh. There's a little water pool over here if I can get to it. Wow, an actual pool. I'm very excited. There's a new RimWorld update coming out, and it's very extensive, actually. It's an enormous update. That's a feral, and he is fast. Let's go. I can get to base. That's kind of why, well, that's why I marked that cement mixer on my map, because I figured I probably, you know, I would attract something, I'd have to flee, and we want that scrap metal, so. All right. All right, we're good. Now it's just about morning time. Hello, Cracker. You got a gifted membership today, buddy. Welcome. It's good to see you. How are you doing? We're doing pretty good, Zuzi. Yeah, we're doing okay. We're having a good day. I appreciate the shout out, honey. Thank you. Alrighty, we'll see you in a... I'm gonna go hug you from behind in case you don't hear any of this. All right, we're back, everybody. Oh. Oh yeah, it was Mary. Mary donated that membership to you, so you have extra emojis now. Well, I do have to agree with Mr. Fuzzyhead. I think that the stun baton is overtuned, but I think that what they need to do is they need to try to make other weapons as reliable as the stun baton. Because right now, literally melee has to become obsolete in the end game for all weapons except one. And I don't feel that should be the case. I feel that all they need to do is greatly buff the slowing effects, right? Like, they just need to add certain effects that impair the mobility of really fast zombies. So like for the sledgehammer, you could have a concussion debuff that permanently slows enemies when you hit them in the head, right? And we're talking real slow, like going from nightmare speed to jogging. Like that's what they need. Something you crack a radiated zombie in the head and then he goes from nightmare speed to jogging, right? Or club, same thing, right? Fist weapons. I don't know. There needs to be something that each weapon has that impairs mobility. Because in the end, it all comes down to the mobility of the zombies in the end game, right? If you can slow them down, then it's not as bad. The spear has that slow, but it's ineffective. Same with the knife. It's like you slow them, sure, but you basically turn a nightmare speed feral into a sprinting speed feral. It's not much of a difference. It needs to be easier to cripple zombies in the endgame with melee. Exactly, yeah. Having an almost 100% decapitation chance on the machete, like we're talking 80%, and it becomes viable, right? Decapitation chance, mobility reduction, these are various ways that they can buff other weapon types. Yeah. For the knife, for example, they should make it so that the knife reduces zombie, like if a zombie is bleeding, then it goes from nightmare speed to jogging. That's the best way that you balance the knife. Because then your goal becomes, okay, I have to bleed all the fast ones, right? So that they become more manageable in close quarters. For the spear, it could be, I don't know. I like it the way it is now, where if you power attack them, then they get slowed. Problem is they don't get slowed enough, right? Sledgehammers, clubs, and machetes could all just have a high decapitation chance, right? Anyway, it's finally almost morning time, so we can start doing some jobs out in town. We have a job for the Red Rooster, or the Dead Rooster. And we're close to leveling up again. I think I'm gonna go into the armor skills now. All three of them. Because armor, ultimately, it's like we needed better armor in our previous playthrough, you know? armor with special effects that would have given us the edge in combat. Pretty sure I died getting stunned, didn't I? Like, didn't I get stunned and killed in my previous series? Fairly certain. Okay. We'll do the bears at the bear den later. Let's go to the dead rooster. Okay. All right, let's begin. I'll try to get all the chickens. We'll see if I can. Yeah, never fight these guys fairly. And I do mean never. Holy shit, I almost got hit by the biker. Got him. Okay. Holy fuck, he scared the shit out of me. Yeah, I honestly feel like it's not that the stun baton is overtuned, it's that all the other melee weapons are undertuned. Anyway, there's too much free wood here to pass up. Just fucking pick it up and scrap it, right? It's basically free. Hello, Evo. How are you doing today, buddy? It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. We ended up getting a day 1 water purifier, so, you know, pretty lucky find. You doing okay? Oh, wow. I never even remember that this room is here. Now, I have to block the exit so that the chickens can't run away. Right? They're gonna try to leave through this window right here. They might be able to get out of that one, so I'll just put a block right there. Put some blocks right here. Right? As long as you make it so they can't get out, you don't have to worry about losing that precious meat or feathers. They always run up here to get away. You just gotta make sure they can't do that. Close the door. Shit. No! You motherfucker. You gluttonous little fucking... Okay. My own fault. Could have just left the chickens alive till the zombies were dealt with, really. Apparently the area is not clear. You know what? Easier way to do this, probably. Yeah. Oh yeah, the dog upstairs. If we get 5,000 dukes, we can fall a lot without taking any damage. Alrighty, we'll see you in a little bit, Evo. Wiring book, knife guy. Oh, wow. Look at that. Okay. There's 3 fucking chickens under there, dude. The thing is, we have the water purifier mod, so we can eat as much charred meat as we want with no drawbacks at all. It's basically like we have grilled meat unlocked already, right? Where's the other one? Right there. All right, we got 60 meat here. That's honestly not terrible. Yeah, we did good. The loot is grabbed. We have to go kill the dog, but that's pretty easy if you know what to do. Case in point, right? Oh, he's stuck. Favorable. I would have had to try a lot harder to bring him down if he didn't get stuck. You're gonna die for some chickens. One of us is. Yeah, that was a goated reference, buddy. I love that. If you don't shut your cake hole, I'm going to have to eat every chicken in this building. I would love to have just one more fucking block damage on this shovel. We need either a level 2 shovel or a mod that we can throw in it. Son of a bitch. Alright, we extensively got a job done really well today. Let's get out of here. I can smash and grab that place. I already know it. Smash. I should be able to craft my farm plot now, but we'll do it tonight. Not now. We're gonna start charring a whole bunch of meat, given the fact that I can easily counter it with the water purifier. I need to take my torch as well. I don't want to leave that behind anymore. Alright, we'll have some food soon. For now, we'll use a bandage to cover the difference. Okay, point in light armor. Okay, what do we got?
Morning. If you try to say it's a good morning, there's the
Very difficult
goddamn
decision,
door.
but honestly, I'm going for the crafting skill magazine bundle. Motel 8, Motel 7. Let's do the fetch at Crazy Billy's
Well,
used cars.
Good luck. By the looks of it, you're gonna need it.
And then I will smash and grab the Motel 8 and the Motel 7 so that we can then get the quest for those locations and loot them again, right? I'm not allowed to double dip the interior of any location that I have a quest for, but if I don't yet have the quest for it, then, you know, I can plan ahead and I can do that. I don't know where the Motel 7 is, though. Well, we got a crack-a-book crate in there. Containing nice tools, electrical traps, and vehicles. Best case fucking scenario. Where's the zombies? Whatever. We'll sell that. I'm not using clubs. And we now have a pipe shotgun, which I'll probably sell too. Pretty much got this whole stash without having to fight anything. Okay. Alright, we leveled up, so we can put another point into the armor skills. Medium armor. Now we go heavy armor, and then we can start focusing on advanced engineering and Grease Monkey 2. Hello, Ashes. Welcome, buddy. How are you doing? That is a good idea, old fart. We'll upgrade it. I gotta get plant fiber for the tools anyway. We'll do it then. Alright, now we can loot this place again. Since we went out of our way to loot it now. Okay, we got a murky water for our trouble. Let's go. On a long enough timeline, that'll be a glue. We gotta find the Motel 7 if we can. For now, let's go home and deposit. Okay. We now have meat. And we'll have more as more time passes. Oh yeah, bow and tools. The Schweizer residence. That's definitely a smash and grab right there. Hopefully that's the tool damage book. No, harvest more ore when buzzed on coffee. Let's make a spike trap for this guy. Otherwise, we're just gonna waste a lot of energy and time. The McKean residence. No idea where that loot stash is. Fuck yeah, that easy. Alright, we didn't get the EXP, but who gives a shit? Big boy's dead. I see the Motel 7 over there, too. Okay, let's get over there. We gotta do the job. I can't pass up polymers, buddy. It's good money. Okay, let's go. We got a working stiff tools over there. That's a good smash and grab. Vehicle book. Duct tape. Okay. A lot of shit I want to loot around here. But for now... Mini construction site. Loot bag. Wiring book, coffee, 9mm. We can scrap this brass radiator to get some cash. All right, let's go. We got our first mechanical part, I think. I think it's our first one. Eat that yucca. Scrap those. Yeah, 187 brass sells quite well. That's why I like to grab those. It's like 60 bucks, at least. All right, let's go. Loot bag. 2 knife guy books. Beautiful. We can now make a bone knife quality 4. More power. 207 polymers we've gotten so far. How much does that sell for? 681 dukes. That's the thing, right? You can literally buy a cooking pot with just a little bit of polymer collection in a day. Well, we made it to the final room. Then we'll go loot that Motel 7 smash and grab. Just in case, in the next few days, we do a quest for the Motel 7, we'll know that we already squared that away and got the stash, right? Hey, happy Friday, Mitch. How are you doing, buddy? Holy shit. Reload. Nice. Nice. Alright, let's grab those supplies. Up there, eh? I do not have Telegram, no. Let's eat that can of peas. Drop the paper and the rotting flesh and the gunpowder, as well as the plant fiber. And let's eat one of those charred meats. More damage to wolves. We got a raider helmet. Pretty sure we have like $1,000 in polymers now. Oh, 4-day weekend, buddy. That's what I'm talking about. That strategic use of those the vacation days. Hell yeah, buddy. That is the right play. Good call. Enjoy yourself, man. Bro, go to me in Russia in 1 month in Moscow. I don't think so, buddy. I don't think I'm going to Russia. Just saying. Nothing against Russia, it's just, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think so. Alright, let's get out of here. We'll search these cars before we go. I'll mark that tier 2 working stiff tools. Smash. Drop the cornmeal. Drop the cloth. Yeah, we gotta stay light on our feet, at least as light as possible. Keep mobile. Alright, let's get these polymers right here. We almost have 300 fucking polymers for the day, which is a pretty crazy yield. We only got 2 jobs done today, but that's alright. Like, what's the rush, you know? We'll take our time. Alright, let's get over to that Motel 7 and loot the stash. Hey, sweetie pie. How you doing? Oh, we gotta go to Poopy Pants Daycare. That's a very good smash and grab. Yeah, we'll do that right after this. Really? Yeah. Try to abduct our cats. I'll shoot you.
Nah, our cats are haunted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you if you'd like some eggs or something. Because dinner's gonna be another at least couple hours. It's, you know. I just finished disassembling the turkey. I'm baking the parts for the stock, and then I will bake
I think I'll just try to fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you're making eggs for yourself, in which case I'll take 3.
Just fried.
Just fried, sunny side up. Thank you, baby. All right, so we got a little smash and grab we can do right here. North Korea's new tourist condos are up. Playing this again, Pan. Damn straight. Damn straight. We're in a phase right now, like a full-blown phase. I'm gonna start playing RimWorld in a couple weeks because there's a massive update coming out for RimWorld. I'm very excited about it. Hello, Judy. And thank you both, Pan and Judy, for the anniversary with well wishes. We did have a good one. All right, we got a big mama right there, and I don't want to beat on her for 6 hours, so we're gonna make a wooden spike trap to help speed that along. All right, step into that. Good girl. With your fucking brown stained panties. Disgusting. All right, we got a blue loot bag. Very nice. Pistol Pete book. Read that. And a goldenrod tea, which I will drink right now. We got a can of food. I can eat that. Chicken ration, let's do it. Yeah, 9-year anniversary, buddy. All right, farmer gloves, which we can sell. We also got a gravedigger mod for the shovel. That's big news. All right, let's go over to Poopy Pants Daycare, get that shit searched, but we are gonna need a wooden spike trap for the big mama in there as well. Okay. Then we'll search those vehicles outside before we go. These fancy trash cans might have good grabs in them too, like glue or duct tape or something. I'm getting pretty encumbered and it's gonna start affecting my combat effectiveness soon. At least we have this good knife and we can reliably knock shit down, you know? All right, let's go. We got a smash and grab to perform. Oh shit. All right. Well, Morty is dead. Okay. All right, let's just lead her out here where I can repeatedly make her walk into that trap, make the fight much faster. All right, we got experience for that. And we got to level up, so we're gonna put that into the third and final armor skill. We are set for a long time regarding armor. Now we need to work our way to advanced engineering 2. Nice. Vehicle book, tool book. What do we got? Stone arrows. Nice. Mining tools do more block damage. That is a great grab. Ideal. What do you deal? We got a fuck ton of money in polymers right now. All right, let's go. We have to skedaddle. If I want time to turn this job in, we gotta go right now. Mushroom spore. Oh. Seven years on September 8th, huh? We're okay, Husker. We're all right, buddy. Yeah, we're doing okay. The power of fart compels you. Happy Friday, Judy. Nice. Now we're three-shotting all the polymerous things that we can actually harvest. That's beautiful, buddy. Beautiful. We got a lot of smash and grabs done today. We only got 2 jobs done, but the smash and grabs have the most value, right? Like, we got amazing equipment by going out of our way to do these. And God, we're sitting on 350 polymers right now. Like, we killed it for money. Doesn't even matter the jobs that we got done. Let's get out of here. We gotta deposit and then go visit the trader. Turn in this job. Maybe grab a new one for tomorrow morning. I don't know how I feel about doing a job at night. It's just a little too risky. Maybe we'll try to do some smash and grabs in town near our base. I could smash and grab this place right here, but it's already kind of late. You know? So we're just gonna go. I already marked it as a viable smash and grab, so we'll do it later. I know you're Russian, Dimitri. I know. That's okay. I'm Canadian. What's up? All right, let's go deposit. I don't even know if I can safely turn in this job before nightfall, but we'll try. We should be okay. We got 3 fucking duct tape today. That's insane. And a lot of money. We're talking a lot of fucking cash. Let's drink that coffee now, because it's gonna help us to get to the trader and back. We have 502 fucking polymers. That's insane money. And 1,000 brass. Let's go. Yeah, that coffee is gonna help a lot with both trips. You are a whore from America for me. Yeah, I don't think so, Dimitri. I'm a whore for Zuzana. I feel like Dimitri's probably hammered drunk right now. This person, Dimitri from Russia, just called me, you are a whore from America. I think he asked me to fly to Russia.
Congratulations.
I'm so flattered.
Quick.
Okay, we'll take the 7.62 ammo. And then we will take this Motel 8 job.
Come to think, good luck.
And let's sell everything.
Hungry or something.
All right, we have 3,700 bucks. We're gonna buy 3 splints first. That's very useful. And then we'll buy the gunpowder. for 390 bucks. I'll buy the vehicle book and the electrical trap books. He's got 2 electric fence posts. I'll buy those. Anyway, we bought most everything that we care about. Let's buy... No, the mushroom spores are a little too expensive, right? Yeah, we're good.
Be careful out there. You wouldn't want to get hurt.
What do you got in here, anyway? I'll buy a Grandpa's Awesome Sauce now, because as we get further in the game, we are going to want one. Anyway, let's use this minute that we have remaining on the coffee to get back home. I know, Dimitri. I can tell you're drunk, buddy. Just enjoy yourself. Chill for the stream. Is there such thing as a gay Russian? Because I feel like Dimitri's giving me those gay nightclub vibes, you know what I mean? He's got like date rape energy right now. Alright, we're 6-shotting the iron blocks at this point, that's good. Sweet, got him down. Aggression. The Harvest Pipes challenge is complete. Grab this. Okay, let's get out of here. We can try to search a place as long as it's close to our base. Like, we could even start clearing the bear den, like, from the beginning of it, but I don't know. Just being in an interior location when you're this early in the game and this vulnerable is kind of spooky, right? Anyway, we cleared out everything that we wanted to buy from the trader already. So what are we doing? I have a lot more charred meat now. We can restore our health at will, and we have the water purifier to counteract any thirst that we accumulate doing it. Now I definitely can't take the risk of fighting the bears. That's one thing I can't do. Because if zombies show up while the bears are there, that could, you know, I'd have to leave the fighting position where I'm killing the bears, and they'd probably break through the wall and get free. We'll try to do this job at the motel. I'll just make sure I have some hatches. And spikes. We'll go all out. But I don't have any pipe bombs, and that is honestly kind of spooky. This fucking guy. Oh my god. Alright, hop up. That's a feral, so we're gonna have to just boogie back to base at this point. Honestly, I'm really glad I didn't start the job yet. We would have failed if I had, right? Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be trying to do a quest at night yet. Like, it's still a little early. I just don't know. Still, I might be able to use the spike traps if I stand on a car or something to rapidly deplete the enemy's health. God damn it. Okay, there. We split them up. What the hell are you guys doing? Okay, whatever. I'm stabbing him in the knees if he's gonna make it difficult, right? Oh, okay, Dimitri. If you're gonna act like a stupid little child, then I have to put you in timeout for 24 hours, okay? We'll see you tomorrow. Take care. All right, now. Let's get back there. I like being able to put people in timeout. Oh, fuck. Makes me feel like a teacher. Yeah. Or like a gentle parenting terrible mother. I don't care what anyone says. Timeouts can't replace a nice old-fashioned slap on the ass for a bad kid. Straight up. Straight the fuck up, alright? Your children need to have a healthy level of fear for you. Okay, fear and respect are synonymous. You gotta show that kid who the fucking boss is. You know how you avoid temper tantrums in Walmart? You threaten to beat them when they get home if they don't get in line. Hell yeah. Gentle parenting. Every time you see a mother who's talking about gentle parenting, she's always one of those yoga chicks who's on a healing journey. You know what I mean? One of those fucking yoga mat bitches. Alright, let's go. Now, the Savage Country loot is through here. If I could get in easily. Exactly, Lee, right? Like, it works. Why fix what ain't broken? There'd be a lot less blue-haired leftists calling everybody Nazis if their parents beat them. Shit. Hell yeah, we got her stuck. Hell yeah, we gonna take advantage. Alright, we're good. Now, we're gonna wake up all the zombies in this loot room, and then we're gonna lure them back to base. Wake up! Let's go. Here they come. Oh god. Mitch, yeah, Mitch is rolling over laughing like, god damn. It's so relevant. He's a new parent, right? He's got a baby, so he's just like, bro. Let's fire off around. Hopefully we attract whatever other zombies are out there. God damn. Oh, there he is. Okay, Andrew Tate zombie, the tall, bald one. Someone clip the blue-haired comment. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it, buddy. I can actually hear. 2 hours, 18 minutes. 7 days to die, episode 1, attempt 7, 2 hours, 18 minutes. Blue-haired comment. I can basically just make a short of it later. Got it, buddy. The because I love you paddle. Yeah, straight up. This hurts you. This hurts me more than it hurts you. Well, not really, but like, you know. If my bro, your kids, if my kid was ever bitching in Walmart because I wouldn't get them a chocolate bar, I'd be like, you know what? I can't beat you here, but I can beat you at home, and no one will know. You know, just like, shut the fuck up, stupid child, you know? This guy's stuck somewhere. Oh, there's 2 of them stuck, actually. Okay, let's run him back to base. To be honest, I'd probably just buy my kid a fucking chocolate bar. I'm gonna spoil my fucking kids. I already know it. Everybody is parent of the year until they actually get kids. And their hearts fucking melt for them. And they can't properly discipline them because they love them too much. And they can't stand that look on their faces. Like, I'm ready for it. I'm 100% fucking ready for that eventuality. I know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna have a daughter like that looks like Zuzi. She's gonna have a little gap in her teeth, and I'm just gonna be unable to say no. Zuzi will be saying no, and I'll be like, "Come on, sweetie, like, you know." All right, we finally gained access to that loot room. I'm worried there might be a locked, reinforced chest in there. I might not be able to get the main loot stash, you know? Oh, there's no Walmarts in check. Good point, Susie. I'll wipe the sweat from my brow. Thank goodness. Susie, I'll beat you if you do the spoiling while I'm doing the disciplining. Well, then I'll just look at our kid, Susie, and I'll be like, see, she beats both of us. I don't like it either. There is a locked oh my god, there's a zombie stuck here. Yep, that zombie just clipped through the fucking floor. Alright. Got him. Anyway, we'll loot what we can, but it's very dark in here. Weapons bag. Level 2 pipe rifle. We got vitamins in case we get fatigued. My allergies are a little better now, yeah. After having those deep fried wings yesterday, buddy, I'm finally recovering, like. My allergies were so bad this morning because of those fucking chicken wings. They were delicious going down, but the inflammation after was so bad. Nice. I can now make primitive armor quality 3. We have a vending machine here. I have to mark it. All right, let's get out of here. Wait, I have to mark this reinforced chest. Okay, now let's eat a little bit. And then we have to go drink some dirty water. But it won't be dirty for us because we have that helmet mod, the water purifying mod. And then we have to grab our torch and consider doing that quest. Don't get too wildly. I still have to time out everybody equally if they become obnoxious. But we're good. We're good. Usually you align with my sense of humor. Old people burning. Old people burning. Put your hands up. Old people burning. All right. Okay. Now, I have a chance to buy a Jailbreaker's candy in that vending machine. I think I'm going to take it. With that Jailbreaker's candy, you know, if we mark a whole bunch of locked containers, we can go loot them back to back. Oh god, there's a fucking cop right there just sleeping. That's crazy. Alright. I have bought a Jailbreaker's candy. We're set, buddy. Let's get out of here. Oh my god, there's a functioning beverage machine here too. That's dope. Right next to our base. Full access to buffs. Full access to buffalo wings, motherfucker. I have not seen the game called Half Sword, no. The nearest beer store is probably 20 kilometers away. Well, shit, you should have a few shots before you go. Just to make the time fly by. Are we really gonna begin this job right now? It's so dangerous, right? I guess so. Okay, let's do it. I have spike traps prepared. You know what? Let's speed run the supplies. If I get those, the job is done. Haha! Yeah, it's amazing what you can accomplish with a spike trap, dude. Like, for real. No shot. She's got no shot, chat. Okay. Gonna go for those supplies now. Where are they? Right here. Alright, so the job is done. I can now leave the premises. Let's grab this. All right, Mitch, you take care for now, brother. We'll see you in a little bit. Look out for blue-haired liberals. All right, we got a structural brace mod, which could come in handy. Let's put that in the axe for now. You know what? That would be better suited putting in the knife, honestly. Because we need more damage in the knife. Forge a head book. All right, we can now make our first dew collector. And we got a little bit of glue. I hope that ain't a feral, but we'll see. Oh, we're outside anyway. We're good. Let's get out of here. Yeah, the job is done. Like, that was the quickest fetch ever. We're almost leveled up, in fact. All right. Yeah, when I drink alcohol, man, I can literally feel... You know how they say that the link between your gut health and your mental health is so strong? Well, I can literally feel that I'm unhappy the day after I drink. Like, it has a lasting negative effect on me. Okay, now I could go to the trader right now. He's open. It's just a little dangerous to run a long distance outside like that at nighttime, but we'll go. The thing is, I can kind of building hop. I still have spike traps, right? Anyway, it's funny, but we don't really need the dew collector regarding our thirst. We only need it regarding our ability to make glue. Let's get some stamina back. Nice, we got another Forge Ahead book, and I only have Advanced Engineering 1 rather than 2, so that's super lucky. Very lucky. I agree, Dan, I agree. Keep me far away from that accursed drink. Oh my god, that's a feral. Close the door. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't fucking think so. Close that too. Yeah, we're closed in here now. We should be all right.
You think you're pretty smart now, don't you? Here's your pay, Einstein.
Let's take the wood. It'll help me build my mine shaft later. 59 millimeter is nice, but you know, we're gonna take the wood. It's gonna save me some labor. What jobs do you have? Yeah, see, both of these are places that we already got the loot stash in, so now we can get the loot stash again.
But mate, you're turning me
I would rather
down?
do a fetch,
I'll
though.
put a bullet in that thing. I got
What time is it?
some shit work for a fuck-up
5:08.
like you.
Okay, we're going to do
Hey,
Poopy
Garrett,
Pants Daycare.
Need some work?
Wait, no.
Please, yeah, son of a
Motel
bitch.
7.
Listen up, jackass. You want
Yeah,
work?
that's a
Don't
very
just
short
stand
job,
there
very
with
easy.
thumb up your ass. Get the job done.
Let's go. We have a skill point to spend. We're gonna have to put 3 points into intellect and then get advanced engineering and grease monkey level 2. At which point we'll be free to spend points the way... No, we won't. At that point I need to get daring adventurer and better barter bumped up a little bit. Probably better barter first, if I'm being honest. Daring adventurer is one of the last things that we're gonna want. Because we're gonna need it in order to buy our stun baton for when we switch builds. The fuck? Come on. There he is. What are you doing? Come on. Let's go. Is that ladder like broken or something? What's he doing? Maybe the ladder got broken by a zombie. No, it's okay. He was just confused. I think it's time, actually. We're gonna clear the bear den now. At least the loot room, right? Because I have a jailbreaker, I have a lockpick, we have another reinforced chest that we can crack into, so now just seems like the right time. Yeah, let's go get ready. Build our little fighting position. Coffee time? Is
I
it?
guess it can be. I came to give you kiss. So glad your allergies seem to have settled.
They are a little better now, yeah.
I love petting your head. It's so soft now.
Soft teddies. All right. There's no guarantee that the bears even get loose, really, you know? And given that it is daylight, I don't want to waste too much time here, right? 2 electrical trap books, nice. Because the thing is, I'm more than capable of building a fighting position to kill the bears in here. Like, I don't need to lure them to the door necessarily. I could just do it here. We've done it before. Oh, that turkey smells fucking great. Zuzi's making turkey right now. Moist. Well, he broke one of those. Go. Doesn't look like he got free. I might need to build my own fighting position there, which is kind of sus, not gonna lie. But like, we can. You just put those up, right? We'll make a couple more hatches, put them right here. Although, that seems even more sus because they can break the hatches so quickly, right? Yeah, I think we're gonna have to just get out of here. I don't know, man. Like, this is really sus. Yeah, fuck it. I'm not doing this shit right now. We'll just waste all day waiting for them to get free, and they'll never get free. Oh, he got free. Okay. Well, that's for the best. I was about to give up, but we get to pull this off now, it looks like. At least with one of the bears. I don't know if we'll do it with both, but we can pull it off with one. Yeah, well, truth is, sobriety is king. Sobriety is simply king, right? Nothing's better than it. The thing is, the measure of a person is how well they can cope with suffering, right? That's it. That's it for everybody. Like, your effectiveness in life is often dictated by how well you engage with suffering and how many parts of yourself you're willing to secede to that suffering. If none, then you're one of the best people. Like, you can handle the most turmoil. You can endure the most hardship. All people are divided into 2 categories: disciplined and pleasure seeking, right? And what's funny is that there's vicissitudes to life, ups and downs, that make us ebb and flow between those 2 states. And I think that the defining aspect of a person is how hard they try, how much they fight to stay in that disciplined zone, contrary to the pleasure-seeking zone when life gets hard, right? But God knows there have been many times in my life where I gave up. Where I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna buy a couple ounces of weed and forego discipline because fuck it. You know, I've been there. That sounds delicious, Jess. God damn. Hello, Snap. How are you doing today, bud? And it doesn't just apply to alcohol either. It applies to everything. Like, the thing is, we know now scientifically about the anterior mid-cingulate cortex. For those of you who don't know, the anterior mid-cingulate cortex, often known as the AMCC, is a part of the brain that grows bigger in those who restrain themselves and exhibit discipline and do things they don't want to do regularly, and grows smaller in those who indulge in their addictions frequently and with minimal restraint. So an interesting thing to observe is that in obese people, the AMCC is pretty much always small. Always. Because, you know, in order to be obese, you have to be a pleasure-seeking individual, right? And in drug addicts as well, very small AMCC. But if you look at people who regularly diet, people who regularly exercise, because the thing is, it only grows in size when you specifically do things you don't want to do. There's even a part of us that we want to work because we want to make money and we want to be able to, you know, it has to specifically be something that is A, optional, completely optional, and B, you don't want to do it. For a lot of people, work isn't optional, right? But when you make yourself do something you don't have to do, that you don't want to do, that's what makes it grow, you know? For a lot of people, that's refusing to pick up the bottle when life gets hard. Other people, it's fucking leg day at the gym. Other people, it's, you know, just could be anything. Anything you don't have to do, that you don't want to do, that you do anyway. Yeah, Majur, you're gonna have to speak more concisely than that. We don't know what you mean. You're kind of pissed? You got a line of pixels going out in your TV? Well, as long as it's an old TV, as long as you got a shitload of use out of it first. All right. Here we are. Red loot bag. Look at that, eh? Very encumbered though. Hang on. Oh! Go, 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 go! Holy fuck! Oh! 4 slots encumbered, and a bear actually, he squeezed out when there was still a hatch in front of there. Bro, so he phased through and tried to capitalize on my vulnerable state. That's insane. That's legit what he just tried to do. Who else had their heart sink to their belly for a second there? Oh, Zuzi's pretty busy, Judy. She's pretty busy right now. Yeah, she's making dinner. Yeah, me too, Orochi. Well, I was diagnosed with ADHD, but I don't think it's real. I think it's a fake disease. I was drugged with Ritalin between the ages of 6 and 11. I honestly don't think ADHD is real. I think it's just an excuse, you know, we all lean on it. Because I'd imagine, Orochi, if you played a video game, that would be something you wanted to do. I'd imagine if you smoked weed, that'd be something you want to do. I'd imagine if you ate delicious food, that'd be something you want to do. Right? There's plenty of things you love to do. Plenty. ADHD and autistic? No, you're not. You want to know how I know you don't have ADHD and you don't have autism? Because it was the very first thing that you said today. So in order for you to be involved in the chat and have an identity, you needed to express that you had ADHD and autism. These aren't problems that you have. It is an identity that you have created for yourself because you don't feel like you're a valid person without having something to define you like ADHD and autism. There is way more to you than these superficial made up things. You just gotta find out who you really are. Yeah, we're doing pretty good, Judy. Doing pretty good. It's like when I hear someone say that they're depressed, right? It's like depression's not real. Depression, like, it is possible to fuck yourself over if you think a lot of negative thoughts, have a lot of really bad habits, you eat like shit, you drink all the time, you smoke weed all the time. Like, depression is a self-afflicted thing. It's not something you are afflicted with. It's something that you do to yourself, you know? Everybody has the power to do intermittent fasting, to eliminate processed food from their diet, to quit the substances they are abusing every day. And if you do those things, you will be unable to be depressed. It will cease to be a possibility for your brain. Like, straight up. The right choices get the right results. If you have depression, it's because you've got to stop making the wrong choices. It's the way it is. Yeah, my mom was, you know, she's a nurse, right? She's a registered nurse. She has way too much faith in pharmaceuticals and pharmaceutical interventions. If it wasn't for me and Zuzi, she'd be on board the transitioning children train, right? It's because of us that she's not. And it's also because of my history on Ritalin that she's not, because she recognized that Ritalin was actually the root cause of a lot of my problems. Like, the ADHD was never a problem. Kids get bored in school. They don't want to sit still and hear about shit they don't care about. That's like normal human behavior, right? If you guys don't think that, okay, take your kid and sit them in front of Star Wars and film them. And then take your kid and sit them in front of algebra. And then tell me which context they're fidgeting more in. Tell me which context they're more distracted in, right? Well, you don't self-medicate, Orochi. You just, like, I drink coffee all the time. It helps me to fast, right? It suppresses my appetite, helps me to get the health benefits of fasting. And nicotine is a neuroprotective substance. A lot of people don't know this, but nicotine can actually prevent Alzheimer's and dementia in people. It's neuroprotective. It actually stimulates neural pathways. So maybe there's a part of you that you like the stimulation of caffeine. Like, the thing is, everybody drinks coffee. Everybody. It's everybody's favorite drug to abuse. It's even mine. And I tout myself as a disciplined individual, you know? But don't look at your behaviors, you know, I don't know. How do I word this? You're not self-medicating with nicotine and caffeine. You're giving yourself something that you feel you're lacking with nicotine and caffeine. I don't know. It's weird, man. Honestly, Orochi, I think all you need is to get into intermittent fasting, like, hard. When I got into fasting, everything about my brain changed. I used to have really bad anxiety. It turns out it was just because I was unhealthy. I don't believe in neurological diseases anymore. I just don't. Like Alzheimer's and dementia are now reclassified as type 3 diabetes because the link between how we eat and neurological decay has become so strong. Look it up, guys. I want all of you to go to Google and type in type 3 diabetes dementia, and it's going to show you the scientific literature these days supports the claim heavily, beyond refute, in fact, that Alzheimer's is caused by poor diets over a long enough period of time. So the order is you have pre-diabetes, right? You have insulin resistance, which leads to diabetes, which then leads to dementia. So it's like, I don't believe in neurological things that you can't cure. I just don't, right? The reason why we call it ADHD and the reason why we call it depression and call it anxiety is because if we do that and give it power, then we need the drugs that the pharmaceutical industry is selling. They want us to believe that it is a disease we can't shake off our back. Because the moment we do believe we can shake it off our back, we can cure ourselves and we don't need their drugs. They market, see, pharmaceutical industries don't market the drugs themselves. No, what they're selling you is the notion of the disease itself. They sell you the thought that depression is real. They sell you the thought that ADHD is real. But the truth is there's two kinds of people, healthy and unhealthy. And a lot of people with unhealthy habits have unhealthy consequences, chronic diseases, mental illnesses, right? What are your thoughts on that, Zeus?
I think the diseases are real, but they're not caused by the things that the pharmaceutical industry establishment says they are, and also the solutions are different.
Yeah. So you think that the diseases are real, but that the causes, they lie to us about the causes and they can be cured.
Yeah, because I don't think that there's anything wrong with acknowledging I have this and this disease, because then you identify the problem, you name it by its proper name, you also know what to do about it. But the lie ultimately is that a lot have a natural solution.
Yeah. Actually, Orochi, eating one large meal a day is the healthiest way you can eat. But it depends on what you eat. Like if you eat pizza or bread or pasta, then it's terrible. It's fucking terrible, right? But if you eat eggs or meat or just regular vegetables, then it's great. One meal a day is one of the healthiest habits a person can have. And there's a lot of scientific literature to back that up.
The trick really is just span. Because thin people, a lot of thin people, they used to one sitting. But the intermittent fasting aspect is the important.
Yeah. Loneliness is a heavy burden, Joshua, but before I met Zuzi, before I met Zuzi, I wanted to be healthy. Like, I had the wrong notions about what healthiness was, though. I was making, like, fruit smoothies, right? I was giving myself a blood sugar spike regularly and calling it a healthy habit. So I still had the will to want to be healthy. I still had the will to want to improve my life. It's just I went about it in all the wrong ways. I didn't have the proper information, you know? Yeah, bread's no good, buddy. Bread is highly processed. The wheat is enriched and bleached. Typically, the flour is typically bleached if you're buying store-bought bread. And there's a byproduct of eating things that are high in carbohydrates where your blood sugar spikes, which makes your brain feel good, and people get addicted to blood sugar spikes. So this happens with sugar. This happens with carbs. People actually get addicted to blood sugar spikes, which means you get addicted, in essence, to eating bread, addicted to eating sugar, addicted to eating pasta, addicted to eating pizza, addicted to eating anything with a high carbohydrate content. No, it doesn't, Lee. It puts your body, it slowly transitions you into a ketosis state. It basically, like, you can achieve fat adaptation. It doesn't put your body into starvation mode if you get the right amount of calories at all. The thing is, look at the fucking size of me, buddy. I'm ripped. I'm fine. I always eat 1 meal a day. And I have the energy to get up and train all the time. I get up first thing in the morning. For the past 56 days, I've gotten up in the morning, taken a cold shower, and I've either meditated or shadow boxed. For the past 56 days. And I'm typically eating 1 meal a day.
You're not. You're not eating 1 meal a day. Oftentimes you have
Oftentimes I do.
Often you have a lunch and then you have
Well, yeah, but a lot of the time, I do 1 meal a day. It really comes, like, what he's saying is that if you do 1 meal a day, you regularly enter starvation mode.
Yeah, no, for losing weight. It's good for losing weight. If you don't need to lose weight, 2 meals a day is fine within a fasting window.
Yeah, 2 meals a day is fine. Well, more so, it depends on what you eat.
To be too. It's not, it doesn't have to be one shoe fits all. The fasting is important. That's the main part. Many, there's lots of different ways to fast, and different people do well with different. Some people do better when they eat earlier in the day and then they fast the rest of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, Lee. I'm not buying that, buddy. I'm not buying it. Because honestly, if you would have looked up carnivore diet on Google fairly recently, carnivore diet leads to digestive issues, cardiovascular health See, I Googled the carnivore diet and it says that it leads to elevated cholesterol levels and the risk of heart disease because of the high saturated fat content. That's been debunked by scientific studies already, right? That's associated with trans fats, not saturated fats. So it's just, mainstream information you can't trust anymore. And whether or not 1 meal a day is bad for you depends on whether or not you're A, getting the calories that you need in that 1 meal, and B, whether or not you're getting the nutrients that you need in that 1 meal. I mean, if you eat 1 meal a day and all you have is fucking bread, yeah, it's fucking terrible. You're gonna die if you do that for a year. But if you just load up on like fucking 12 eggs, you're good. We got a second red loot bag. I'm gonna sell that book. Read those. Super corn, I'm not really interested in. We're just gonna sell that schematic. All right, let's mark this box. You have had a dietitian for a long time, Lee, but the simple truth is a lot of people in the medical profession, like, they're not actually taught what's going to help. What? Yeah, it's true. I don't know, but I am never going to believe that 1 meal a day is a net negative, that it's unhealthy, because that's how people lived for the longest time. Okay, like, the simple truth is, when you fast, your likelihood of a ton of chronic diseases goes down. Your cancer risk goes down. Your mental illness goes down. Your blood pressure problems go down. Plain and simple. A lot of the big time problems that like obesity risk goes down, right? too many problems go down in frequency when people fast more. So it's like, I mean, you know, it's just, it's a boogeyman. To say that 1 meal a day is a net negative is a boogeyman.
It depends on the person. My stance on that is it depends entirely on the person. Well, on it, others might.
Okay, we got a recog for Horde Night. I'm not buying it, Lee. I'm not buying it. All right, let's do this clear. Should be relatively fast. It's only the Motel 7. The benefit of OMAD, Mr. Fuzzyhead, is that you spend more time in the fasting state. Okay, so when you fast, when you go a long period of time without eating, your body has two states. One is called anabolic, the other is called catabolic. When you are in an anabolic state, that means that your body is stockpiling, right? So let's say you eat protein, carbs, or sugar. Your body is going to enter the anabolic state where it converts those things into glucose and stores it in your body. This is the fat tissue in your body, right? It essentially stores glucose in your cells to burn as energy for later. When you fast and you haven't eaten for a little while, then you enter the catabolic state, which is essentially the state where you live off of what's in your body instead of storing, you're consuming, right? So the benefit to 1 meal a day, especially for fat people, is that they're going to spend more time burning what their body has than adding to what their body has. And here's the thing, if you eat carbs or sugar, then you're going to spend like 5 to 8 hours locked in an anabolic state. The thing with these bodily states is that they're mutually exclusive. So if you're in an anabolic state, you can't be catabolic, and vice versa. Right? So in order for you to be burning the fat in your body, you can't be storing the fat in your body. And in order to not store fat in your body, you have to avoid eating carbs and sugar for some time, like 5 to 8 hours, right? So if somebody, for example, if they eat bread, plain and simple, they're going to be locked out of the benefits of fasting for at least 5 hours, right? So if your feeding window is 8 hours, and you eat at the beginning of that 8 hours and at the end, and you had carbs both times, then not only were you not catabolic for the 8 hour window, but you proceed to not be catabolic for like 5 to 8 hours after that window. So your 8 and 16 could actually be more like 13 and 13, or even 16 and 8, right? Like 13 and 11 or whatever. Of course it's hard, Orochi, but like I said, you know, the AMCC is the latest hot topic in neuroscience. If you want to get better at resisting temptations, you have to make yourself resist them. It's the only way. If you want your muscles to be stronger, you have to make them hurt. If you want your brain to be stronger, you have to deprive it of pleasure. It's the way it goes, buddy. Yeah, that's true, Alden. When you have a cortisol spike, that can actually make you, I think, doesn't cortisol cause a blood sugar spike? Like a tiny one? It's possible that having a cortisol in your system might lock you out of the catabolic bodily state.
Body can't properly burn fat.
If you have high cortisol, then your body can't properly burn fat.
That's, I think.
However, it's worth noting that high cortisol is probably like extreme stress, because even our, oh, what do you call it? Even our adrenal glands are designed to combat extreme things like famine. Like, the body is designed to withstand some cortisol and still function properly, so...
But that would be the point, wouldn't it? That if you're starving, then your body is trying to hold on to all the fat it has, because if you're starving, then you don't want to die of starvation. Right? So your body wouldn't want to lose the fat and the muscles if you want to hold them.
Well, your body wants to hold on to the muscles because you need the muscles to hunt. And it would burn the fat instead. I agree, Lee. I agree. Yeah, breakfast is the most important meal to skip every day. Because the thing is, even if somebody eats bread right before they go to bed, you slept for 8 hours, at least on a good night, right? So that means that your body will be in a catabolic state when you wake up. And if you can extend that catabolic state, then that's just pure health gains for the day. I would. Yeah, Orochi. Okay. There's a few creators on YouTube that you can actually look at to get a whole bunch of information about fasting, cold showers, the ketogenic diet, the carnivore diet. They also offer like nutritional information, like regarding vitamin D, omega-3s, you know, all kinds of shit. So here are the channels, okay? There's one called Dr. Eric Berg, Ericberg. He's a great one. Another one is Dr. Sten Ekberg. And then there's another channel called High Intensity Health with a guy named Mike. And on top of that, if you start watching those, then you're going to get more recommendations from others in their sort of sphere, right? But if you watch Eric Berg and Sten Ekberg, Stenekberg, Sten Ekberg. If you watch them, then you'll start to receive more information from people in that similar vein in your feed. Oh, Ekberg, Sten Ekberg with a K. Ekberg. Yeah, buddy. And I do agree, Lee, that if you're gonna do one meal a day, you kind of want to eat your meal earlier, like 5 or 6. Because you want to have time to like enter that catabolic state before sleep. And honestly, I feel like one meal a day is what makes it okay to eat bread and shit, right? Because think about it. If you have an 8-hour feeding window, like I explained before, right? If you eat bread at the beginning of your 8-hour window and then you also eat bread at the end of it, then that locks you out of catabolic bodily state for like 13 hours minimum, right? But if you only eat one meal a day and you have like 3 pieces of bread, 2 pork chops, maybe 3 eggs, and then some vegetables, like you get to gorge and you get your caloric need, you get all the nutrients you want, and then it's all contained to that one meal. So you break your fast with that meal, and then in a maximum of 8 hours after, you enter the catabolic state again, and that's the maximum. If you just don't eat bread during that meal, right? If you don't eat like a high carbohydrate thing, you could be returned to a catabolic state in as little as like 3 hours, you know? Sounds good, Orochi. That's what I like to hear, buddy. The thing is, like, everybody, you know, there's 2 kinds of people in the world today. There's the people who talk about all the diseases and problems that they have, and then there's the people who talk about all of the solutions and practices that they're trying to fix one problem after the other, right? One problem after the other. A lot of people have regular joint pain. They don't realize that the joint pain they have is often a result of what they're eating, like damaging seed oils, right? Sunflower oil, canola oil, rapeseed oil, all of those things are horrible for people, literally poison. It's literally poison for the body. It causes joint pain, muscle cramps, digestive issues, all sorts of problems, right? Even hormonal imbalances. So a lot of people's problems can be boiled down to what they choose to eat all the time. And surprisingly, how often they choose to eat all the time. I get you, Lee. Well, I mean, you wouldn't, right? You wouldn't eat a bunch of bread. I'm just saying for a normie, right? You wouldn't eat a bunch of bread because you're type 1 diabetic and you monitor your blood sugar pretty carefully. But for a normal person, if they ate like 3 times in that 8-hour window and they had carbs or sugar in the tail end of it, right? Then that would set them back like for at least a few hours at the end of their window, possibly more. Oh, olive oil is dope. So Orochi, if you want a good type of oil, there's a few. There's avocado oil, coconut oil, and olive oil, right? If you use one of those are the good ones that aren't poisonous. Okay, here we go. Let's do this clear. Ultimately, I agree that it is best for people that they have an abundance of food, but I think it's always bad for people to eat multiple times a day. I personally think that one meal a day probably benefits 95% of people. There might be some rare medical exceptions, but one meal a day is like a net positive for health, right? Especially if you have a balanced diet that's nutritious, that eliminates things like processed food and bread and pasta and all that garbage food, right? Like straight up, if you do one meal a day and all you eat at the end of the day is like 2 steaks, bro, you're flying. You're flying. But who the hell out here can afford steaks, right? That's generally why we eat things like bread, is because bread is cheap. It's a mass-produced garbage food, similar to like GMO corn, right? All right, let's eat some of this. Wait. I won't eat the charred meat yet. We should try to finish this job and we can get out of here. And drink some water after we've hydrated. Yo, there's another fucking wall safe in here. There's 2. Also, 2 functioning vending machines here, which I have to mark. Electrical trap book. Yeah, there's a culture of victimhood today where people like to talk more about their problems than their solutions, and I think that the most defining attribute of a person is just what they do to fix it, if they do anything to fix it, because most people are content to just suffer their problems and never do anything about them, so that they can talk to their friends about how hard their lives are and get brownie points for essentially not doing anything hard, for not disciplining themselves against their issues. And now it's gotten to a point where we have fat people telling doctors that they can't use the term obese and they can't address their bodily weight when addressing their health concerns. Ketogenic diet, Eric Berg. That's right, buddy. Yeah. It's wonderful that you're looking that up, by the way. A lot of people, you know, they get met with this sort of conversation, these talking points, and they just get bitter. They get bitter and pissed off because I'm taking away their excuses, right? But Orochi, it is fucking awesome that you're actually looking into this stuff right now. Because that does prove that you are very different from other people. Most people reject information that could help them because they value their victimhood more. They value their victim brownie points more, right? We're all out of the Ozempic. Take the Lizzo, yeah. All right, let's eat the chicken soup and the meat stew that we got. That's great. A wonderful grab right there. The job is done. I didn't loot this place very thoroughly, but we kind of don't need to. We're okay. Let's drop down here. I will grab the cloth because we don't have that much cloth. So we'll go room by room and we'll grab only the most important shit. Dustin, the new update is out for the public. Yeah, you can play it. It's just in the experimental version right now. So what you have to do if you want to play it, Dustin, are you on PC or console? If you're on PC, then go to your Steam library, right click on 7 Days to Die, go down to properties and click it. And then you're going to go to the betas tab. From there, you'll be able to opt into the latest experimental build, which is 2.0. If you're on console, you're shit out of luck. You're gonna have to wait until it comes out for console. But if you're on PC, you could play it right now. 100%. And there's also complications involved. Lee is right to regulate me on this because I tend to be quite a fanatic when it comes to this stuff. He's right to do it. There are exceptions and things for certain people that make it so that OMAD might not be the best thing. Same with keto and carnivore. It turns out that women with their periods, with their cycle, they actually need, I think it's progesterone. Apparently if a woman does too much fasting and too much keto during a certain part of her like monthly cycle, she'll produce less progesterone. What's up with that?
Keto's fine. Carnivore is there's lots of women that do fine on it, but there's some research that shows that it's better to eat carbs, or that it's okay to eat carbs in order to have a hormonal balance.
At what time?
Well, towards the cycle of the periods,
which would be
when the bleeding happens.
Before it or after it, or? Okay, so Zuzi said that there's research to show that women are well advised to allow themselves some carbs. Fasting's okay, she said, but women should allow themselves to have more carbs before their period so that it allows for stable hormones throughout the period week. And then when the period week is over, you go back to your OMAD, you go back to your keto, you're like low carb, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you have people like Michaela Peterson who just does carnivore all the time. and apparently she's perfectly fine and has been for years.
Yeah. Does she do keto and OMAD? Or carnivore and OMAD?
She just does carnivore. You don't have to.
She doesn't do OMAD, yeah. Michaela Peterson is a really good case study for the health benefits of the carnivore diet, because she used to have all sorts of health problems. Like, she had arthritis in a bunch of her joints by the time, like, she was a baby. When she was a baby, she had arthritis. She had to have a bunch of joint replacements. She had a hip replacement when, like, before she was an adult. But when she stopped eating vegetables and stopped, you know, she's an extreme case because different genetics respond to different foods differently. Vegetables are fine for most people, but there are some people where their DNA sequence actually reacts violently and horribly to vegetables. So just by cutting out everything except for beef, she was able to fix her arthritis, and she now has no health problems. Like, more or less. She has a healthy daughter. Like, she's doing fine. Oh, Carl, yeah, this is definitely worth playing. They did a good job with the update. They cooked, buddy. Okay. Motel 7 job is done. Let's loot around here. Yeah, Lee, I would honestly, the only thing I had a problem with was when you said that OMAD was like dangerous or in some way, you know, because you personally, if you were looking at the average American, the average Walmart American, let's say, would you recommend they eat twice a day or do OMAD, right? Because we have like, what, 85% obesity in North America? It's crazy, buddy, right? I feel like most people should go radical OMAD in North America, at least. And honestly, obesity is a big problem in Europe too. Not nearly as bad, like, but they have very bread heavy diets, right? A lot of carbo dependence, very bread heavy. What?
You have places like France and Italy where bread and pasta and wine has been their diet and the staple forever. I don't think it's carbs used to be perfectly fine. It's just that now the processing has changed, the nutrition value has changed. Now we have so many more chemicals added to the food, and all of the pharmaceutical interventions are no longer able to.
We'd need more data on how often they eat the bread, though, because there's some people in Europe where they have bread for every single meal, like 3 meals a day.
Now it's becoming a problem. But in the past, historically speaking, bread and pasta, they originated there.
Well, it's because we didn't have office jobs back then. People moved all the time.
From obesity back then.
Yeah. Yo, we got another fucking Forge Ahead book. I don't even have that second point in advanced engineering yet. That's crazy. Yeah, that is true, Lee. Oh god, if someone told me to eat once a day when I was like in my early 20s, I would have been like, are you fucking crazy? Because everybody thinks by default that it's healthy to eat multiple times a day. Like, the amount of medical misinformation out there is staggering. Like, I might not know everything about who OMAD is right for, who keto is right for, who carnivore is right for, but at least I'm telling them to do that stuff instead of telling them, like, well, eat bread 3 times a day, you know? Breakfast, most important meal of the day. Eat your cereal. It's got a lot of vitamins, synthetic vitamins artificially put in there, you know? I feel like if we're looking at degrees of the danger of misinformation with food, I'm like a 1 on that scale. Because at the very least, I'm telling people to do things where if you do fasting, it's gonna be good for you to some extent. But there's no, like, if you tell someone to eat cereal, there's no extent of eating cereal that will ever be good for them. Same with eating, like, store-bought bread that hasn't been baked that day, right? Like packaged bread.
You know what's really important?
What?
Just staying humble and accepting that you don't know everything there is to know. And that's why it's good that we have those channels like Dr. Berg and Edgar.
I agree.
You can always point people to, and you can point out, I'm not a medical professional, but these are. So go ahead and check them out.
Yeah.
And it will be good for you.
Indeed.
Because people usually look for this sort of information when they've reached a point where they're desperate, in pain, and have nowhere else to go.
Thank you for saying that, Lee. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, that's, yeah. It just depends on the doctor. It totally depends on the doctor. So many of them drank the Kool-Aid. So many of them believe in the misinformation. I hate using that word. I think we all have like this negative connotation toward the word misinformation ever since the pandemic. But when I look at misinformation, I look at like the claim that saturated fat causes heart attacks, right? From what we know now, that couldn't be further from the truth. It's in fact high sugar and carb diets, which leave a lot of plaque in the arteries, which causes that, right? Because, see, this is what's really special about it, is that they now know that dementia is type 3 diabetes. And the reason why that happens is because when you frequently eat carbs and sugar and you frequently have blood sugar spikes, the sugar content in your blood causes a buildup of plaque in your arteries and in your brain. That constant buildup of plaque from eating too much bread, too much sugar too often is what causes neurological degeneration, right? And in the same vein, it's the buildup of plaque in your arteries that causes heart attacks. And we know now that frequent blood sugar spikes too often, it basically causes like long-term plaque buildup and toxicity in your arteries, ventricles, and your brain, right?
Seed oils.
Seed oils are fucking nightmare, yeah. It's just crazy how... I remember I was watching a video that Sten Ekberg made, and he said that the food guidelines that were released by the FDA could not have been more deadly, even if it was their intent to make them as deadly as possible. He basically said that they gave the worst advice they possibly could have, and that even if they tried to give worse advice for the food guidelines, they couldn't have managed to do it. It was already at net zero. Like, that's crazy. It makes me believe that they were trying to sicken the population. I don't think there's anything else reasonable that can be believed. I think that their goal was to sicken and weaken the population to stimulate pharmaceutical dependence and sell as many drugs as possible. You have faith, Judy? Well, that's damn good. Yeah, we all want to be helpful, Judy, and I think that if you're willing to lend an ear to people who are hurting, then that is great, sister. That is great. All right, let's eat up a little bit. I can eat 3 of these, and then we gotta go take a drink. Let's go try to get another job done today. We'll have 5 tier points completed, and we'll try, if we can, to do like a couple of fetches. Really quick jobs where we just grab the bag, grab the stash, and get out. I feel like we need that. We're kind of falling behind here. $98.5 is a good damn number. It might not be good for you drinking that much coffee, but coffee is valuable because it suppresses your appetite. So we have to look at something very specific, Judy. If coffee suppresses your appetite and it makes it easier to fast, then what if the health benefits of fasting outweigh the damage the coffee causes, right? Like, that's how I look at it, at least. If coffee is bad, now I happen to believe coffee is neuroprotective. It stimulates the brain, right? It engages, it fires up neurons. I think that because coffee makes it easier to fast, it might actually be a net positive if you fast. But Judy, you are right that coffee is very bad for people if they put milk, cream, or sugar in their coffee, because those things will break their fast and lock them out of the benefits of fasting. But I drink black coffee, right? I happen to think black coffee is a net positive. I don't put sugar in it, don't put cream in it, don't put milk in it, right? Also, if you guys ever drink milk, make sure that you're drinking milk in a cardboard container rather than a plastic one. Okay? Microplastics are a big issue these days.
If you will, look here, boys. We got ourselves a real-life hero.
I'll take the
Now,
7.62
he wants
ammo.
to be paid.
We do have a fetch at
It's a
Hog's
deal.
Foot Village, but it is
Disappoint
quite
me,
far. Let's get
you'll
over
find
there.
yourself on the
Oh, I have to
wrong
sell.
end of a rope. Let's get this over with. You cheap-ass son of a bitch. That's all you're gonna buy?
From 10 hobo stews to charred meat. Yeah, very true, buddy. But you know what, Icy? We have a water filter. Isn't that sick? We got a water purifier day one, buddy. We're flying. We're doing good. I gotta make sure I grab some bones, actually. I need to repair my knife. Looking at it now. Yo, I just looted a fucking engine. That's sick. Alright. I don't even want to kill these crawlers. That's tedious. We'll get them all bleeding and then we'll fight the chick nearby, I guess. Shitty part is, this is a lot of experience. You kill all these crawlers, you're probably looking at 2,000 DXP. Here, I can speed it up a little. Okay. Oh, Starbucks? Well, it depends on what you get in that coffee at Starbucks. If it's black, then there's probably nothing wrong with it. I agree, Carl. Well, coffee is... It's the most commonly abused drug in the world. It is. It's a drug, right? It changes the brain. People get addicted to it. However, I do think that the vast majority of the health problems with coffee go away when you don't put sugar, cream, or milk into it. Because at that point, it's just a fasting aid, right? At that point, it's really just like a strong tea. However, even tea has its drawbacks, like pesticides used to grow the tea, like pesticides used to grow mangoes that are put in a tea, right? They bleach the bags. Yeah, there's some risks with tea. You can even break your fast if you drink like a mango green tea, then the mango is gonna break your fast. Coffee makes you poop. Oh god, Orochi. Okay, the first thing you can do to help yourself is stop drinking those energy drinks. That's horrible, buddy. If you want to save yourself and your step one could be like quitting those energy drinks. Step 1, quit the energy drinks. Like, that's my recommendation to you. That's your step 1 if you want to improve your life. Quit those energy drinks. Wow, Carl, you actually believe that about Trump? That he's a delusional wanker? I hope not, buddy. Trump is doing great things for the United States. It can't be denied. He's doing a wonderful job. He's fulfilling every promise that he made to all of his voters. So, like, I don't know, buddy. I'll debate you on Trump all day. Yes, Aroach, even the mayo. Honestly, my recommendation to you is to just make friends with black coffee. Just make friends with black coffee. No, black coffee doesn't do anybody wrong. What is Mio, Lee? Oh, Carl. Okay, you were being a sleeper agent. I actually respect that. Thank you. Right on. Yeah, what is Mio? Hang on. Mio energy drink. Well, it might actually break your fast if you drink Mio instead. So I would recommend black coffee. Black coffee is proven to not break a fast. Same, Carl, same. However, Lee, if it's sugar-free, what's in it? Because there's flavors, right? Let me look this up. Mio grape ingredients. Mio grape flavored enhancer primarily contains water, citric acid, natural flavor. If it says natural flavor, that's not natural. A blend of sweeteners like sucralose and acesulfame potassium. That's not okay. That is not okay. Synthetic sweeteners are never okay. Like, let's look up sucralose. Sucralose is a 0-calorie artificial sweetener, 600 times sweeter than sugar, so it's extremely addictive, just like aspartame. It is made by modifying the chemical structure of sugar. While generally recognized as safe by the FDA, studies suggest potential negative impacts on gut health and blood sugar regulation. So I'm sorry to tell you, buddy, but Mio, totally not safe. Generally recognized as safe, Zuzi and I did a video on that. It's actually on the homepage of my channel. The FDA left a back door for food companies. If they produce a new ingredient, they can classify it as generally recognized as safe so that they don't have to do any safety studies for it. None. True story. All you have to do is hire an expert to say it's safe. And nobody fact checks the expert. No studies are done on the ingredient. So honestly, Aroach, the best thing you could do, if your goal is to get healthier, mentally stronger, and cultivate your best self, black coffee, buddy. That's it. I can actually double dip this loot stash, because technically, it's outside. Let's go get it. And if I go up to this window, I could get that crate. Yeah, right here. Fuck yeah. Yeah, aspartame, bee husker. So, Carl, you actually don't like Trump? Or are you just being pure sarcastic? You should clarify, because we all know that Trump is basically the best thing that's happened to the United States for 30 years. So, I mean, if you know, yeah, you should clarify if you're being sarcastic. Oh, totally B Husker. Yeah, RFK Jr. was one of the main reasons I wanted people to vote for Trump. One of the main reasons. Here we go. Let's get up here and grab this shit. The supplies are literally right through this window, and I can get the whole loot stash too without killing a single zombie. Hogsfoot Village is one of the best smash and grabs in the game, boys. All right, let's go get that stash over there. Okay, Carl. If you're gonna be a whiny little immature bitch, then I have to put you on timeout. Okay, like the 5-year-old you are. So we'll see you tomorrow. Okay? Timeout for 24 hours. Farewell, buddy. Rotten hell, you tramp. That's quite a thing to say to somebody, eh? Yeah, Trump derangement syndrome is everywhere. Yesterday, when Zuzi and I were at that restaurant just eating our chicken wings, there was a musician playing who had a song where the whole point to the song was calling people who voted for Trump stupid. Whoa! Bro, I just got a boulder thrown at me. What the fuck? Did you guys see that? Holy shit, what is he doing there? Oh, I'm near the snow biome. Bro.
Run an octopus, don't run straight so he can snipe you.
Freedom of speech is one thing, but popping in to say that, you know, go, like, what did he say? Rot in hell, you tramp. When someone like that is talking, you gotta just get rid of them to maintain the social cohesion. Everybody can be respectful. It takes nothing. It takes nothing to simply be respectful. A toddler could do it. Well, a well-socialized toddler with involved parents, I suppose. I almost got fucking yeeted by a boulder, buddy. Yeah, basically, Lee, the last thing that he said was rot in hell, you tramp. It was amazing. Like, what did Trump campaign on? He campaigned on getting illegal immigrants out of the country. He's now doing that. He campaigned on eliminating waste and fraud in the government. He's done that. He continues to do that. Doge continues to do that. He campaigned on correcting the food standard. RFK is doing that. Like, simple truth is, Trump is turning out to be the most honest politician in the history of the country. And people are so blind to it because they've been radicalized by mainstream media into saying orange man rapist bad. Like, they just don't think. Using freedom of speech to verbally assault people is ridiculous. I agree. Yeah, I agree. The thing is, like, men generally have an unspoken rule where it's like, if you talk shit to me, I'll punch you in the face, right? And it's like, we maintain that respect because we know what we're capable of doing to each other. I feel like what Mike Tyson said it. The internet has made a lot of people really comfortable saying things that would get them punched in the face, you know? This is a strange place to crash out on about Trump, yeah. Well, I feel like he came here because he knew that we were on the bandwagon, right? He probably came here for that reason.
If you wanted, you can't say I'm not surprised. Good luck, kid. You want something?
All right, we're good. Does he have anything else that I'd like to buy? I doubt it, but we'll take a look. We'll peruse his stock. I don't think so. I think we're all right now. Let's get out of here.
You wouldn't want to.
Sugar butts. I'll buy that. Now we have a sugar butts and an awesome sauce. I love the way, well, B Husker, I kind of do it I like to do it the Asmongold way, where you bring to everybody's attention what the guy is saying, and you pick it apart, dismantle it, call him an idiot, and then ban him, right? Except I don't ban them, I put them on timeout so that they can do it again the next day, and give me engagement by getting everybody talking, you know? Well, we managed to heal after getting a fucking boulder thrown at our face. Let's make level 4 armor. I just need a bunch of plant fibers. Okay, we're good. We're gonna make better armor to try and ensure that we don't get fucking yeeted by a boulder. I like to think that that boulder throw was the gods evaluating me, evaluating my conduct for the day, and deciding that I was worthy of continuing to live, you know? I like to look at it that way. Like, I debated a little bit about diet, nutrition, and health. I debated a little bit about Trump. And I conducted myself in a manner that the gods deemed worthy of sparing. Like, okay. Green light. I hope so. Anyway, we no longer need to, well, I guess I should carry the torch. We might want to place it down as a placeable light source so that we can fight. Okay, cloth, plant fibers, and wood. I'm now going to have an entire suit of level 4 armor. Oh, don't want to get rid of that. We need our water purifier. All right, there we go. We now have a significantly higher armor rating than we had before. I don't know what special zombies are in the wasteland. It might be those booger guys who shoot the radioactive balls, Jesper. I happen to think, Mr. Fuzzyhead, that the problems we have in North America is the rampant inflation, government corruption, corporate collusion with people in positions of power. For example, right, during the pandemic, 80% of Congress in the United States had stocks in pharmaceutical companies. So they profited directly from the rollout of the vaccines, but also the social stigmatization of the unvaccinated and the mandating of vaccines through the firing of everybody who refused them. So like politicians benefited directly from the tyrannical mandates, the violation of the Nuremberg Code, right? Forcing everybody to get vaccinated under threat of firing them, which is basically starvation, homelessness for them and their entire families, right? I think that another big problem in North America is the food standard. I think that we're all being systematically poisoned by processed foods so that pharmaceutical companies can profit off it. And I think that the food companies obviously benefit from it, right? The FDA, all the wages and salaries for people who work at the FDA are paid by pharmaceutical and food companies. So that's a huge conflict of interest right there, right? Yeah, honestly, Mr. Fuzzyhead, as long as you think that, as long as you believe in corporate political corruption and you believe that we need to drain the swamp in government and you believe that Trump is doing a decent job, you know, then that's it, buddy, right? That's it. And inflation is really bad, especially here in Canada. Young people can't buy a house anymore. They just can't. And it's because of boomers who kept on house flipping for generations, right? The only people who can afford a house in Canada now are boomers. It's fucking crazy. And what's funny is it's the same boomers who voted in Carney instead of Pierre Poilievre so that Carney could stand up to Trump. Fucking retarded, right? Boomers are just dooming younger generations in their delusion. And one thing I find really funny is that everything that our parents were worried video games would do to us is what television is now doing to boomers and Gen Xers. They just watch mainstream media like blind little sheep. They absorb all the narratives. They let the TV do the thinking for them. And it's young people who are able to more generally think critically about important issues, interpret information rather than believing it. Right? It's just funny how that works out. Agreed, Orochi. Agreed, buddy. You think Joshua Noble just had a mental break? What are you talking about? No, Joshua is totally, I think he's making sense. He's totally making sense. Basically what Joshua was talking about is I think he's talking about the fallibility inherent to mortgages, right? Like if a young person gets a loan on a house, I think he's talking about that, right? The inability for young people to own property these days. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Joshua's making sense. I think he's talking about the collapsed housing market and the outrageous rent prices these days. Let me know how close I am to the mark, Joshua. Very truly. Yeah, you understand the game. You understand the game. That's why they manufactured the worsened inflation, right? That's why I think the war in Ukraine isn't even an actual war. I think it's just a bunch of world leaders in the Economic Forum engaging in political theater, and then every North American and European country sends all of their money to Ukraine, worsens inflation for their own populations, and then those populations are less likely to revolt because they're bending over backwards just so they can survive. And I think the pandemic was step one in that plan. Because remember, it went pandemic and then war with Russia, right? In rapid succession. So I actually think that the goal of the pandemic and the war with Russia, it was all orchestrated to induce poverty, extreme poverty, and extreme inflation in European and North American countries. I appreciate that, Achilles. I appreciate that. My ego loves what you just said. You made me feel like fucking Moses on the Sermon of the Mount or whatever. Sorry, babe. She yells from the kitchen. That's blasphemous. Let's just play, bro. I feel you, Joey. I feel you, buddy. All right, let's go do something. Let's go do a quest. We can do Poopy Pants Daycare, and hopefully we'll be done by nighttime. Right now, we have 6 out of 10 tier points. This quest makes 7. I feel you, Joey. I feel you, buddy. I get you. I get you. We're all here to have fun. Me too. It's just there's a part of me that has fun talking about this stuff, right? How do updates and patches work? You haven't played in years, so if you have a world, you probably should restart. Yeah, start a new playthrough and just experience the whole game fresh and new. Yeah, I highly recommend that course of action, Nathaniel. God damn, Lee. I'm happy that you're getting EI. I don't understand the rest though. What's ERI and CERB? I don't know what those are. I feel very uninformed. The government paid you to stay home and then charged you for it later. I see. Oh, was CERB like the relief benefit during the pandemic type thing? Is that what CERB was? All right. What the fuck is Asabi's element? Good to see you, buddy. Oh, dead meat? I 100% agree. I 100% agree. Okay? But here's the thing. Okay, follow me here. This is gonna sound weird, but follow me. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the coup of 2014, where the current government was overthrown and they installed a Western sympathetic dictator in the form of Zelensky, right? I agree. But I think the reason why they did that was so that they could then talk to NATO from Ukraine at a strategic moment and start the war with Russia. Because way back in 2006, Putin said, in no uncertain terms, that if Ukraine ever speaks to NATO about joining it, I will invade Ukraine. So they knew this already. So there was the coup in 2014 in Ukraine. A Western sympathetic dictator was installed there, and they knew, okay, we need to make inflation worse now. People are rising up in revolt against our globalist agenda in Europe and North America. So we need to impoverish them so that they're less likely to revolt against us. We need to start war with Russia. So we need to get NATO to start talking with Ukraine, which we can now do because we installed Zelensky back in 2014, right? The pandemic and the war happened in rapid succession, and I think it was by design so that they could ramp up inflation all over Europe and North America and make us less likely to revolt because all of our energy has to go toward basic survival. Hello again, Jess. How are you doing? And Element, how are you doing, buddy? It's good to see you. It's really good to see you again. It's been a hot minute. I hope you're doing well. Let's try to get this clear done as quickly as possible. I really can't afford to loot too much. At least not until the place is cleared. Oh, we got a dog. Time to go loud. All right, we got it. If you ever got a dog, it's just one magazine. Just empty a magazine into him, go for as many headshots as possible. The vast majority can be body shots and you'll still bring it down, even on insane difficulty. I do want to loot this place, but I have to do it, like, relatively safely, so we're gonna clear it first and loot it later. First aid bandage. Shit. Okay. Now we just have Big Mama left. Let's use a bandage. Pretty low on health. I'm doing good, Element. I'm doing good, buddy. Hell yeah. Well, the shitty part is, I'm pretty sure in Canada, with the way the banks are set up, if you have the cash to buy a house outright, you're not actually allowed. They force you to take out a mortgage. Now, you can take out the shortest mortgage possible, but you're not allowed to just be like, okay, I have 700 grand, give me this house. I just want to start paying property taxes and that's it. They actually force you into a mortgage. All right, we have a skill point to spend. Do more damage to coal and burnt wood. Did I see what, Element? We're close to seeing Undead Legacy out? Really? I hope so. Fuck, I've been waiting forever for that, man. That's really great news, Element. I hope it's true. Oh, a lot of sellers are weary, so they make you go through a bank. Well, just remember, boys, we are all conditioned to fight each other over matters of race and gender and all this bullshit, when really there's only two factions that matter. The super wealthy and the normal, right? We're all in that normal category, right? And the reason why we are supercharged by mainstream media into fighting each other on the fronts of abortion and race and sex and gender and LGBT, it's just so that we'll spend more time fighting each other than we will rising in revolt against the government and the banks that do it to us, right? Class war is the only real war in the end. Everything else is a facade. And even though I support a lot of the shit Trump does, like 100%, I'm still skeptical. I still worry that he might be on Epstein's flight log, for example, right? I still have like the healthy level of fear where it's like, trust him as far as I can throw him type thing. On the surface, he looks like the best, but I'm always thinking what's beneath the surface, because you can't always see the truth about somebody by looking at them. So like, yeah. Just remember, guys, the housing market is failing. It is a deck that is stacked against all of us, and largely, it's kind of boomers and banks who have done that to us. I'm really glad that you've taken to the community, Orochi. I'm really glad, buddy. I'm happy you're here. You seem to be a very open-minded individual. Anybody else, if I said, like, ADHD is fake and autism is fake and it's, you know, whatever, it's caused by, like, diet and whatever, they would have got really pissed. They would have called me an idiot. They would have stormed off. I admire how you handled that. I fucking admire how you handled that. And I have no doubt in my mind, if you apply yourself toward this new information, right, you could have a completely different life within a month. Completely different. Perhaps even sooner. So God bless you. And give it your best. Put your best foot forward. Achilles, thank you, buddy. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. God bless. Frederico, welcome to the pack, my friend. Well, Joshua, just be kind, right? The thing is, most people, look, it's kind, remember, Joshua, you're a Christian, and using the fact that you were able to pay cash on your mortgage to look down on other people is not becoming, right? You know that. The simple truth is most people don't have the means. Like, what else is he supposed to do? If he wants a house, he has to go through the banks. He has to get a mortgage. He's got to get the loan. Like, most people, that's their only option, right? So just reel it in, buddy. Reel it in, dial it back, bring yourself closer to God. And I pray that in the future, when I'm being a fuck, you're going to do the same for me. You're going to tell me to dial it back. You know, consider the other side, because God knows very often I fuck that up and I talk out of my ass like a dick. ADHD, Daniel? It's a figment of many imaginations. And I agree, Joshua, I agree. Avoid debt at all costs. Because honestly, it kind of ends up burying people in something that they can't escape. It's just for most people, debt is a foregone conclusion. It's what they have to do in order to pretend like they own something. The thing is, if people want a house, they need debt. They need a mortgage, right? It's... Yeah, well... That's okay, Joshua. That's, you know, admitting that you've been pissed off is the first step, buddy. Just reel it in. We're cool, buddy. We're cool. You and Fuzzyhead, you guys have more in common than you have in differences. Just hang on to that. I suspect if you tear down everything else, you guys have very closely aligned values. I'll bet you dollars to donuts you guys do. I think the best way to approach debt is live your life trying to constantly keep it minimal or like stay out of it, right? It's okay to live paycheck to paycheck as long as you're not putting every paycheck toward debts. That's my perspective. It's like, it's one thing to live paycheck to paycheck. It's another to use to accrue debt to handle your bills. Like that's dangerous. That's a dangerous way to live. Essentially, I think that just if you're gonna have debt, the end goal is always try to get out of it. Always try to minimize it. Easy peasy, right? I don't know if I should go try to turn in this job or not. I think we have time. We also have a coffee, so you know what? I'm gonna drink that coffee and we're just gonna give ourselves the stamina edge while we turn in this job. And then I should be able to get back before nightfall. Before it gets too dangerous to be out. Well, yeah, the middle class now is like we're all equally lower class at this point. Like, it doesn't matter if you're the guy who works at McDonald's or if you're the guy who has like a full-time salary job. We're all struggling, like straight up. And the more money you make, the more expenses you take on. Because back in the day, right, boomers and Gen Xers, they could work full-time at McDonald's and they could afford to save up for a down payment on a car, on a house, insurance, whatever, right? That you could grow with that. Good luck growing with McDonald's now. And the thing is, when you have enough money to buy a house, you don't typically have enough money for anything else, right? It's kind of like, even if you have a salary and you make good money, that just means that you're going to buy a house with a mortgage, you're going to get the car with the loan, and you're going to spend a long time trying to make ends meet, barely having any savings. Inflation's affecting us all, you know?
Well, listen, you son of a bitch. If you ain't out the
Crafting
goddamn
skill
door when I
magazine
close,
bundle.
I'll shoot you for trespassing up, Jack. Well, don't just stand
Coal
there
mining
with
job.
your thumb up your ass.
All right, let's get out of here.
Goddamn job.
So we now have 7 tier points.
Thank God, it's almost closing time. I've had enough.
English is your third language. I have a lot of respect for that. Goddamn. Yeah, it stands for attention. It's, as Orochi said, it stands for attention deficit hyperactive disorder. Really, it's just like, it's this label that they give to people who express boredom when they're bored more clearly. It's basically a normal human, it's a set of normal human traits being disguised as a mental illness. All right, we're good. We're home safe. We got several jobs done today. I think like 3 or 4. And we have a job for tomorrow at that coal mine over there. It was an excuse in the 90s to get millennials addicted to microdosed meth. That is real fucking shit. Yes. I agree, Zuzi. I agree. And I think largely a lot of our mental issues boil down to diet. Hello, Ethan. What's up, buddy? Yo, B Husker, I agree. Taxation is theft. I'm all for paying taxes if it goes toward the things that align with our values, but I feel like when the government starts putting your tax dollars toward drag shows in Haiti, like, at that point, like, that's daylight robbery. That's daylight fucking robbery. Yeah, ADHD is considered a learning disorder. Yeah. It's considered one. It's not, you know, it's not actually one, but it's considered one. Let's make a level 3 shovel. So, can we make a dew collector yet? Yeah, we sure can. Let's make a dew collector. I don't yet have the supplies to make 2 dew collectors, but we can start with this. And I think we only need 1 more Forge Ahead book in order to make the forge itself. Points available, 1. Put that into intellect. Now we can get advanced engineering 2 with our next point. Studying the effects of puberty blockers on beagles in Uganda is for sure robbery, yeah. I'm glad you're vibing with it, B Husker. I'm glad you're vibing with the, well, with the general topics of discussion here. I'm very, very vocal about my disdain for all things pandemic. Like, during the pandemic, we really saw that a lot of people who say they wouldn't go along with Nazi Germany actually would, you know? Susanna and I, actually, my wife, we were denied service at a restaurant on our wedding day because we were unvaccinated and we didn't have the vaccine pass, right? Show me your papers much? It's funny. One time when I was playing Schedule 1, we opened up the Nuremberg Code. There's like 10 principles that determine what the Nuremberg Code is and how you violate it. And all 10 of those could arguably have been betrayed during the pandemic by the majority of the population. Like 100%, 100%. The Nuremberg Code was definitely violated. Informed consent is in the Nuremberg Code, yes. Let me look it up. Informed consent, I think. Voluntary informed consent is the first principle of the Nuremberg Code. Human subjects must freely consent to participate in research without coercion, fraud, or duress. They must also have the capacity to understand the nature and the purpose of the research, the potential risks and benefits, and the right to withdraw at any time. But when you threaten to fire somebody, you don't have the right to withdraw. Not really. Not when you're threatened with joblessness, homelessness, and starvation for not just you, but also your entire family. Yeah. Yeah, voluntary consent is actually the first of 10 The first of 10 ethics principles involved. And most people were actually lied to. They were told the vaccines were safe and effective. We saw it in the news all the time. Safe and effective, safe and effective, safe and effective. And most people were actually ignorant to the fact that the best the vaccines received was emergency use authorization, which means we haven't tested them. They might kill you. We don't know. But given the state of emergency, we have authorized it for use anyway. So they were never, in fact, the vaccines didn't receive full-fledged approval until 2024. Late 2024. Don't worry about it, Joshua. We're not holding it against you, buddy. We're not holding it against you. Of course, there was a 15-second ad when Tom was cooking. Very true, Pan. Very true. We have an immune system perfectly designed to fight viruses, yeah. Agreed, Achilles. Agreed. Yep. And it's funny, my mom raised an interesting point. See, my mom used to be pro-mandate. She used to be. But then she started watching the Canadian trucker convoy and she like changed her mind, right? And she actually presented the strongest case for why the mandate shouldn't be there. See, as a registered nurse, my mom is recommended to take the flu vaccine all the time. Recommended, never forced, right? And she said, the flu is very likely to kill old people, yet we don't force people to take the flu vaccine for the sake of protecting old people. So why were we forcing people to take the COVID vaccine for the sake of protecting old people? Like, there's no difference. In order to be consistent, they would have had to force everybody to take the flu vaccine in the decades leading up to the pandemic, right? DNA messaging system. Yeah, that's what I heard. Like a fucking kill switch. Blocking other treatments to get emergency use. Ivermectin. Yeah. Vaccine generally accepted as safe. Yeah, exactly. They gave it that grass. They gave it that grass certification, the trust me bro certification. Oh, that's funny, buddy. Let's craft a farm plot and we can finish that challenge. So we need nitrates, clay, and rotten meat. And then what seeds do we have? We have some. Coffee, blueberry, and aloe vera seed. We'll make 2 farm plots to start, with the bottleneck being nitrates. So when we turn them into Soylent Green, they're safe to eat. Yeah, you saw it firsthand then, eh, Fuzzy Head? That is true, Joshua. Yeah, I like how that's what Trump's doing. See, when he raised the tariffs, he wasn't attacking other countries. What he was doing was incentivizing American businesses to come back to the United States, right? Look at Dow. Dow was abroad in other countries because they could take advantage of the taxes, pay workers cheap wages in other countries. Now Dow is going back to the US, and there's a bunch of other car manufacturers that are going to the US as well. He's bringing production back to the United States, And that's going to create more jobs for people in the United States. That's going to reduce inflation in the United States. It's going to combat the deficit, right? And getting illegal immigrants out of the country too is going to mean that these companies that are now moving back to the United States are going to hire actual citizens instead of slave wage illegal immigrants, right? And I'll preface all of that by saying he might be on Epstein's list, but he's doing all right. Anyway, I think there are a lot of wall safes over there. We're definitely going to want to do a lockpicking run tomorrow. I have a lockpick, and I also have a lockpicking candy. So we can crack into all the good things tomorrow. All of them. Let's plant some crops. It's like I kind of want to leave the base, but I'm also kind of scared to leave it. You know what I mean? Let's go work on a mine shaft. We can build a mine shaft for digging up resources like clay and stone. Yeah, we'll do that. Well, old fart, the reason why I think he might be on the list is because maybe if they outed him, they would have outed themselves too. It's a mutually assured destruction thing, right? Because right now we have both Democrats and Republicans who have refused to release that list, so it probably means that figureheads from both parties were on the list. That's the most likely scenario, right? Given the circumstances, Trump may be on that list. The only problem is the Clintons were probably on it too. Kamala and Biden were probably on it too. Like it's one of those things where they're like, we won't rat you out if you don't rat us out. We can fight each other in a schoolyard way without mutually assuring each other's destruction, right? That's the most likely scenario, is that they're all on it. So it was in the best interest of everybody to not release it. Mind you, he may not be on it. He may not be on it. I like to believe he's not, right? I like to believe he's not. That maybe he is truly a Christian through and through. He wouldn't do that, right? He doesn't just pretend to have values. He lives them. Like, that's what I'm hoping. That's what we all hope for Donald, right? It's just you never really know. Oh, did he turn in Epstein for chasing girls at a club a number of years back? Achilles, I kind of agree. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, right? Typically, the right choices get the right results. So if somebody is 300 pounds and they die of a heart attack, rip bozo, you get what you deserve, right? And if somebody else takes care of themselves, why should they be forced to vaccinate for the 300-pound person who doesn't, who's going to be dead in 2 years anyway? That might sound cruel, but it's what I believe. We all have choices, right? And there is no world in which someone who eats well and fasts every day and takes cold showers all the time and exercises should be forced to take a vaccine so they can protect obese alcoholics and the like, right? You're against the government bankrupting hardworking families and getting away with it. Trump has been back in office for 6 months, yet gas and groceries are still outrageous because he's being blocked. Yeah, Yeah, I'm hoping that big beautiful bill passes. He's got a lot of amendments for current problems in there. A lot of them. And you know, it's funny you say that, Jess, because it seems like the Democrats would rather cut off their own ear to spite their face. They'd rather keep things hard for the American people than allow Trump to do what's best for them, right? Just because he's Trump and orange man bad, right? Oh God, even the Queen of England was on Epstein's flight log list. That's the thing, is that it's like the most vastly wealthy, obscenely powerful people in the world were on it. Even if Trump isn't on it, bigger fish were. And I feel like if he tried to release it, he would definitely be killed. Like, definitely. But he may be on it. We have to be fair, and we have to at least speculate that it is within the realm of possibility that he may be on it. Right? It's only fair. It's only fair. Because deep down, we never truly know. People have saved face before. A lot of people have redemption arcs where they do the evil thing, but then they try to do a good thing to make up for it. And it's, you know, maybe he only turned Epstein in after he sampled the goods. You never know, right? You never really know. Oh, very true, old fart. Yes, that is a based and goated thing to say. My opinion is not about what Trump might do, but based on what you know the Democrats will do. That is a powerful statement. Straight up. Well, we'll see. The only thing I request for people on this chat is that we remain open to the possibilities. There's a myriad of possibilities, and we have to remain open to them. Yeah. He could be on the list, or he could be not on it. And it's better to believe that both might be true and exist in that superposition than it is to pick a side and get proven wrong later and have a crisis because cognitive dissonance kicks in and all of a sudden you realize you were rooting for the wrong team the whole time, right? Better to believe in both. Have a belief superposition. Believe that all things could be true. And then the actual truth won't startle you as much. Yeah.
Because when you're totally, absolutely certain about something, is usually spot.
Exactly. Yeah, Warren Smith said this in a YouTube video. Warren Smith is that professor who got fired from his job a few years back because he debated his student about J.K. Rowling's transgenderism, her transphobia, quote unquote. Yeah. Warren Smith said that it's everything that we think we're most sure of that we need to think most about because that's where our blind spots are, right? So everything that you feel 100% certain of, that's your blind spot. That's what requires most of your cognitive attention, most of your critical thinking, and most of your open-mindedness. Just something to consider, right? I've tried to incorporate that into myself a little bit. I've tried to, right? I'm scared to admit that there could be health ramifications to the carnivore diet, to OMAD fasting, to cold showers. I'm scared to admit it. There might be, right? And I'm trying to work on myself in such a way where I'm open to the possibility of there being potential health risks to these things, while also believing that there are potential and even sometimes confirmed and scientifically proven benefits to these things. Both things can be true at the same time. And combating fanaticism within yourself is probably the greatest public service you can do today. Radicalized ideological thinking based on belief rather than fact is one of the most dangerous things we face as a people today. Agreed, Jess. Agreed. It seems like the likely call, because the thing is, people in Congress kind of self-report when they don't demand that the list gets released. The only people I would actually trust to not be on Epstein's list are the people who were grilling Congress, or the congressmen who were grilling institutions saying, why haven't you released it? Right? The people calling it out. I think that it's a self-report, a self-own, when people don't ask for it to be released, right? When high profile figures aren't demanding it, I think it's a self-report. Yeah, Pan. So you're saying it kind of has that, it has the same energy as that place. Oh, what the fuck is that place? Where they burned the wicker thing? Hey, hang on, what is it? Camp for elite politicians burning figure. Bohemian Grove, that's it. Bohemian Grove. It kind of has Bohemian Grove energy, where they all go there, they do this funky cult shit, and then they go back to their normal lives and pretend like they're on opposite sides, you know? Oh, I wish, Tenetrix, I wish, but they didn't. No, they did not drop the full release. Imagine what they'd be doing to kids if Democrats won the election. Yeah, well, I mean, fuck. I mean, the biggest self-report for Democrats is, honestly, the trans thing and the abortion thing. I feel like when you view killing babies as giving somebody a human right, you've gone a bridge too far, I find. You know, like, killing babies should always be the absolute last resort to save the mother. It should never be used as a form of belated contraceptive, you know? Same here, Husker. I don't like the term phobia either. Because, well, a phobia is an irrational fear, but there are perfectly rational reasons to oppose these things, right? Perfectly rational. It's like, I have a rational, like, I'm afraid of burning alive. It doesn't mean I have fire phobia. It means fire's fucking dangerous. And when we look at things like the transgender agenda, like, kids aren't old enough to drink, to smoke, to get tattoos, to make life-altering decisions, and yet we give them the agency to administer hormones to themselves. Hormones which, might I add, are used for the chemical castration of convicted sex offenders. So it's like, we're willing to let them do that? These are kids. Kids are so fucking stupid. Adults are fucking stupid. Like, the vast majority of adults these days, we tend to believe can't even think. They let mainstream media think for them. So the fact that we can have this opinion about adults that they're too fucking stupid to think for themselves and shouldn't even be allowed to vote, but at the same time we think that kids have the moral agency and the insight required to make permanent life-altering decisions for themselves, it's ludicrous. It's what do you call it? Orwellian doublethink. It's Orwellian doublethink. It's believing in two contradictory things at the same time. Yeah.
Of the parents who claim that their child
is trans.
Is
oh god, yeah.
It's literally a 2-year-old toddler.
Zuzi made a great point. Think about those parents who claim that their child is trans when they're literally a toddler. When the child is like 2 months old and they're like, oh, little trans. No, see, we like put 2 years old. We put a Barbie and a truck in front of them and they touch the Barbie. Therefore, cut off my kid's dick, please. It's fucking weird, man.
I'm gonna start transitioning my little boy because he thought that wearing a dress was cool.
Yeah. I feel like it's such a big self-report whenever people are transing their kids. Munchausen by proxy. Yes, Munchausen by proxy. Very relevant statement, Susie. Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Sickening someone in your charge so that you can get brownie points for taking care of them. We have to build the rest of our mine shaft now. Yeah, agreed, Lee. Agreed. The pair of shoes statement is funny because, look, I'm going to self-report here, okay? When I was 10 years old, I used to fuck a giant teddy bear. I literally used to fuck this giant teddy bear. I'm pretty sure my dad saw me doing it once because as a kid, like, it felt weird. It felt new. It felt good. I liked it, but it was... That doesn't mean I'm a stuffed animal sexual. It doesn't mean that I have this, that I'm a furry. It doesn't mean that I have to have this life-altering catharsis where it's like, wow, I guess I'm going to marry a stuffed bear when I'm older. It's like, no. I had sexual feelings that I did not yet understand, and I grew older and I realized, okay, I have to marry a woman. I have to learn how to be a man. I have to interpret what that means. I have to explore my sexuality because it is a part of who I am, but I was too young to explore it. You know why? You know how I know that? Because I was dumb enough to fuck a teddy bear. So it's like, there's a time and a place to explore your sexuality, but it's not when you're exploring what life is. I feel like when kids are children, that's when you interpret the world. That is not when you interpret yourself. At that age, you're still trying to learn how the world works. You're trying to learn not even where you fit into it. You know how you fit into it. You're a fucking kid, so shut up and listen to the adults. And then you get older, you realize not all of them. Don't listen to all of them because some of them are ideological. Some of them are, they do not have your best interests at heart, right? But that's, you're learning more about other people when you're a kid. It's not about exploring who you are. That's for when you're old enough to understand your place in the world already. And then when you understand the influence you can have on other people and you understand your own role in the world, your responsibility to humanity and humanity's collective evolution, that's when you determine, okay, what difference would I like to make? Who do I want to become to make that difference, right? Damn straight I'm spilling all the tea. Yo, I have no shame about it, right? No, it's okay. I have no shame about it whatsoever.
Hey, honey.
Yeah.
I love you and I accept you.
She loves me anyway. Straight up, you know? Honesty is a virtue, and I feel like the bedrock of what I'm saying right now is worth the self-report that I used to fuck a giant teddy bear. It's worth it. Today was a fantastic victory day for conservatives in the Supreme Court. Why is that, buddy? Oh, that's a hot take, Daniel. That's a hot take. You might not be wrong. You might not be wrong. That I have long believed that corruption, how do I want to phrase this? Absolute power corrupts absolutely. So I believe that it's impossible for humanity to maintain positions of power without also maintaining the eventuality, not the possibility, the eventuality that good people will become evil people if they are in that seat, in that throne for too long, right? So, I mean, you know, Putin's doing the iron fist thing, which, you know, I don't know if Putin's doing the right thing necessarily. I do know that he's not the villain in the Ukraine war. I know that in the end it's NATO countries that are taunting and causing that war. by trying to incorporate Ukraine into NATO. That much is like, it's self-evident. We already know that. But I think that Trump recognizes sooner or later the lake is going to get polluted again, but at least I can clean it now over the next 4 years so that humanity might have another 20 years where it's not polluted. You know, I think that's Trump's reasoning right now. Two point oh's on console, just updated. Oh, that's wonderful news, Jackie. Right on. Exactly, B-Husker, exactly. If your ideology cannot withstand scrutiny in the court of public opinion and debate, then it's not meant to survive. Yeah, that's 100% true. 100% it is. Well, Artur, can I stop about politics and play? Possibly. Give me a minute. Because the thing is, I am playing. We built our mine shaft, right? So I'm basically having my cake and eating it too right now. I'm fucking killing it. Okay, let's put this here. We need an escape ladder to get out. So, to answer your question, Artur, I may keep talking about this stuff, but I will try to continue playing while I talk about it too. But you have to understand that in my day-to-day life, I don't often get opportunities to talk about this stuff, and I derive great catharsis and fulfillment from talking about it. So I want to talk about it. And a lot of people in chat, they feel the same way. They don't get a lot of time to open up about these things and contemplate these things with people who are willing to listen, because most people aren't willing to listen to it. They're just radical libs, right? So I feel like this is just as good for me as it is for them, and if you don't like it, that's a personal thing. Which, granted, you're not invalid for feeling like this is annoying to hear, because a lot of people just want to chill, watch video games, they don't want to hear this stuff, which I totally respect. It's fine. It's not a wrong thing. It's just an opinion. But, there's a part of it where we kind of want to talk about this too, because it like fulfills us in some way. Radical libs class. Well, I feel like during the pandemic, and especially during the Ukraine war's first inception, there were facts that pointed to NATO being the aggressor in the war, because NATO, ever since... what was it? I think ever since the 50s has been engaging in democratic imperialism, slowly incorporating more and more European countries into itself, creating like a coalition of anti-Russia, right? And Putin, back in 2006, he was very clear. He said, look, Ukraine can't enter NATO. I don't care what other countries NATO takes, but Ukraine is off limits because Ukraine is on my doorstep. And a lot of people don't know this, but NATO countries, every country incorporated into NATO, they actually get NATO military forces, bases, and armaments installed in them. So if Ukraine joined NATO, that means that Ukraine would have long-range missiles, tanks, infantry, bases, and that would be right on Russia's doorstep. So for Putin, it's kind of like it's a national security risk to have Ukraine enter NATO. And you got to understand that Putin has allowed several countries to join NATO in its vicinity. It just doesn't want NATO military forces right on its doorstep. So back in 2006, Putin said, I don't want Ukraine joining NATO, and I will consider it an act of aggression and war if NATO starts talking to Ukraine. And then NATO started talking to Ukraine. So who's the real aggressor here? The guy who sent in the response, or the people who provoked it in the first place? I would argue the latter. I would argue that it's actually NATO that caused the war by crossing that line that Putin drew in the sand very clearly back in 2006. Yeah, don't worry about it, Artur. I'll try to keep on gaming, buddy. I'll try to do both. Can't really place this anywhere. There's too much grass. Hang on. There we go. So let's get this built. Agreed, Daniel, agreed. See you later, Jessica. Take care. Military-industrial complex situation? Yeah, it sounds accurate. Ooh, Aaron. God damn, buddy. Welcome to the pack. I really appreciate that. Welcome back to it, it seems. You must have got it gifted before, eh? Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your love and support. I'm going to be putting you in the description of every live stream that I do from now on and every video that I make for as long as you're a paying member to show appreciation for your contribution to the channel. I really appreciate that, buddy. Thank you very much. Alrighty, you're in this stream. Now I'm just going to go back to a couple of other series and throw you into those member lists too. And I also have a text document on my desktop for the same purpose. Okay, I've added you to every current ongoing series, both video and live stream. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that, buddy, and welcome to the pack. One of us. Your messages aren't showing up, Pan? I don't know. I'm seeing yours. I saw the NATO sells weapons industrial complex thing. I don't have any banned words on the channel except for Binance. I kept on getting these fucking comments from people saying like, what's your advice for Binance finances? I'm like, what the fuck? They were like bot comments. So I just banned the word Binance.
Like Bitcoin finance? Like
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't even say Trump is extreme right, though, Eric. Like, I don't know. It just... Oh, wait. I have major suspicions about Ireland. I'm not going to look it up, but from what I hear, Ireland is a woke hellscape. Radical left. For her strength to love Tom no matter what. Yeah, really, if NATO wanted peace with Russia, they would just ask Russia to join NATO. right? And that seems like the obvious answer to me.
Honestly, who the fuck knows? How do we know what's true and what isn't in the other countries?
Yeah.
We barely know what's true and what isn't in this one.
Yeah. All right, now we have to build the actual fighting position for the mine. We are going to need more wood, but with this mine shaft built, we'll be able to safely mine at night, all the time. Yeah, the UK is cooked. You guys have hate speech laws and everything, bro. I heard about these parents who, they actually got arrested and charged for criticizing the school board, for fuck's sake. Aaron, thank you, buddy. The gift that keeps on giving. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. You sure know how to make a brother feel loved, you know? Agreed, Radical. Agreed. It's a distraction from the only reality, which is class warfare, right? The rich against the poor. Yeah, well, you know why, Pan? Apparently it's, Ireland is in the World Economic Forum. And whenever you trace back, like, a lot of the most woke countries, they're involved with the World Economic Forum. And they're trying to usher in a globalist agenda. At least that's my understanding. Putin wanted to join NATO, but was denied. See, that's a funny perspective. Yeah, that's, if that's true, then objectively speaking, NATO would be the aggressors in the war.
Well, the Cold War.
Yeah. That's truly, yeah, honestly. The only reason that you and I are able to be friends is because we don't, like... I believe that people have extreme beliefs sometimes, but I don't think that people are extreme. And I think that a lot of people can be reached with reason. Well, and I think you believe the same thing.
And think about the discrediting that happens when in the media someone gets called, you know, extreme leftist or extreme right-winger.
Yeah.
These extremists, these radical extremists.
Yeah.
It's like, if you label people like that, it immediately puts you on guard, and it makes the word extreme is not good.
Yeah.
Right? You don't want
that German political party, the AfD, I don't buy it for a minute that they're like Nazis or far right or anything. I don't buy it. I think they're just against the globalist agenda. They're the Donald Trumps of Germany. And I think that's why they're trying to literally ban that political party, which is fucked. Can you imagine claiming to be on the right side of history while you're simultaneously trying to ban a political party?
What they want is they're anti-immigration.
Anti-immigration, yeah. Well, 'cause immigration takes opportunities away from your naturalized citizens.
Not only that, but it creates a giant crime wave because you're letting in a culture that's different from your own, and those people are coming in numbers that they don't integrate. There's no integration.
Yeah. Well, I hope you guys know that until my channel gets taken due to like mass Reddit reporting, you guys will always have a place here, you know? Oh, my throat's starting to hurt. Well, my throat was already hurting ever since the wings yesterday with the inflammation and stuff, but now it's getting crazy. All right, we have our little mine shaft. We're pretty much ready to start digging tonight for clay and stone. And that way we can make the cobblestone that we need to build a horde base. Throughout our travels today, we're gonna wanna, thank you, sweetie. Throughout our travels today, we're gonna wanna look for a tier 4 or a tier 5 POI that we could build a good horde base at and have a loot stage bonus. The news? So far, we're doing pretty well, Danny. We're doing pretty well. Yeah, we built our mine shaft so that we can now do some digging for resources at night. There it is. We're gonna probably finish tier 1 jobs and get our bicycle today, so things are going good. Dan, how are you doing? Oh, and the trader has restocked, so we're gonna be visiting him real soon. Okay. Yeah, we have advanced engineering 2. We're gonna get grease monkey 2. Then we're gonna start bumping up, I think, better barter. And then daring adventurer after that. I gotta chug some water, guys. Give me a sec. Oh, straight up, Lee. Yeah, they would call you a radical right-winger if you said that. It is pretty... It's honestly unbelievable, man. It's unbelievable. There is a mind virus. I think Elon Musk named it aptly. It's a mind virus. France banned one of their political parties too for being extreme right. That is crazy, dude. Honestly, it honestly lends credence to the whole Operation Paperclip theory, where Germany secretly won World War II, but they went like into the shadows. They like faded from public sight and started to, you know, they went to North America and created what we now know as the pharmaceutical industry and the processed food industry. They started engaging in eugenics against people through the pharmaceutical and food industries. And now they're infiltrating, you know, they are possibly the puppet masters behind the World Economic Forum. Who was Klaus Schwab? A German. It makes sense that Operation Paperclip, the Germans secretly won World War II, but they were willing to take the visual L and pretend like they lost so they could manipulate the world from the shadows. And we all got fat and happy, even fatter thanks to the processed food, right? Because it seems like more and more what we're observing is allied countries becoming the very evils that we fought previously. It literally seems like governments are becoming more tyrannical. Our governments, the allied ones, the ones who emphasized freedom as the pinnacle virtue, are the ones ushering in vaccine mandates, firing people for refusing a vaccine, criticizing people for wrongthink, right? It's crazy. It really seems like we have become everything we once sought to destroy. I think I might harvest one of these coal rocks at least. Chemtrails are just lines for Jesus. Well, it's funny how not too long ago chemtrails were considered a fringe conspiracy theory with no basis in fact. now geoengineering is public knowledge and we know it's real. What else are they lying about? Okay, let's go. Oh. Well, I have appreciated the opportunity to talk with you guys about this stuff. It's been cathartic. It's made me feel better. It always does. It's like draining a fucking abscess, you know? I'm pretty sure we might have a fucking horde coming in behind us. So I might want to make myself some fucking spike traps, like, right now. Yeah, let's do it. Oh shit, that's all my wood. Oh, I barely have any wood. Okay. I was able to make 2 spike traps, which will help. Oh wow, 2 wood per barrel, eh? That sucks. Oh, we have 5 spike traps down there. Okay, that's not so bad. Alright, let's go. They could end up flanking us at any point, so let's keep our guard up. Alright, we're almost done. Yeah, they're dropping down now. Well, the job is done. I'm not 100% sure that the immigration thing is a smokescreen, though. Not 100% sure, because there's other second order effects. Like, they're not just taking the jobs. That results in less taxes paid, more social programs, like welfare, distributed to them, right? It's like there's many cascading issues. It can overburden healthcare, all kinds of stuff. All right. Jesus, I don't like that. Let's get up to a position of strategic advantage. They're gonna follow me out of here. I better stay out, actually. They'll get through that gate eventually. Nice. Loot bag. I got 2 vehicle books. Armor book. Another one. Okay, good. I think I'm just gonna scrap these lumberjack boots so we can wear them as a cosmetic piece of armor. Now, did anybody die down here? No. Okay. Let's get out of here. You were told that you have fatty liver syndrome, but this diet could basically fix that? Oh, you're deep in that research, eh, Orochi? Yeah, it fixes a lot of problems, man. It cleans the body. It's extraordinary how effective it is at improving life. Try it out, man. You might just fix like a cascade of health issues. Mental and physical, by the way. Remember, I told you I used to have a really bad anxiety, but I simply started fasting more. And it all but went away. Like, I don't have anxiety anymore. At all. Alright, we're gonna go grab a drink first. And then we'll go turn in the job. That would be a cool horde base. The coal mine? XUI bug? Yeah, XUI reload. Let's fix it. What can 2 people do to 30? You'd be surprised. I mean, I would direct you to the Columbine massacre if you want to know what 2 people can do to 30. Because think about it, right? If just one illegal immigrant takes a job from one man, like, think about it this way. Let's say you have a company and they hire an illegal immigrant because they can pay him slave wages. Well, an American man isn't getting that job, right? That American man could have kids. That American man could have an ailing grandmother. That, you know, it continues. It's the first domino. That illegal immigrant taking a job from an American could have several. Oh my god.
It's just a little.
Thank you, sweetie.
appetizer.
It could have several resulting effects, right? Cause and effect. There's never just one effect for every cause. One cause could have like 3 dozen effects minimum.
Is it okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you, sweetie. I will say this, Daniel. I will say this. Immigration is a distraction from class warfare, right? We focus a lot on immigration, but there is a component to it where we need to get, like, the real problem is corruption in positions of power, corporate political collusion. And I do think that immigration is one of the things that they use as a distraction, right? I agree with that. But there are definitely real consequences to immigration, though, when it's out of control. I fasted all day. I am so ready to just devour turkey.
So the turkey is all cooked, hun.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just cooking the potatoes now. I think the potatoes will take another half hour at least.
Okay.
Do you want all your turkey now, or will you have your turkey with the potatoes when they're...
I'll wait.
Okay.
No, it's true, Artur. That's totally true. Yeah. Poland is fair. I mean, when you compare Poland to a country like Czech Republic, Czech Republic took in a lot of brown-skinned gypsies, but they have, like, the gypsies contribute greatly to crime rates. They also siphon, like, social assistance programs and stuff. Simple truth is, not all legal immigrants are created equal. There are some, like, obviously, you know, the MS-13 gang members and stuff. I don't think it's racist to just want to take care of your population. Make sure you keep crime rates low. Make sure you maintain productivity in the country. Oh, that was delicious. That was fucking amazing. I'm excited for the rest of it. Okay, time to continue on, guys. I've eaten. I'll have to eat a little bit more later, but for now, we're good. Well, Lee, he didn't contend in the marketplace of ideas. It is what it is. Some people have views, but they can't defend them, you know?
More. You think you're pretty smart now,
Molotovs. I'll take
don't
it.
you? Here's your pay, Einstein.
Oh god, the closest job we have is a fucking buried supplies
Got some-
500
I'd say
meters
it's been an
away.
honor to work with you,
At least we're almost
but it
done
would be
this
a lie.
this quest
Flash
tier.
some cash or get lost. Thank you very.
Hang on, let me wipe my keyboard here. I got some grease on my shift key. Okay. You didn't miss much, old fart. We got a job done at the coal mining company.
Fuck yourself.
And now we have a buried supply quest 500 meters away. And unfortunately, that's the closest job we have access to. So we got a long way to go. Oh yeah, I can get a reward for completing this.
Great. Here you go.
Electrical traps.
Spend it all in one place.
All right, let's get going. We're not going to bother depositing. We're just going to go do that job. And we'll pass by our house on the way back to deposit. Do I have a build plan for this run? I do, Eric. I do. Oh well, I'm gonna switch over to intellect at around level 30. Yeah, I need to be level 30 and have a stun baton, but then we're gonna switch over to the stun baton. Yeah. Until then, though, I'll rely on the knife. It's a trusty weapon, very stamina efficient in relation to the damage that you deal, right? Oh, old fart, coal mine is tier 1. Oh shit, I just woke up a dog. I think. Yeah, here it comes. Okay. We took a hit, but we dispatched the dog. Let's reload. Grab a couple of mailboxes here. Electrical traps and armor. Nice. Very good. Okay. We're finding so many Tech Planet books now. And I haven't even invested in it. I'm in charge. Why don't I answer you? What do you mean? Did you ask me something? I shouldn't be looting so frivolously. I gotta stay light. Yeah, let's keep moving. We'll put this point into Grease Monkey. Is there a passing gas crate in here? There is. Hang on. I might get a couple of vehicle books in here. That's why I want to loot it. Well, we got one. Let's ditch the oil. We don't need that. We'll also ditch the sand right there. Rotten flesh. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a benefit to coming into the country illegally. Well, what if I had to classify a benefit to entering the country illegally? What would it be? Less red tape. Also less rights and privileges, though. Liable to be kicked out at any time. With a moment's notice, you know? You can't get social assistance programs because you're illegal. A turkey's ass in Portuguese? What? Damn. That's savage. Don't worry, Dan. You'll get your food soon, buddy. You'll get your food soon. Yeah, that turkey wing was delicious. We still have to get another job done after this one in order to finish tier 1, so let's get busy. And then we have to mine all night tonight. I feel like if an illegal immigrant has a health problem and they get health care, then they should immediately be, like, you should treat them. It's the humane thing to do. You can't ask people to betray the Hippocratic Oath, but then you should kick them out. Like, if an illegal immigrant was to go get health care for something, give them treatment, but then don't let them leave the hospital, like, at all. Transfer them straight to a fucking immigration wing of a jail and then get them out of the country, right? All right, we're done with this quest. Let's go. All right, let's eat this. We got some food. We'll take it down. I would totally end birthright citizenship, yeah. 100% I would. Because really, in the end, birthright citizenship, like, if you're an illegal immigrant and you have a kid in the country, you know what you're doing. You're trying to engage in an emotional manipulation that will make the powers that be more likely to let you stay. Now, it could go the other way, right? I kind of give the children naturalized citizenship. That's okay. But when you kick the parents out of the country, the parents have to choose. Do you leave your kid in this country where they belong to become another number in the system of foster care? Or do you take them with you back to your country where they have less opportunities, right? Either way, you kick the illegal immigrant out, even if they have a naturalized kid here. And they can either take the kid with them or they can leave the kid here to become another, like, statistical number in foster care. The naturalized citizen thing is weird. It's an exploitable loophole. And Asmongold worded it properly. He said that if this was a video game, naturalized citizenship would be patched out. It would be an exploit that was patched out, right? And I happen to agree. Orochi, if you can eat fish, you should. Try to find a type of fish that you like that's high in omega-3 and vitamin D. Maybe salmon. If you're not a fan of any fish, an alternative is buy cod liver oil. You can get cod liver oil, which is very high in vitamin D and omega-3. and just take a tablespoon of it like once every few days, or even just take 2 tablespoons once a week, and you'll be fine, right? But the best case scenario is you find a fish that you're willing to eat once every 2 weeks. If you can pan fry some salmon in butter and enjoy it, then just have that even just once a month. I almost never eat fish. I love fish, but I almost never eat it, right? You just want to give yourself a little bit of omega-3. However, if you... Orochi, can you get behind sunny side up eggs? Because undercooked eggs are one of the healthiest foods on the planet. And the yolk actually contains a lot of omega-3 and vitamin D, as long as you don't overcook it. But if you overcook it, you actually denature and destroy a lot of the nutrients in it. So if you can get behind sunny side up eggs, then you might never need to eat fish at all. As long as you're willing to have eggs once every few days, right? Make them sunny side up with runny yolk.
Afternoon. Is it beer 30 yet?
All right, now we're just gonna take this fetch.
You better not fuck this
It's
up,
far,
or I'll cut your goddamn throat.
but we have to do it. It's our only option, really. We're gonna go deposit first, though, before we start this job. Well, there you go, buddy. You don't even need omega-3 pills at the store. Just have sunny side up eggs. If that's how you like them, then that's a huge W. That's a huge advantage that you have in your favor. Yeah, so you don't even need to worry about fish or anything. Just always have your eggs sunny side up with runny yolks, and you're good, buddy. You're good. I like it when my eggs bleed too, Anthony. Damn straight. You notice I shaved, Anthony? You were right, I needed a shave. It was time. A head and beard. Good afternoon, Outlander. How are you doing today? And Anthony, how are you doing? Well, don't worry, Orochi. The more that you restrain yourself from indulging in bad habits, the easier it gets. Remember, that part of your brain is going to grow in size the more you say no to yourself regarding pleasure. So it's going to be hard to quit bread at first. But the more you fast, the less you eat the processed food or whatever, the better it's going to get, the easier it's going to be, right? Just give it the time that it requires to get easier, and I promise you it will. All right, we now have pipe bombs that we can carry at all times. It'll help out. Anyway, this is the last job that we have to do in order to get the bicycle, but we have to go 1,000 meters away to do it. So this is like the rest of our day type of thing. They do the shit jobs, Daniel, but if you have an illegal immigrant doing a shit job, he's taking a job away from an actual citizen who needs it, right? Who would you rather have a job? Even a shit job. An illegal immigrant or a father of 3 who needs it for his kids, right? It's not a smokescreen. It's a real issue, and it affects the country in a big way. Oh, Orochi, it's addiction. It's addiction. You were addicted to the blood sugar spike that the carbohydrates in the bread gave you. 100%. It's just what it is, buddy. It is what it is. You're gonna realize it when you start cutting out bread. You're gonna start craving it like a drug. Watch for this. The more you fast, the more you're going to start craving carby foods. Ramen noodles, bread, etc., right? Pasta. You will start craving them like a drug. Anyway, we're going to complete the goldenrod and chrysanthemum challenges now, I think. It's a good opportunity to do it because we have to go so far, right? You're gonna experience the same thing, Orochi, when it comes to bread and carbs. It's addicting. Because there's a reason why you went to bread, right? Eggs are relatively cheap too, and quick to eat, quick to cook. But there's a reason why you chose bread over eggs. Addiction, buddy. Addiction. You'll notice that. You'll notice that as you follow this to its conclusion. You'll notice. What's really funny about sugar and carb withdrawals is that they're relatively short. You can quit a sugar addiction in 3 days, but it's powerful, okay? Sugar addiction is actually worse than cocaine addiction. It's way worse. It's extremely difficult to kick a sugar habit. It is. You scratched your neck and it was loud. You're doing good, eh? I'm glad to hear that. New haircut. Damn straight, Outlander. Damn straight. It's not your body that's begging for carbs, it's your brain. Yeah. It is an addiction. Bro, I'm pretty sure we're going back to where we like first spawned into the game. We had to walk 1,000 meters. I'm pretty sure this is the same ranger station that we first spawned at. The one where we got the... It might be that one. Yeah, maybe that one over there, but... Let's search this Mo power truck on our way through and then close the gate behind us, make sure we're not followed. Yeah, I think it was that one. That is where we got the water filter mod that we have in our helmet. Sugar is bad for the body, yeah. Refined sugar more than regular sugar. I think that people are generally fine if they have like a tablespoon of honey in their tea or whatever. Now, honey does break a fast. If you're looking to get the health benefits of fasting, then honey is going to break that. So if you want to fast, you can't have honey for the time that you're fasting, but there are degrees to it. Granulated sugar is poison. It is poison. But if somebody's like addicted to fruits, that's not as bad as being addicted to granulated sugar. It is funny though, people do not need fruits to have a healthy diet. They just don't. They don't need fruits. Whenever I see people who they're like, oh, I do carnivore, but I eat a lot of fruit, I'm like, you're just addicted. You're addicted to the sugar. You want the blood sugar spikes, you know? Okay. There's a reason why. It's very easy to understand. Fruits were always a seasonal food, right? So wherever you lived, typically you'd be able to get fruits in spring and summer. And the reason why you would binge on fruit during that time was because you get the most glucose storage from fruit, right? Sugar and carbs give you a lot of glucose. Glucose is stored in the body as the fuel that you'll burn during times of food scarcity, right? So people would binge on fruit during spring and summer for winter. It was a preparation, right? And you were really only ever supposed to eat fruit seasonally. That's why they only grow seasonally. They grow in spring and summer so that you can load up on glucose for the winter, so that you have fat to burn when you don't necessarily have food to eat in abundance, right? We were never supposed to eat fruit all year round. I rock honey too, Lee. I rock honey. That's just it, Daniel. Bottom of the barrel jobs should go to people who live in the country. People who need the money to raise their families, to pay their bills. And an illegal immigrant doing a shitty job does not, in fact, pay taxes. They can't. They dodge the taxes. And the employer doesn't have to give them a fair wage either. It's outlandish to say that an illegal immigrant pays taxes on their wages. They don't. The employer doesn't even have to pay them minimum wage. It's exploitation. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, wow, that looks amazing.
Welcome. Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
And I get that.
Sure. Here you go. All right, we're getting close to done with the job. I hear a big boy. Probably gonna have to use a spike trap on him if I want it to be a relatively fast fight. Let's go. Okay. Jesus, there's so many random ad zombies coming. I feel like chickens are probably the answer for how we feed the world. Because the thing is, if you have free-range chickens, you don't necessarily need to feed them grain. Like, grain is useful for the winter, but in spring and summer, chickens can apparently eat worms out of the dirt. Because the thing is, how the hell do wild chickens survive? Right? They survive by eating insects. So it's like, you don't need to feed them GMO corn on a drip feed. You know what I mean? And they lay eggs all the time. We can constantly eat fucking chicken eggs. That's how you solve world hunger, in my opinion. Just give everybody a fucking chicken coop and let the chickens eat whatever bugs they can find in the backyard. Maybe I have an incomplete understanding of it though, possible. Holy shit. Fucking vulture just chilling there. That's so fucked. Hang on. Gotta be very careful here. It's gonna be easy to break my leg. Okay, we got it. Oh my god, I'm sliding down the hill. God damn it. We just gotta make sure we stay within the quest site. All right, that's it for all the resistance that we met here. You will eat the bugs. Yeah, very true, Dranara. You will eat the bugs. They pay taxes on everything else, but Daniel, I don't know. It's a massive L to justify illegal immigration like that. You said some dope-ass based shit that I totally agree with, but that is not one of them. Yeah. Well, I mean, the potatoes are just too hot to eat right now. I'm letting them cool off. Very true, Orochi. Yeah, very true. We definitely have the means to end world hunger, but it's not profitable to do so. Dranara. Yeah. That is true. There was an English economist named Thomas Robert Malthus, and he proposed a theory, which I happen to agree with, that a population, when unconstrained, will grow too rapidly to sustain itself. And I think that it's because of Thomas Robert Malthus's work and findings that we have constraining modes of depopulation today, like processed food. I think that we're engaging in population control to prevent the eventuality of overpopulation, but I think we took it too far. Now we actually have like a fertility crisis where we're not producing enough new workers to replace the old ones phasing out. So we took it too far, right? We took it a little too far, and now we have a crisis, like an actual crisis, because there's a shitload of old people getting social security, but there's not enough young people to replace them in the workforce. People call that Malthusianism. If you subscribe to the theories of T.R. Malthus, it's Malthusianism. Yeah, cash under the table. Yeah. Yeah, you can still eat potatoes, Orochi. That's right, buddy. 100%. It's a high carbohydrate food, but it's not processed. right? It's just a natural vegetable. It is high in carbs, but if you're doing 1 meal a day and you load up on potatoes, that's totally fine. Totally fucking fine. Yeah. You fast all day, you fucking mouth 3 potatoes, you have like 2 pork chops, maybe a few eggs, and that's it, buddy. You're golden. The thing is, meat and potatoes has never betrayed humanity's best outcomes, ever. Meat and potatoes, I stand by meat and potatoes, even as a keto guy, even as a carnivore guy. I'm honestly more of like a low carb guy. Like keto and carnivore are good, but I think that low carb is probably the best option. Just minimize your carbs, but you can still eat them.
The extreme elimination diets are great for people.
Yeah.
Extreme diet.
My wife said that the extreme elimination diets like keto and carnivore are for people with a lot of health problems who want to fix those health problems. But if you're just a normal guy who's looking to optimize his bill of health, then low carb works just fine. It just boil everything down to meat and potatoes, maybe with some like broccoli and cauliflower, right? If you just do that, you'll be fine. Just boil it down. Remove processed food. Don't have pizza. Don't have bread. Don't have pasta. Just have like vegetables and meat and eggs, and you'll be completely fine. Drink a lot of water too. Don't have soda. Don't have energy drinks. That shit kills you. Just don't, don't have sugary juices. Milk is okay if you want to have milk, but only when you break your fast. Only like have a glass with dinner. The general rule of thumb is if it's something that our distant ancestors could have eaten, it's okay. Our distant ancestors couldn't have eaten pizza. They couldn't have eaten fucking store-bought bread. Mind you, they could have eaten bread, but their bread was much different. Now we have genetically altered wheat.
And also all the chemical additives, the softeners, the preservatives.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're making your bread at home with just flour, yeast, salt, and water, you're good.
Yeah. That's a smash and grab in that blue house over there. We got inventory space. Let's go do it. Oh, shit. Okay. As long as I don't sprain my leg, we're good. Let's get up here. Easy. Magnum Enforcer. We got the book that gives you better damage mitigation when wearing a suit. Oh, I love pizza too, Achilles. If you're anything like me, you grew up with Ninja Turtles, right? So you've got that you got that pizza drip going on, that pizza riz. I get you. You like to watch the cheese string off of it when you pull 2 slices apart? Like, I get you. I feel you.
And it's important to point out that it's advisable to eat often. It's okay to have them. Why?
Yeah. The truth is, Zuzi and I do have pizza once in a while, but as you continue to do fasting and eat healthy, it gets easier and easier to treat yourself once in a while without going overboard and losing control. That's the important thing to remember. You can still make room for the good stuff. Well, the bad stuff, but to a good extent, right? You just learn how to moderate yourself, how to control yourself most of the time. It's, yeah. Put pineapples on it and you're fine. Yeah. The meat and potatoes. Yeah, it's called that for a reason. The bare basics. Yeah. Sourdough whole grain bread. Yeah. Yeah. Overpopulation was debunked. I actually do agree, Daniel. The mouse utopia. Yeah, I remember that experiment. I have to concede to that. That is true. Because basically now we're actually at that point where women aren't breeding. Yeah, the mouse utopia experiment all but confirmed that when you give too much abundance to a population, it stops breeding and it starts cannibalizing itself.
You take away motivation. If you take away struggle, you take away all motivation.
If you take away struggle, you take away all motivation. That's what Zuzu said. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Daniel. I suppose for people, it's different because we have refined medicines. So it's like overpopulation for people would be true if we didn't depopulate people with processed food, abort babies, probably aborting more babies than are actually born, and sterilize people through transgenderism. Yeah, we would, because the thing is, through pharmaceuticals, we artificially keep alive a lot of people that Darwinism would otherwise kill. The stupid people, the dumb fucks, right? We have a lot of dumb fucks walking around saying Orange Man bad because of vaccines, because of antibiotics. A lot of people who don't belong still are here just because we have, like, such advanced medicine. And we would eventually face a population crisis if we didn't have these modes of depopulation. Because the thing is, what applies to mice might not necessarily apply to people. Because I have seen dumbass welfare moms with bipolar and narcissistic personality disorder who have 6 kids, and they keep popping out babies so that they can get more money and checks from the government per baby, right? We're weird, man. People are weird. So I don't know.
Well,
I don't know if the mouse experiment applies completely to people, but I do know it's a valid fucking study and definitely a valid thing to say.
Well, don't just
A valid
stand
point to
there with
raise.
thumb up your ass.
Mice
Go
aren't
do the
people,
goddamn
but we
job.
test a lot of things on mice that we have to give to people.
We do test a lot of things on mice that we do give to people after. So it's possible that what is true for the mice might be true for us too.
To some degrees, obviously.
Overpopulation, I do think, is a myth. Because the truth is, the more affluent a society becomes, the more birth rates plummet. There's a lot of factors. I do think overpopulation is a myth. We find ways to kill. We find ways to depopulate ourselves when the problem gets out of hand, so it'll never get out of hand.
There's always a war happening somewhere.
Yeah.
People are constantly dying.
There's always a war. There's always processed food. There's always pharmaceuticals which treat problem A while causing problem B.
Accidents happen.
Yeah.
Population thing. I also.
Yeah, I agree. Overpopulation is a genocidal belief. It's because really, if you think society is becoming overpopulated, then what's the answer? We kill a bunch of people. Yeah, we genocide people. So it's on its face, overpopulation as an argument kind of it makes people self-report as eugenics Nazis who want genocide and depopulation, you know?
The thing that's often repeated, but people don't follow it up to the logical conclusion.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we're overpopulated, then what's the solution? More people have to die.
Yeah. All right, we leveled up. We have a skill point to spend. We're going to throw that into better barter. No problem, Daniel. No problem, buddy. Yeah, well, you know what? I've always loved the knife. I feel like the knife is the best weapon in the early game. You deal the most damage for the least stamina, and when you add the bleeds to that, it's even better, right? I can tank like 5 zombies with very minimal effort. On 1 stamina bar, might I add, right? And Daniel, I want it to be said that I really appreciate the fact and respect you for the fact that we can disagree on the smokescreen of immigration, right? We can disagree on that, but we can still vibe. We can still vibe as part of the same community and appreciate each other. I think that's great. They want the dumb people. Yeah, because as long as the dumb people outnumber the reasonable people, the dumb people can, like, that's what media campaigns are for, right? They use the dumb people. The best analogy is Agent Smith from The Matrix, right? If you have dumb people and you have media indoctrinations that repeat talking points, then you could be anywhere. You could be in a grocery store, you could be in a hospital, you could be at a concert. And if you say, I think the vaccine mandates are tyrannical, then there's going to be somebody that Agent Smith from The Matrix pops out of to say, safe and effective, you're an anti-vaxxer, you're QAnon, you're an idiot, COVID should kill you. You know, like, there's Agent Smiths everywhere to tout the propaganda. Yeah. They are the stupid people. Stupid people are dangerous, buddy. They're really fucking dangerous. And that is the one thing that's going to betray humanity in the end, is all the stupid people that are still alive, that modern pharmaceutical advancements have saved. Yeah.
Don't forget, though, about that guy we watched that video not long ago.
Agreed, Orochi.
How it's not low IQ that defines a stupid person. A stupid person can also just be someone who is educated and should know better.
Mm-hmm.
But because of peer pressure and because they don't want to stand out in a crowd of a certain belief.
So stupidity is not an intelligence problem. It's a personal, like, personality, humanity problem. Zuzi raised an interesting point. We watched a video on this before. A low IQ is not exactly what stupidity is, because a lot of educated people can be stupid, right? A lot of educated people in, let's say, professional fields, like teachers and nurses and doctors, can actually think that transitioning kids is humane and a good thing. During the pandemic, you had a large number of scientists and doctors and nurses and teachers all saying that the vaccines were safe and effective and that anti-vaxxers were stupid and that skepticism was an idiot thing to do, right? It's it's going pretty good, Hansa. It's going pretty good, buddy. I'm happy to see you. You said you went to a pub, eh? Did you have a good time? And honestly, buddy, you got a gifted membership today, so welcome back to the pack. I believe it was Mary who gave that one to you. Yeah, I agree, Orochi. The knife is the best early game weapon. And then honestly, I gotta say the stun baton's probably the most goated end game weapon right now. We're gonna want to go to our mine shaft and get started on the work, but real quick, guys, I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Yeah, what's really scary is that stupidity is not necessarily a low IQ. Stupidity is conformity, or rather the need to conform by subscribing to beliefs that go against what's real. So like all the people who said the vaccines were safe and effective just because the news said it. All the people who think Trump is bad just because the news said it. All the people who think aspartame is safe just because the FDA said it. That's what stupidity is, right? Stupidity is conformity to repeated talking points because you want to fit in. And that is what will doom humanity in the end. I'll take an honest idiot over an...
What a mic drop moment. You say that and then walk away. Well, I'm gonna finish my dinner and then I have the turkey soup to...
Yeah, I told Zuzi when I was leaving the room, I'd rather be friends with an honest idiot than an educated retard any day. Yeah, stupidity's not just a low IQ. Even somebody with a low IQ knows to not touch a hot stove after they've touched it once. In fact, I would argue people with a low IQ are more likely to doubt themselves and to doubt that what they know is the truth. What you really have to look out for is people who are reasonably intelligent, but that intelligence causes them to have too much conviction in their beliefs to the point of detriment. Common sense, eh, old fart?
Have the ability to think about what's happening
And I agree with that, Daniel. Agree to disagree is the first path to unity. Now, there's blurred lines there. Like, I feel like agree to disagree on the topic of vaccine mandates was always going to be impossible. It was brilliantly designed for that reason. But most of the time, you're right with that. Like, it's agreeing to disagree can fix a lot of ideological things. Settling differences. Settling differences doesn't mean ending them. It means coexisting with them. Yeah. You played Magic the Gathering with a friend and drunk good Czech beer. Just a great... That sounds good, buddy. Hell yeah. And Zuzi and I are just fawning over that Czech beer. Stupidity is also the stubborn. Yes. Yes, indeed it is.
See that now with the college students that are just totally retarded.
Yeah. College students who... Free Palestine, right? Queers for Palestine. Oh my god, there's a case study. There's a case study in stubbornness and a lack of critical thought.
On March to Gaza. Oh, that was great.
And Daniel, I definitely agree that psyops are a big problem. A lot of psyops in society today. A lot of them. Psychological operations, manufacturing, public perception. It's a little laggy, Outlander. We have lost a lot of frames. I grant you. Yeah, we've lost quite a few. Hopefully it settles down. I can't control it though, right? I live in Canada, so I'm in a poverty-stricken communist country with poor infrastructure. I truly can't do anything about it. However, when I move to Europe, I will have better internet, more reliable infrastructure, with faster speeds and more stability. Yeah, we're moving to Europe soon. Within 6 months, actually, right? Within 4. Yeah. October, we're moving to Czech.
October is the latest point we can go.
Can I do a stream while wearing a tinfoil hat? I sure could.
But are you gonna?
Yeah, Daniel, I feel like ever since they learned, it's called programming for a reason, right? TV programs. They're programming us, you know? Even when you look at the earliest iterations of Hollywood movies, you can see, go back and watch the first Beethoven movie. You know the movie about the big dog, the Saint Bernard, right? Beethoven. If you go back and you watch that movie, there's a scene where the mom says, "Sorry kids, what dad says goes," right? And you can tell that it was a traditional value, and it actually reinforced that value in society. And I think it was around that time that the government realized, oh my God, we can use Hollywood movies to shape perception, change culture, and manipulate the public into doing what we want, right? And now every dad on TV is an idiot that no one should listen to, right? You have Homer Simpson constantly disrespected by his kids, just a bumbling idiot working at a nuclear plant who drinks a lot, burps a lot, and gets confused a lot. And you see this pattern in so many shows where dad is dumb. What a joke, you know? Ha ha ha. All right, I need to go get a drink. I can't believe I forgot to. Where's my bike? We're gonna keep the bike nice and close. Mostly peaceful protests while buildings and cars burn behind them. Yes, brother. Yes. Oh. Mostly peaceful protests. All right, we managed to hunt a deer. That's one benefit to forgetting to hydrate. All right, yeah, let's go get a drink. We have that purifier mod. Man, that has helped so much to streamline this series. I'm really grateful for you guys, by the way. I just want you to know that. The thing is, man, this channel's community is not just made up of people who pay and people who don't, right? It's not just like, oh, paying members and then the rest. No, it's everybody who engages in the discourse, everybody who talks, everybody who listens, everybody who bounces ideas off each other. I really value this community for what it is. I hope you guys know that. I also value it for what it isn't, right? There's no radical ideologues here. Not really. Because all the radical ideologues typically end up leaving. That's only until Homer pulls out his crayon, yeah. The purifier mod is the GOAT. Damn straight. I get you, Joshua. I get you, buddy. I know that you don't have, like, malicious ill will inside you. Like, I already know that about you. And for a lot of people, debt is a trap that they fall into, right? It starts with student loans. You get student loans so you can go to college, and then before you know it, you're on top of your student loan. You're getting a loan to buy a car. You're getting a loan to put a down payment on a house. And then next thing you know it, you're not just paying a mortgage, you're spending fucking 30 years paying down your student debt, your car payments, your, like, everything, right? It all compounds and adds. And sometimes people, they continue to add to their debt instead of ever paying it down. End up having to file for bankruptcy and shit. If a man is busy fighting his woman, he has no time to fight the system. Let's all take a moment to appreciate how accurate that seems. Yeah. The thing is, the feminism, it seems like Daniel may have a really great point that feminism was created so that men and women would fight with each other instead of women being the reason that men fought corrupt politicians and waged civil wars against corrupt rulership, right? Yeah, you know what? They call it the suffrage movement because men had to suffer women. I'm joking. I'm joking. Yeah, that's why we call it the suffrage movement. Just graduate from gender studies and you're all set for a career at Starbucks. Yeah. Damn straight, buddy.
In gender studies.
Yeah, gender studies.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine study that. I can't imagine going into debt
To study that.
to study that.
Yeah. Well, you know what? The ruling class does have us by the balls. It is very important to acknowledge. They have the power of science and technology now. You know, a lot of people say that we have it easy because we live in the age of technology. I actually think that's what makes it worse. The means of oppression that the ruling class has are so refined and meticulous now that it's like, we don't stand a chance, right? I mean, they literally, they put soy in food so that men have less testosterone and more estrogen. Like, that's dystopian. That's like literally technocratic oppression. I feel like that's not talked about enough. And a lot of people say like, oh, we have it so much easier than people had it 200 years ago. At least 200 years ago, you didn't have to worry about getting hormonally fucked with as a trans in school. You didn't have to worry about being drugged with Ritalin. You didn't have to worry about your parents divorcing because it was socially stigmatized to get divorced. So you would at least have two parents, even if your dad beat you, like whatever, right? Like there's degrees to it.
But people also didn't have to deal with the existential threat of nuclear.
They didn't have to deal with the existential threat of nuclear war. And they also had, the thing is, all the food that you ate back then was real food. You actually got to eat just meat and fucking vegetables all the time, and that was it. Or bread that did not get fucked with. Wheat that was not enriched or, you know, genetically engineered. You might die to an infection, but at least you were healthy until you died. And at least you weren't chemically fucked with 6 ways from Sunday while you lived. Yeah, I was gonna say, Anthony, I can sum up gender studies in one sentence. Men have dicks, women have pussies. Case closed.
And you for the vulgar term and not the normal one.
Fucking right. At least I didn't say it with the accent that you hate. Pussy. The pussy. Gotta fiddle the pussy. Very true, Hansa. Very true. People work harder now than they ever have in the history of mankind, I'd say.
Or less.
And for less. Like, we have less we have technology and, like, privileges and pleasures that we didn't have 200 years ago. But what's ironic is that we spend so much time working that we barely get to enjoy them. And when we do, we're so fatigued from our working lives that we enjoy them less than we otherwise would. It's crazy. 200 years ago, you spent most of your time with your family. Parents actually got to raise their kids. You didn't need babysitters, you know? Are you a man or a Superman for having the balls to do it? I don't know about Iran. However, I did hear Vladimir Putin's speech where he basically said that the West is becoming an evil culture, mutilating children, you know, the trans thing, and making up fake genders, aborting babies left, right, and center. Like, he went there. He said that Western culture is becoming evil on its face. I'm inclined to agree, but I wouldn't turn around and say that Iran is somehow the unsung hero. Because, let's face it, man, the Islamic faith is pure fucking violence. It's pure violence. It can't coexist with anything.
And I mean, women literally have less rights there than livestock, so that's also that.
All right, let's get started on our first batch of cobblestone. We're gonna make 1,500. Oh yeah, the membership doesn't change the ads, Hansa. It doesn't change the ads, and I have it scheduled so that people get ads every 20 minutes. Believe it or not, some creators are even worse. I feel like 20 minutes is fair, right? Because usually if you watch like a 20-minute video from Glock 9, you'll get one ad at the beginning, right? Other creators, they have ads every 3 minutes. But if you want an ad blocker that works on YouTube, I recommend you use uBlock Origin. No, Zuzi said that women have less rights than livestock in Islamic countries. Well, the Ukraine thing is, there's multiple ways to look at it. I personally think Zelensky instigated the war by talking with NATO.
At this point, though, who's perpetually taking way too...
Well, what's funny is that, well, Zelensky's perpetuating it and NATO, because Trump tried to get them to sit down, and then somebody attempted to assassinate Putin on the way to the fucking meeting.
But I heard that at the end they were supposed to have peace talks and Putin didn't show up the last time.
Well, probably because they tried to assassinate him the previous time. And we all remember when Zelensky went to the White House and like a fucking child, he crossed his arms and pouted because Trump wanted him to talk peace.
I feel like the situation that's there now, we don't know enough about it It has been years.
Yeah, apparently Putin tried to join NATO in 2002. You'd think that the easiest way to prevent all future wars would be to let him join NATO, but he was rejected.
But when you think about it, NATO was created in the effort to fight Russia.
Yeah.
So why would they allow Russia to join? They didn't want that.
Oh, don't worry, Pan. When there's no more Ukrainians left, we'll just conscript Polish people. Hey, Daniel. I'm sorry to break it to you, but I've read the Quran. I read it in jail, and there's literally a passage that says, slay the non-believers in their homes, slay the non-believers wherever you find them. I have read the Quran. You're speaking from a position of ignorance, and I have to call you out on it. It's very clear to me that you yourself did not read the Quran. Otherwise, you would not say that. I'm sorry to be harsh, but it's very clear to me that on the topic of Islam, you do not know what you're talking about. You're allowed to say it, and you're allowed to think it, but you are not correct. I have read the Quran cover to cover, and there is also a passage in the Quran that specifically states that one man is equal in worth to 6 women. Remember, Daniel, the PSYOP? Remember, look at the Queers for Palestine thing, okay? The PSYOP at play is that the Middle East is a peaceful place and Muslims are just misrepresented. That's the PSYOP. Every country that Muslims invade, they end up taking over. Look at England, look at the UK, right? Where my bitches at? Now, it just occurred to me I was supposed to start digging the other way, but we'll just do it now. We'll seal this tunnel off and start digging that way. Alright, we got a zombie to take care of. Fuck, it's dark. I should have brought my torch with me, but I left it down there. At least I have this one. Oh, loot bag. Look at that. I can make a bone knife quality 6 now, which is great. Duh. Well, Anthony, I was gonna clean my room, but then I got high. I was gonna get up and find the broom, but then I got high. My room is still messed up, and I know why. Because I got high. Right on, Jess. Right on. Welcome. I gotta admit, Daniel, it was a brief self-report on your part when you said read the Quran. Because if you read the Quran, you're presented with evidence of the violent nature of the Islamic faith. Like pure evidence of it.
And women having equal rights? Nah.
I mean, I say this as someone who did read it, right? Like, that's why I know. It's like on its face. It's like right there. And don't get me wrong, I'm not a Bible thumper either. Like, they're probably, like, there's passages in the Bible that make Christianity seem like a savage religion for lunatics. Like how Abraham was supposed to sacrifice his son, right? I feel like in order to pass God's test, you'd have to refuse to kill your son. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm not pro Bible or whatever. I'm not team Bible and anti-Quran. I just recognize that if we're going strictly through the religious text of the Quran, then the Islamic religion on its face is inherently violent. And that in order to be a good Muslim, you have to rebel against some of the passages. In the same way that in order to be a good Christian, you have to rebel against some of the passages in the Bible. It's the same thing. Like, you know, like Romans 13:1. Romans 13:1 is a Bible passage that every good Christian rebels against instead of following to the letter. All right, we're gonna do stone for the rest of the night. Old Fart's just spitting straight facts right now. I tell people all the time, faith is for God, right? And trust is for people. And trust can be broken. God didn't write the Bible, people did. Plain and simple. I know people don't want to hear that. A lot of people don't want to hear that, but God didn't write the Bible, people did. Very simple. And people can lie. People can have ulterior motives, right? They can deceive. God doesn't deceive. So go with your gut. If you have a conscience, go with your gut. There is no way in hell that God told Abraham to sacrifice his own son. Ugh. Oh. At least that's my view of it. If I get to the pearly gates and God's like, hey, I heard you talking shit about me. And if he says, like, every word in the Bible is true, I'll be like, well, fuck. You know? I don't know, Orochi. There is another side to that. Like, you could say that the reason why religion exists is a result of critical thought. Because people were like, okay, we're lawless and self-serving, so we need a set of principles that guides us in the right direction, right? For a lot of people, religion was that set of good principles. It's just that religion is misinterpreted to meet bad ends sometimes. Simple truth is, anybody who follows the 10 Commandments to the letter all the time in every one of their interactions is going to be a good person. The issue is that people don't always follow the 10 Commandments. They pick and choose what they're gonna do, depending on the context, to their own benefit, right? On its face, religion is a net good, but it creates extremism. It's always good to have, like, a universally agreed upon moral code that guides people in the right direction. He was stopped from completing the task. It just feels weird. It feels really weird. Because, like, to my perspective, God would only let you pass that test if you refused. Like, no, I love my son. And one of the commandments is thou shalt not kill. Or no, specifically it's thou shalt not murder. You shall not take an innocent life. So why would God test somebody by telling him to betray a commandment? Right? Why would God say, disobey my orders to prove your loyalty to me? It just doesn't make sense. The commandments came after, I think. I'm not sure. Like, were the commandments before or after that? It doesn't really matter, because if God's view is that you shouldn't take an innocent life, then you failed that test by being willing to kill your son. All right, well, we survived the night, and we mined pretty much the entire thing. We're gonna have a shitload of cobblestone at the end of the day. Oh. Oh, but I am gonna have to take a break to eat my dinner. At present, we have roughly 3,400 cobblestone made. Well, we will when this work order is done. We can get the rest tomorrow night. We need, like, you know, well, honestly, 3,400 is probably enough as long as I don't make the walls of the fighting position for our horde base into cobblestone. Well, consider this, Orochi. A lot of our laws come from our religious beliefs, not the other way around, right? The religious doctrine was the law, and then we made laws as we now recognize them with the religious rules as the template. We consider murder a crime because of the commandment, thou shalt not kill, right? We would not have laws right now if it wasn't for the religious teachings that preceded them. All right, I gotta eat my turkey drum, guys. Look at this fucking thing. Hell yeah. Mm.
I'm so happy that you waited all this time for the potatoes to cool down, and now you're gonna eat the whole thing cold.
See, I don't agree with that, old fart. I don't agree with that take. God doesn't want blind obedience. He wants faith. But somehow I feel like in order to have faith, like that's, I don't know, that's weird. That's honestly like, that's like if your parent teaches you it's never okay to steal, and then your parent says, prove your loyalty to me by going into Walmart and stealing a Kit Kat bar. It's the same logic. It doesn't make sense. It's like, yes, you can prove your loyalty by being willing to do it, but are you not betraying your father by doing what he initially told you never to do? Hello, Zarov. How are you doing, buddy? Why was Lucifer God's favorite angel? It's because Lucifer was capable of critical thought. Now, God did not like how Lucifer used that critical thought to demonize and subjugate humanity, right? In the end, it wasn't Lucifer's capacity for critical thought that God was punishing. It was the fact that Lucifer hated humanity. That Lucifer's critical thought led to a hatred of humanity, right? In fact, Prometheus and Lucifer are kind of like opposite sides to the same coin. Lucifer rebelled against his own kind out of hatred for humanity, whereas Prometheus rebelled against his own kind out of love for humanity. It's not the critical thought that's the evil part. It's what form that critical thought takes. And I think that the reason why the Bible says that Lucifer was God's most beautiful angel was because Lucifer was the free thinker. God respects contemplation, reflection, right? Sincere introspection. I think that's what God appreciates. He doesn't want blind obedience. He doesn't want abject servitude. He doesn't want to deceive people. Because the thing is, God teaching you not to kill and then telling you to kill your son is God deceiving you. That's not the nature of the Lord. Who am I to say? I'm just a human, but I happen to think that can't be the nature of our Lord. It can't be. And I stand by that. I'll take that to the pearly gates. All right. Have a good night, Jess. We'll see you in a little bit.
That's why I like the bare bones approach. God, he loves us. He wants what's best for us. And if we accept him into our hearts, he will guide us and help us be good people in our lives.
Mm.
So I don't need the Bible in that sense. That's the result of being raised an atheist.
I'm not buying it, old fart. Because the thing is, that's like saying every woman who aborts her baby is passing God's test. Oh.
I think that's a matter of of individual belief.
We can leave it to individual interpretation, but I happen to believe that, like, you don't pass God's test by being willing to murder your innocent son when thou shalt not murder is literally a commandment passed on by the Lord himself. And I think that we are called upon to think critically about that, instead of blindly, obediently believing in it just because it's what the Bible says. Because we have the Holy Spirit in us, and we have to listen to that, like, as well as the Bible. We have to listen to what's inside us, our conscience, the whisper of God, right? I gotta keep eating. I do believe in God, yes. I believe there is a higher power beyond our comprehension, and that this higher power might actually possess like a superposition consciousness that understands everything, comprehends everything, knows us better than we know ourselves, and that this higher power is the essence of all creation in the universe. Yeah, Hansa, it is. It's the same base as the burnt biome base that we had in the last run. Oh, I know what we're doing now. We're gonna use our lockpicking candy. I tried to find a better base than this, Hansa, but I couldn't. There were no other POIs in the area that offered me the same level of security that this one did. I do apologize for the repetition, like for living in the same base. I just couldn't avoid it. Not in this instance. All right, we have a reinforced chest here. Where are we going next? We have an ATM, a cruiser, and another reinforced chest right there. And then we have to go north to this. Orochi, you might not be wrong. Who knows, right? Maybe reality is God's matrix to refine us into better souls, to make us stronger. Or maybe we're just characters in somebody else's game of The Sims. Anyway, we just got a ergonomic grip mod, which is pretty awesome. Well, the Bible says that obedience is better than sacrifice, but that's exactly my point. That's exactly my point, old fart. Of course the Bible would say obedience is the most important thing, because the ruling class has used the Bible to hammer other messages into us that are counterintuitive. Like Romans 13:1, thou shalt not rebel against fucking... You will not rebel against authorities because God put them there. Like, are we really supposed to believe God put Trudeau in power? You know, I'm not buying it. I honestly think the Bible was written by man to manipulate mankind, to make mankind more susceptible to subservience and blind obedience. I don't use the Bible to say this is what God believes. I think that the Bible might actually be a perversion of what God would believe, because mankind manipulated it. Okay, well, we can now craft a forge. Pretty awesome. Now we have to go... I'd like to open that cruiser, but we only have the one lockpick. I don't want to start picking a lock when a zombie might come up to me. I think we can make this. I hope so.
The Bible has also got so many, and it's comprised of so many different, and was written by. It's what's happening.
Yeah, the Bible has been rewritten several times throughout history. Even the commandments have been manipulated, old fart. The original Hebrew translation of thou shalt not kill was actually thou shalt not murder. Hang on, let me look something up for you to make my point, okay? Hebrew words for kill and murder, okay? This is important. I can't pronounce these, but there are two words. I think Rachak and Lerog or something. Lerog is kill and Ratsak is murder, right? And they have different connotations. Killing is a broader term, like taking a life of an animal to feed yourself, or killing a human in self-defense, right? Whereas murder specifically refers to unlawful and intentional killing of an innocent. Right? The original commandment is thou shalt not murder, which you're allowed to kill. You're not allowed to murder. You're allowed to kill a human who attacks you in self-defense, but you're not allowed to murder someone who's innocent. And that distinction has been removed from the recent modern iteration of the commandment. Like, I'm never going to be the guy who thinks the Bible is just flat out the word of God, because I feel like that's the deception. I feel like that is what Lucifer uses. See, that's like Lucifer has infiltrated the church as much as he's infiltrated the school system, as much as he's infiltrated the government. Lucifer infiltrates institutions and perverts them to push his own agenda, and religion is not immune to this. Mike, I'm not saying that the Christian religion was created to make man subservient. What I'm saying is that the teachings of Christ and the teachings in the Bible are two very different things. Christ said to love one another, not to kill one another, not to kill your son. Okay, so there is a contradiction between what Christ told us to do and what God allegedly told Abraham to do to his own son. All I'm saying is that the Bible has been manipulated by mankind to subjugate mankind. It has been altered. It is no longer unadulterated. It has been perverted to give power to the ruling class and to cause complacency and docileness in the regular population. Well, remember, old fart, I said if I go to the pearly gates and God tells me that the Bible is his word, then like I'm open to the possibility that maybe it is. But I also believe it may not be. You know, I'm not blanket just saying that it's not God's word, but I am skeptical. Because there's so many things in it that are contradictory. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of burning in hell, right? I don't have this whole, that's the thing, right? Is that there's so much emphasis on you better believe everything the Bible says or you're going to burn in hell. I don't think that's the nature of our Lord. I don't. God was never going to let him die, sure. But it's like, look, I'm sorry. This is clearly something we can't agree on, but God would not tell somebody to break his own rules to prove his loyalty. It's just weird. It's weird. If anything, you pass the test of faith by having faith in what God taught, not in what God tells you to do. Like, you either listen to the Father or you don't. And Abraham didn't listen to the Father. Not really. He listened to what the Father was saying in that moment by forsaking what the Father had written. By forsaking the commandment, right? See, a lot of people are just hoodwinked into thinking that if they don't accept the entirety of the Bible at face value, that they're going to burn in hell. I don't believe... See, I think that the ruling class wrote that thousands of years ago. Like, I think there was a vested interest in the Roman Empire writing Romans 13:1 because it stopped people from revolting against their rule, right? Where's this other wall safe? Right here. Yeah, I'm not buying it. I can't buy it. I see too much contradiction, too much hypocrisy. And let me preface this by saying I am Team Lord. Lord our God. Like my brother in Christ, you know, I get it. But I do not believe that God's will and the Bible are synonymous. No, because mankind, the thing is, the serpent, right? Satan deceives people. Satan uses people to further his own aims and agendas. And people wrote the Bible. People are not infallible. Okay, we had a really good haul. Look at that. We got level 1 preacher gloves. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, 10% damage boost. Oh, I gotta eat more of my turkey drum. You are very likely, old fart, but Satan has a voice too. Right after the events of the Ten Commandments, they proceeded to wipe 2 cities out. I don't know, I can't confirm or deny that. I mean, you're probably talking about Sodom and Gomorrah, but I don't actually... that's the thing, I haven't read the Bible. I don't know. Because call me crazy, old fart, but when a voice in your head whispers, kill your child, you don't listen to it, right? All right, we actually managed to pick our way into all of those locks. We're gonna smash and grab this working stiff tools here and loot everything that isn't tied down. But first, I need to get a drink. All right, we should be fully hydrated now, just about. I suppose this is the best middle ground I can give, okay? I do believe that God's word may be in the Bible, but I also believe that that's not all that's in there. If God's word is in the Bible and God's teachings are in there, that doesn't mean that other things weren't shoehorned in by corrupt people with self-interest. All right, we're gonna go deposit before we search this. But old fart, therein lies the contradiction. If God was talking to Moses when he gave him the commandments, and one of the commandments was thou shalt not murder, then does that not directly contradict God whispering to Abraham, kill your son to prove your loyalty to me? There is a direct contradiction there. Why would God tell Moses that people are not supposed to murder and then tell Abraham to murder his son? There is no reconciling that. It can't be reconciled with human reason. It can't be. Now, you could probably turn around and say, well, God's reason is beyond human reason. But God's a lot of things. I don't think he's stupid. I don't think he's a hypocrite. I don't think he's going to tell us not to do something and then turn around and tell somebody to do what he said not to do. You know? I think it does a disservice to God's intelligence to assume that he would go back on what he said like that. I agree, Mike. I agree. I agree. Religion is valuable. Atheism is dangerous. We need a moral code to hold us down. Otherwise, you know, that's when you end up transitioning children and shit. Aborting babies like it's going out of style. Sacrificing unborn babies to Moloch, right? I agree with that, That's religious extremism, though, Orochi. You're going to find that in every religion, but that doesn't make the religion itself bad, right? Blind obedience and critical thought are mutually exclusive, right? And a lot of people have a blind spot for their faith. They don't question things. They don't interpret things. They don't try to discern the truth from the murk of the contradictions contained therein, right? But that doesn't make religion bad. That makes those who practice religion questionable, right? There is a difference there. Religion is a net good. It's just that sometimes religion is used for evil purposes or weaponized against the public out of self-interest. Because remember, religion is where human rights came from. You don't have human rights without religion. Ooh, we have a shitload. Nice. Okay, let's make 300 more cobblestone right here. So you know what? 3,100... 3,500. We actually have enough clay. We don't need clay anymore. Yeah, we're good. What we really need now is just stone. So we're gonna mine a bunch of stone tonight. Well, Pan, I understand what you're saying, Pan. Apparently a lot of Egyptian mythology, actually, like a lot of Christian mythology, has its roots in pre-existing Greek and Egyptian mythology. Like apparently the story of Christ was not first told with Christ, but actually was like, isn't Horus in Egypt Christ? Like isn't there, like, can't you see iterations of Christ's story multiple times throughout history from Egyptian and Greek myths? Like, isn't it? Is that what you're alluding to? Like, I'm not denying what you're saying, and you're not a third wheel, right? We're just bouncing ideas back and forth. No need to call anybody thick. It's all good. Well, rights typically, Mike, they come from a common consensus of what is moral. And the common consensus of what is moral, what is just, what is right, comes from religion. It's an agreed upon consensus. All morality, like morality is not subjective. Anybody with a conscience knows this, right? You can feel bad when you do something bad. There's like an inner voice, right? And religion taught to listen to that inner voice. I'd argue that's what the Holy Spirit is. It's like the inner voice that tells you what's right, what's wrong, and feeling guilty when you do something bad, and feeling like you're redeeming yourself every time you do something good. Like the concept of rights comes from the fact that we are all sacred, right? That underneath God, we are all equal. I'm inclined to agree with you, Orochi. I'm inclined to agree with you, but we also have to, like, we have to coexist with those people, and we have to talk with them. We have to have a dialogue with them, right? Simple truth is, the fact that, I would put it to you this way, Orochi, the fact that we're able to talk about this and that nobody's storming off, nobody's bailing on the conversation, nobody's throwing insults, right? That's what sets us apart. We're disagreeing actively, constantly, but we're not getting super angry. We're not fighting. We're not using like them's fighting words, right? We're not going there. And I think that that is the ultimate value. Now, Old Fart has conviction in the Bible. That alone is not a bad thing. It becomes a bad thing when people wage wars over it. But right now we're talking about it and we're not waging a war, right? And I think therein lies the definition of Old Fart's faith as a person. He's a good person because he's not going to let these differences in opinion put him at odds with somebody else to the point of combat or hostility, right? And that's how you know that whatever he believes about the Bible is second to his conscience, second to his virtue as a person, which makes him a good Christian in his own right. Even if he believes in parts of the Bible that I don't, even if I try to offer him my own sense of reasoning, I don't really need to change his mind. I don't need to change his mind on anything because he's practicing the right values currently in this discussion, right? He's just having a conversation. He's talking. He's being nice. So it doesn't matter if I make a good case because he's already making a good case for his faith, right? He's being kind. He's being thoughtful. He might be using scripture to justify scripture, which, okay, like fair. But he's a good person. He's kind. And he lends me an ear, even though my opinions are vastly different from his. And I think that that's the ultimate defining factor of somebody, right? And that is what separates him from an anti-vaxxer. Because an anti-vaxxer would just say, like, go die, you're stupid, right? Nobody's said that here. Nobody. It's very different. Very different. What am I gonna do to get better armor this run? Oh, Hansa. So early on, we put a point into all 3 armor skills. The result is that we've started to find armor books much sooner, right? And I'm also I'm gonna buy better armor if I can't craft it on time. So around the time that we get the stun baton, we are going to buy armor if we haven't earned the ability to craft good armor yet. That's what we're gonna do. Hello, Ashes. How are you doing today? That is true, Mike. That is true. That can't be disputed, right? Religion was okay with slavery. Even, like, the Vatican was okay with it, weren't they? Yeah.
Everyone was back.
Funny how an old fart can turn the tides. Damn straight, yeah. I hope old fart heard all that. He deserves to know what I really think of him. All right, let's do a couple of smash and grabs here. Shit. Oh, buddy. Okay. Oh, so this isn't the place I thought it was. All right. Either way, we got a Shamway crate, whatever. They do hunt you down, Jesper. So you're in it now, eh? You're in 2.0 and you're in the desert. They're crazy, right? Well, it's not inconsequential, Hansa. It's like even debating a fictional story has a lot of value. Like let's think about Star Wars for a second. The story of Anakin Skywalker, right? He killed so many people. He killed children. But in the end, it was his redeeming act of throwing the Emperor into the pit, right? He redeemed himself and liberated the galaxy from the Empire's tyranny. Yes, he caused the galaxy to be subject to that tyranny, but he liberated it all the same. He redeemed himself all the same. And that's a very important lesson to learn from a fictional source, right? So whether something is real or not, or true or not, is besides the point. Stories have a lot of value. In fact, stories are how we have reinforced moral teachings in society for a very long time. Stories are valuable insofar as they teach people how to lead better lives, even fiction.
Stories are also how we live lives.
Mm-hmm. Interesting, Pan. Interesting. You know what actually might be better for the bugs, Jesper? Is try to power attack them with a shovel. The same way that I kill a snake, right? Try to power attack the bugs with the shovel. You might have like a reach advantage. It'd be easier to hit them with the shovel than it would be to hit them with the knife. I'll try that out myself in this playthrough when we get far enough. Alright, so that smash and grab we have already looted. I gotta go behind me. Right over here. This working stiff. We're gonna search this now. We're gonna search it thorough too. Extensive. Well, hey, old fart. It's a good case. It is a good case. Isis, Ra, and Elohim, Israel is a good case. Unfortunately, it is a good case. I'm not gonna say I believe it, but I will at least say that it's not an entirely illogical jump. God, I really hope I'm not a false prophet. Oh my god! I have so much glare on my screen. We gotta close the blinds. Okay. There we go. Much better. Hey, Pan, that is not necessary. Come on. Be decent. And I won't hold that against you either. The other day I called old fart a Democrat because we were debating fucking copyright patent law. Like, I get it. But just dial it back, right? Reel it in. As Tom Cruise said, put your manners back in. Some would argue that when we give up civil discourse and we start to get personal, that's when we become misled. It's all good. It's all good. That apology's worth $1 million. It proves humility. No, I see what you mean, Hansa. I see what you mean. You have a tempered mentality toward things, like a calm and stable temperament. That's a good thing. Oh, Pan's not outwardly mad. She called old fart a poor misled guy. Like, oh, you poor misled guy. You know?
Really?
It puts people at odds with each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. But we're all getting better at talking about it by talking about it. It's valuable. We all need this practice if we're going to contend in the marketplace of ideas out there in the real world, right? And I definitely agree, Pan, that we should never have so much conviction in our beliefs that we refuse to question them. At the very least, I do agree with that, you know? Darth Maul would have won without plot armor. That's not exactly a hot take. He was pretty fucking skilled, yeah. I can see it. I can see how Darth Maul probably would have won without plot armor. Apparently he did survive what happened to him. Like, he got cut in half, but he lived. Isn't that in the plot of Kenobi? I get you, Pan. I get you. let's just try to remember that the core principles of what we're talking about are core principles that Old Fart is clearly demonstrating, right? That's the important thing. I mean, why argue about the origins of a belief system if we can all exhibit the finer points of that belief system anyway? If we exhibit the character and virtues contained therein. All right, let's put the skill point into Better Barter rank 2. We got this entire room harvested and done. Now we head into the store itself. Yeah. She's terminal, I think. Okay, storefront is clean. Oh. Joshua, I think you're taking that too literally. His name being used in vain is considered blasphemy. That's not, I don't think that's when you get pissed and say Jesus Christ. I don't think that's what it is. I think that using Jesus's name in vain is like attributing false teachings to Christ to deceive people. Like, I was watching a Jordan Peterson thing about this, where taking the Lord's name in vain is telling people that something is what God wants when it really isn't, right? Like attributing things to God's will that he would have a problem with, like saying, killing all trans people is God's will. That is taking the Lord's name in vain, like putting things in his mouth that he would not condone. That's my understanding of it. That's what there were a bunch of like biblical scholars sat at a round table discussing these things. And the way that they interpreted taking the Lord's name in vain was not just like saying it out of context. Because remember, isn't blasphemy like the unforgivable curse or whatever, like the unforgivable sin, like blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. Blasphemy is a strong word. I feel like taking the Lord's name in vain is, I think, when you attribute things falsely to God. Like when you put words in his mouth and pretend to speak for him. We went to number 7, Daryl. Yeah, we perished yesterday. We died. Holy shit, did we wake up everybody over there or what? I'm gonna put a hatch down real quick. Jesus. All right, you know what? Let's put those there. Open that, let them out. And they will self-own on the spike trap. All right, the dog only took 3 bullets. Most of the zombies got through, but they're heavily damaged and ready to be taken out. That was clean. Well, I mean, shit, Pan. Some people believe that the moon is actually an alien base and that they harvest our souls when we die. And that our suffering is farmed to sustain the life of an ancient reptilian race. At a certain point, we have to let people believe what they believe, right? I'm a man of faith, but buddy, I love watching Y-Files, like straight up. I think that the biggest problem with the modern world is that people conflate a mistrust of religion with a dislike of God. See, you see this problem all the time in people who are 14 years old and they're rejecting religion. They blame God for the world's problems. Like, if there's a God, why is there war? If God is good, why do children die? But what they're doing is, like, I think that there's good reasons to be skeptical of religion, even to think that religion does a disservice to humanity's greater good and collective evolution sometimes. I think that's fair, but I think that a lot of people, they blame God for everything bad that religion does, right? Like, separate the art from the artist type thing. It's all of human, every evil that we suffer is a human evil, right? God did not drug kids with Ritalin. God does not put chemicals in processed food. God does not fluoridate the water. God did not enact vaccine mandates and fire people for refusing to take it. God does not put evil into the hearts of men, right? Everything that we suffer, it comes from the greatest gift God gave us, which is free will, right? So God gave us free will, but sometimes man exercises inhumanity to man as a result of that free will. That doesn't make God evil. It just means that the gift God gave us is working properly, as intended. Not a glitch, it's a feature, right? And I think a lot of people falsely attribute human evils to God, or they somehow hold God to account for the evils that people commit. And I think that spiritual growth, real spiritual growth for a lot of people, is realizing that whatever God is, he's not the evil that we experience in the world, right? The evil that we experience in the world is, like, that's one thing I love about Christianity, is you have God and Satan. You have one benevolent force that wants only what's best for everybody. But you also have a malevolent force that wants to cause strife, turmoil, and pain all over the world. The serpent is directly involved with the lives of people and tries to manipulate institutions to cause as much harm and chaos as possible. But then you have God, where like through the telephone line of prayer, you can confide in him, he can support you, he can try to move chess pieces around in your favor, right? It's yeah, I don't really know where I'm going with this, but agreed, Pan. If you know it, you don't need to believe it, because you know it, yeah. Well, remember, Pan, what you experienced when you died might have been DMT as well. Apparently, the brain releases DMT and causes all sorts of hallucinations when you die. But it's entirely possible also that that is a scientific attribution to a spiritual phenomenon. Like it's actually, you're seeing something, your soul is experiencing something, but we call it DMT because we're not ready to comprehend the existence of a genuine afterlife yet. Because that creates more questions than it answers. Could go either way, right? But that's our critical thought at play. And I do believe that if there is a God, which I do believe there is, that he loves critical thought. He doesn't just want blind obedience, and he doesn't want people to drift through life without questioning things. He wants us to speculate. He wants us to introspect and look within, but also analyze the world around us and try to come to terms with things, you know?
God would show himself.
Yeah, if all God wanted was for people to believe in him and know the truth, then he would show himself. But he wants us to think and to seek understanding rather than wanting to be given understanding. A big part of it is contemplation and reflection. We're supposed to think, and I think the real test for people is, do you coexist with those who think differently? That might be God's whole shtick. Maybe that's his entire thing. I grant favor to those who agree. Like, I think God would grant favor to those who can coexist peacefully despite their differences. Those who treat each other with kindness and respect, even when worldly doctrines tell them not to. Technically, old fart, if we're all stuck in the Matrix and none of this is real, then what if the sun doesn't actually rise and set, huh? What if that's just part of the programming? You know?
And what if none of you are real and I'm the only person who's
Yeah, and Zuzi chimed in. She's like, what if none of you are real and I'm the only person that's real? And all of you are just computerized manifestations of NPCs that are meant to give my life meaning.
Maybe I'm the main character.
Maybe I'm the main character in a movie. Yeah. All right, let's move on. I think there's one thing we can all agree on. The Big Bang is the stupidest fucking theory ever. Let's all come together in one unifying belief. The Big Bang is retarded. Because the Big Bang basically theorizes that there was nothing and nothing farted and then there was something. Right? When you believe in that, believing in God makes more sense. You know what I mean? In the same way that a painter can take an empty canvas and breathe life into, like, a masterpiece, maybe the universe was just empty blackness, nothing, and then God painted reality, right? created galaxies and universes. Believing that is way easier than believing that nothing farted and then something was born, you know? The Big Bang is just a cop-out. Like, it's what atheists say because they can't reconcile with the existence of existence. By rights, none of this should exist. Existence should not exist. There is, the one thing we can all agree upon is that there is something. Because if there was nothing, we wouldn't be here. The planets wouldn't be here. Space wouldn't be here. Existence would not exist. So how the hell does existence exist? And if it does, is it the only existence that exists? Because if this plane of existence is real, then it stands to reason that other planes of existence might be real. And that's where heaven and hell come in. Hell, I don't like to believe in it, but that's because I'm deathly afraid of an eternal torture dimension. I think we all pretty much relate to that. Like, I don't want to believe in hell because the implications of hell is horrifying. I don't want to bathe in a sea of fire forever. Like, fuck that shit, I'm out, right? But if this plane of existence exists, if it can, then it stands to reason that another one could exist. Exactly. If a star exploded, then something existed before the Big Bang, which makes it not a Big Bang. The Big Bang was theorized as a joke by the guy who made it. Yeah. Coding humor at its finest, except the cookie to speak with the oracle. Yeah, I never even noticed that. God, that's hilarious.
Oh yeah. God, now I just want to go.
Well, just because God doesn't meddle, Orochi, doesn't mean God doesn't care. Free will is its own argument. Like, the strongest argument for the fact that God cares could be that he doesn't intervene, right? Because if God intervened and ruled over us, then he'd just be a dictator. If he forced us to love him and forced us to get along with each other, then he'd literally just be a dictator, right? But you could arguably liken God to a parent who wants their child to become strong. We're getting pretty encumbered, but we searched the ever-living shit out of this place. Izzy, do you feel like we might have caught something at Wings? Yeah.
Mine is
And I have like a itching in my ears type thing.
well, there would have to be an incubation period.
Well, maybe we caught it before then.
Or it's just the result of the prolonged allergies.
Yeah. Oh my god, a horde. Well, this is an opportunity. Shit. Well, that sucked. All right, let's go. We're gonna hop down. And we're gonna take these guys on. All right, we got a loot bag. Yo, that's sick. I just noticed now, guys, you can actually, if you light a pipe bomb, you can watch the fuse burn so that you know exactly when to throw it at a crowd for maximum effect. Did you guys ever notice that? Because that's my first time noticing that. You can literally watch the fuse burn. Oh wow, that zombie just got fucking yeeted out of existence. Okay, we got 2 forge ahead books. We can craft a forge tonight. I got 2 armor up books. We can now make primitive quality 6. 2 more forge ahead books. Look at that. And I'll drink that red tea right now. Not that we really need to, but I will drink it. I did get that, right? Yeah, I did. All right, let's loot this. Main stash. Agnostic is healthy, though, I think. Orochi, I think agnostic is a pretty healthy way to view things. It's... Agnosticism, correct me if I'm mistaken, but I want to make sure I understand it. It's believing that there may be a higher power, but if there is, it's something we can't understand, right? Yeah, when I was younger, I used to think that God, as we understand him, was probably an alien scientist, and that he created humanity, and that the earth is like a petri dish that God made, right? Like God is an alien scientist who created this habitat, like this zoo for us, and that we're in like a little bauble. But that alien scientist is long deceased and is no longer around, you know? But I don't know, it may just be a placebo effect, but I derive a lot of psychological comfort from the notion that God is there and that God is listening, and that when we pray, he can not only hear our prayer, but act on it. That belief helps me to lead a better life. All right, looks like we found a silencer. Right on. We're gonna put that in the machine gun. I definitely don't stand by the whole opiate of the masses thing. I think that's... It boils it down too much. Opiate takes the pain away, but believing in God doesn't take the pain away. It just makes you strong enough to handle it, right? I don't believe in the whole opiate of the masses thing. Sugar is the opiate of the masses. Hell, cocaine is the opiate of the masses, right? But believing in God doesn't take the pain away. It just gives you the strength to endure it with more class. For some. For some. Other people take it too far. They become extremists. They look down on others. They shame others for not believing. But for me personally, believing in God helps me to... It gives me someone to talk to. You know, the imaginary friend thing that people say when they want to be reductive. But I truly believe someone's there, and that makes me feel so much less alone. It makes me feel so much less alone. Like I don't have to fear, you know? There is someone in existence that loves me and will help me when I ask for it. Somebody who cares about me unconditionally and who wants to see me succeed. And if believing in that is just me being crazy and having an imaginary friend, then if only more people had an imaginary friend, they might lead better lives too, right? It's healthy. The father we all need, that so few of us have. Yeah, I heard that, old fart, and I kind of agree with that. Apparently, the reason why we're supposed to believe in Christ is because Christ is the bridge that connects us to heaven. Like, Satan doesn't want people to believe in Christ because that is what keeps people locked here on Earth. Like, I heard that Earth is a hell. It's Lucifer's domain. The thing is, isn't the Bible very clear on the fact that the world is Lucifer's domain? Like, Earth?
We live in a fallen world.
We live in a fallen world, and this is what Lucifer rules over. This is where Lucifer fell. He wasn't cast into hell, he was cast into Earth, right? So technically this is hell. And in order for Lucifer to keep us here, we have to avoid believing in Christ. This is the place of eternal suffering and torment, this reality. And the only way for us to transcend this, the cycle of samsara, as Buddhists would interpret it, the only way to achieve nirvana and enlightenment for Christians is by believing in Christ. And that, like, that Scotty beam me ups you to fucking heaven when you die, you know? I really wish I brought the bicycle here. I'm encumbered as fuck. Okay, well, this smash and grab is now done. We got the entire loot stash. Let's get back home. Slowly, given our lack of bicycle. And it is true, Hansa. No one really knows. No one knows. You're not wrong. We are all so fucking scared because we're here. We don't know why we're here. We don't know how we're here. All we know is that we're here. And the question of why are we here is the most horrifying thing we have ever contended with. More than child soldiers, more than mass murder, more like the simple question of why are we here has made us fight since the beginning of time. And we can't cope with it. We can't cope with an existence that we can't justify. Like, we feel like if we had some sort of answer for why we're here or how we got here, that it would give us some form of peace. But truth is, if that question was answered, another question would form. Where do we go after? We truly can never know. And it's probably for the best that we don't know. We have to cope with this prison together and try to find the best way through it. I agree, old fart. I agree. Love your neighbor as yourself. It's the ultimate moral standard. It is the pinnacle moral standard. Love your neighbor as yourself. And a lot of us on the right side of the political spectrum don't want to hear it, and I don't even want to say it, but we have to love mothers who have aborted 6 babies. We have to love people who enforce the vaccine mandates. We have to love corrupt politicians who debilitate us at every turn. But what is it that they say? Love your enemies, but at a distance. Like, it's okay to keep them away from you, but you have to seek to understand them with, like, a father's love, right?
You at least have to acknowledge that they are, that their lives have meaning, and they are people with...
Yeah, the way I would interpret it is, like, you have to recognize that people who do evil are victims of evil. That it, like, creeped its way into them. Like, if this is Lucifer's domain and there is a puppet master whispering evil intentions into everybody's ear, then you have to feel sorry for those who are being locked on this earth, locked in this hell by Lucifer's manipulations. You have to feel sorry for them. You have to love them as God would love them and hope that they improve as God would hope that they improve. I think that's the ultimate moral standard right there. It's like the pinnacle of being a good person. Holy shit. Fucking Bernie Sanders over here. Alright, that was a highly lucrative loot run right there. We'll hang on to a few baton parts, like at least 6, right? Just to make sure if opportunity knocks, we might one day craft ourselves a legendary stun baton. Anyway, I'm gonna be right back. I need to get a lot of water, and I should finish my turkey leg. It's okay, I should stretch my legs. All right. I don't think it works that way, Joshua. Yeah, I don't think the concept of faith is something where you like win someone over. I think that they have to experience it for themselves. I didn't have faith. Like, okay, when I was younger and my life was hard, I would bitch at God all the time. Like, I believed God was there, but I believed he must have been evil, right? And I would blame God for my misery. I would say, why do you allow this to happen? Am I a joke to you? Right? But when Zuzi moved in with us, we didn't, like, Zuzi and I were long distance. I was in Canada. She was in Czech Republic. I didn't realize until after we were buying her plane ticket that she actually has my mother's birthday. And we first spoke with each other March 3rd, 2016. While I was first arrested for my first crime, March 3rd, 2015. A lot of you know I was in jail for uttering threats against the police, right? So we won't go there. But when I experienced those quote-unquote coincidences, that is what first introduced me to the concept that, holy shit, there might actually be an architect to fate. Right? There might actually be a design to this. These coincidences are too astronomical to just be coincidences. And I think that people have to decide that they're ready to see that before they'll see it. I don't think it's something like you can't convert somebody into faith. Not really. Because faith is opening your eyes and becoming willing to see what you did not believe was possible, right? Like, faith is interpreting reality differently, and you can't really teach somebody to interpret reality differently. If they have a mind full of fear and doubt and apprehension and excessive caution, then, you know, because faith is literally, Martin Luther King described it well, it's taking the first step when you don't see the rest of the staircase. It's moving forward with uncertainty, and that's a very odd way for people to live, right? I think Napoleon Hill, in his book Outwitting the Devil, articulated it perfectly. When you do something that speaks against all reason, and you know it's going to work out, and you don't think about the ways you might fail, you just do it because you know failure is not an option, or that you will be okay in the end, even if you have to suffer now. That's a hard fight. You can't sell that to somebody, right? That's the kind of thing you only get through life experience. And so it's really just a matter of, like, people have to eventually condition themselves into being ready for it. You can introduce them to the concept, but giving somebody faith is impossible, because faith comes from within, not from without, right? It's like a decision you have to make for yourself. No, Pan, God can't win you over. I mean, that would be unfair. Yeah. Because God doesn't force this on anybody. It's discovered by them. And then accepted by them. If God forced us, that would just be like Xeroxing, right? That would be like overwriting our will. We wouldn't have free will at that point. We'd just be like drones. The golden rule, Orochi. That's what I like to hear. Treat others how you want to be treated. Agreed, old fart. You don't have to be best buddies with someone to care for their soul. Love your enemies. Yeah, I think that's what that means. Love your enemies, but at a distance. That sounds accurate, Pan. That sounds very accurate. God is not the Bible God, or an Egyptian, or Tao, or Buddhist. He is my God alone, same as your God. He looks after me when he has the time. Fate and faith, they are spelled similarly for a reason. I happen to agree. Hello, Mary. Yeah, we're still on. We talked politics for hours. Now we're talking religion, and nobody's having a temper tantrum. Everybody's being cordial and respectful.
Right.
Fuck yeah. And how many people we have now anyway, given the subject matter at hand? 44 people who are willing to... Oh, that's beautiful. Truly, like, this chat is becoming a marketplace of ideas, and I love that. We can actually talk about these controversial things without people getting pissed and storming off. All right, let's eat a few of these pieces of charred meat. We can eat as much charred meat as we want because we have the water purifier mod. In fact, let's prepare more charred meat. I need 32 more wood. All right, so that's 1,000, 2, 3, 4. We have 4,100 cobblestone rocks. We're right on the cusp of being done. Let's go to the trader. Maybe get a job. We've picked every lock and done every smash and grab that we had marked. However, this building over here, is this the construction site with the bear in it? I might actually do that right now. We could get a lot of resources right here. It would make it so I barely had to mine any stone at all. $44 likes as well. Right on, right on. It all comes down to spirituality and nihilism at the end of the day, I think. I think that's the ultimate struggle for people. Do you believe there's something or do you believe there's nothing? It's like believing that existence is just random suffering and that there's no meaning. That's a horrible punishment to inflict upon yourself. Like, I feel like that's just pure pain, you know? Oh my god. There is something I find very ironic about, I remember Asmongold did a video on this once, and it was so funny to see the blatant on its face hypocrisy. But there were Reddits, Reddit forums for atheists, and basically the atheists would be like, I don't need religion to be moral, and therefore everybody who needs religion to have morals is a stupid retard who shouldn't be alive because they're a detriment to human evolution. It's like, on the one hand, they're like, oh, I don't need the moral code of religion. But on the other hand, they were literally fucking just giving abject shame to everybody who was religious and implying that they were just stupid and beyond hope. I don't need religion to teach me morals. I'm not inferior like religious people. I'm not less worthy like they are. I love everybody.
It's ultimately just self-conscious.
Self-consciousness, yeah. Mary's not my digital sister. She's my digital mother. All right, we'll see you in a little bit, old fart. You take care for now, buddy. Oh, shit. Oh my god. No, that's subjective, Orochi, right? Not every religious person is going to talk to you that way. However, you are right that the hostility of atheist people comes from the ways that they have been betrayed or mistreated by religious people. That I totally agree that, like, it comes from a place of bitterness and resentment because a lot of people have like religious relatives or religious friends of the family.
Or having to go to a religious high school.
Yeah, or having to go to a religious high school where you have like malpracticing teachers who are like exceptionally harsh. There is a great deal of shitty people who practice religion in the same way that there's a lot of shitty people who don't. And I think that a lot of atheists have like extreme bitterness. It really sucks too, because like for a lot of people, rejecting religion itself is synonymous with rejecting God. So like, because they resent religious people, they reject religion and therefore will also consciously think that anybody who believes in God is an idiot. It's sad because you can believe in God without believing in a religion. For sure. For a lot of people, it's a comfort in a cold, dark world, like a candle flickering in a frigid abyss. Makes them feel better. That's important. Life is hard. Oh yeah, it does go both ways, Pan. It does go both ways. There are extremists on both ends. I would say that the atheists who claim moral superiority to all religious people are equal to people like religious people who just default to scripture on everything. Everything. You'll interpret a piece of scripture and they'll direct you to another piece of scripture to justify their claim that the scripture is accurate, right? It's yeah. It is true. It goes both ways. Why should I believe Christ is the Son of God? Well, because of this Bible passage. Why should I believe in that Bible passage? Well, because of this other Bible passage. And then on and on and on and on it goes, right? I like to believe that God is an energy, like it's within. It's within. That's why you're supposed to close your eyes when you pray, because the Holy Spirit is within you. You can talk to God like inside, you know? And that's why you can talk to him even from a jail cell. There's no walls between you. God's inside. He's come inside you. Sorry for that. We're allowed to have dirty minds that are also faithful, I think. Kind of. Maybe. I might go to hell. Full disclosure, I don't know. We're already there. Lucifer fell to earth. It is known. The moon is the egg of a dragon. It is known. It is known. Anyway, this place is mostly searched, but I don't think I'm gonna fight the bear yet because I'm not actually sure that I could kill it in the time frame. So we're gonna mark this as zombie bear, and we're gonna come back first thing in the morning. Either way, we got a shitload of stone, and we can now make the last of the cobblestone we need. I'm gonna hop on the bike, and I'm gonna take a look around town to see if I can find a tier 5 POI that we might want to put our base at. I haven't really gone over here yet. There are, like, you know, there's ends of town that we should go check out. If we can find a tier 4 or a tier 5 for our horde base, that's way better than just building it anywhere, right? You're gonna try sourdough bread, eh, Orochi? Well, my wife, she condones that, yeah. Just remember to do your best to try to limit your carbohydrate intake. Limit it, but still enjoy it.
The fact that it's cultured, the ingredients, so much better. If you're gonna eat any bread, sourdough is the king.
Mm-hmm. A radio station, huh? Okay, let's go over here. I don't know, Pan. It's clear you have a bone to pick with Christians, like a major bone to pick. Because, I mean, I'm a Christian, but I'm not part of a death cult. I'm certainly, you know.
She's talking about the seven-day Adventist.
You're talking about the 7-day Adventist people? Yeah, I do believe that churches can serve as like echo chambers. And they can be egotistical. They can, well, that's the expression holier than thou has its roots in religious practitioners. Like it's a real thing. Yeah. All right, my bad, Pan. I misinterpreted. Thank you, Susie. I'm gonna start with getting rid of energy drinks, losing ramen, and pizza will come after. That is rapid progress, and I'm proud of you, buddy. That's not easy. I don't think there's a tier 5 anywhere around this town. We'll keep looking, right? Like, we'll keep biking around, but I don't think there's actually a tier 4 or a tier 5 here. We got the short end of the whipping stick. I don't know. I didn't want to just say stick. It seemed a little too, like, generic. We got the short end of the Cocker Spaniel whipped cream. What is that? So essentially, for the night of day 5, all we have to... Oh, that's a military outpost. There, which means potential landmines. Fuck. Nope. We got zombies coming. I can't stop. We'll try to find a place where I can check it out without... Yeah. Without that. Fucking nurse just walks into it. Fuck, I can't even look. Presumably that trench is full of mines and everything outside the trench is safe, but I don't really know that for sure. YOLO. Alright, that is a tier 4. It's a gold rush thing. We're gonna mark it, shit, as tier 4. Okay, we found one potential place. The Mortician POI, eh? It uses challenges for the badges. Daniel, that's actually pretty interesting. Okay, so there's a trader-free mod for 2.0 where you don't need traders to get the badges. Okay. I'm gonna write that down. Trader free mod by Sweet. All right, thank you very much, buddy. I'll check that out later. Yeah, I'll never contest that, Pan. I hate it too. I hate it. I hate it. Oh, the absolute worst are when you see the Christians who tell you that you deserve to burn in hell because you know that they are directly contradicting the love thy neighbor part. Because they're like self-satisfied and they're power tripping, you know? I don't think I can actually stop to hunt that buck. Unless it gets real fucking quiet here. Got it. Let's bike over there. Okay. Yeah. The Mortician POI is tier 4, eh, Hansa? Oh god, what the fuck is a direwolf doing outside at night in the pine forest biome? That seems a little bit overtuned as fuck. Okay, so this is the Mortician's house. I'm Hortensia. Okay. All right, we have to start crafting cobblestone shapes. We'll start by making 200. And when I go home, we'll have a bunch of charred meat that we can eat. NDC checkpoint 1, that's a tier 4. Okay. And I actually think it's an easy smash and grab, too. What's this? Thank you so much, Mary. Oh my god. God bless you. You give so much support to this channel. Welcome to the pack, everybody who received those. You have access to new emojis and stuff. Alrighty, you have a good night, Pan. We'll see you in a little bit. You take care for now. I hope you have a good sleep. What is this place? The Serrano residence. I don't think so. Alright, well, we found a few tier 4 contenders for our horde base. Honestly, NDC checkpoint 1 is probably what I'm gonna go for. But we'll see. For now, we need to head home. Okay. That Serrano residence is like a tier 7. It only said tier 3. Are you talking like it's a really difficult POI? Oh my god. Mm-mm. Alright, we got it. Nice. Wood splitter and a grave digger in the same fucking weapons bag. That's kind of phenomenal. Mark the substation. Let's go home and craft our forge since we're so far ahead of the cobblestone block production. And day 6 is going to be all about selecting a horde base location. Right on, Orochi. Right on. It goes deep. Oh snap, that's what she said. I'm sorry. I think I can craft higher level tools now. Yeah. Just in time, because we need 2 mod slots at this point. And I could make a level 6 bone knife, I think. And let's do the forge right now. So we need pipes, duct tape, I think only 3. Leather. Pipes, duct tape, leather, wood, and a wood log, right? Or cobblestone, yeah. All right, the forge is incoming. Okay. Now we're just gonna drink this mineral water. We looted it anyway. And we'll eat some charred meat. I have 1 dew collector. I have 1. Now that we have a forge, we're gonna focus on making more dew collectors. That's like our next thing. Yeah, we have plenty of polymers for the purpose. Alright, we need some light in here. Ugh. Yo, Zuzi. If Hansa was a tree, which tree would he be? A Hansai tree. Said no girl ever to 3 inches. Mary, nice. Oh my god. It goes deep. Said no girl ever to 3 inches. Oh my god. Mary, that was a good one. That was fucking hilarious, dude. Come on, Hansai tree. It's fucking hilarious, dude. I am a comedic lord. Alright, we have 4,000 scrap iron as a result of all of our gathering. Just at POIs. There we go. Let's make 4 duct tape. And then I need to go get more pipes. Easiest way to do that is to just go in here and harvest the bathroom sinks. The safest as well. Easiest and safest way. You like that joke, Hansa? A Hansai tree? Like bonsai? As if you don't love those stupid jokes of mine.
Of course I do.
Of course you do.
Of course.
Of course. Okay, so we now have a second dew collector, and when we have a cooking pot, we can actually manufacture more glue, thus more duct tape. And that's gonna allow us to make a third dew collector pretty much right away. It was, thank you, Hansa, thank you. He's like, fuck yeah, it was pretty good, yes. Mm-hmm. Wow. Zeus's like, oh good, he liked it. Someone had to like it.
I'm just joking. You're the best.
I'm always so abused. I'm abused all the time. I suffer abuse. Abuse tus juice.
Yes, I am so abusive.
Mm-hmm.
I only laugh halfway.
Welcome back, troll. Welcome back. Did you think about what you did? Are you a reformed individual now? Oh yeah, those Geralt of Rivia jokes, those are some of my specialties actually. What do you guys call it? What do you call it when Geralt of Rivia has a lot of random facts? Geralt of Trivia, right? What do you call it when Geralt goes to jail? Geralt of Shivia, like a shiv, right? What do you call it when Geralt is feeling charitable? Geralt of Givia. All right, let's make some glue, but we need to boil some of this murky water first. Being a troll is okay, but Lee's been around here for a long time. And when you say that he must be a Reddit mod, right? And that he's just vying for an authority position so that he can banhammer people. It was just a little too, like...
Nah, you can't talk shit about Lee. Lee's like
Yeah. You can't talk shit about our homies, all right? Now, I'm never going to permaban you. You can troll people once in a while. If I feel like you've crossed the line, you'll get a timeout, but... You know, just... Yeah, try to be respectful. We can rip on each other, but... You can't immediately start ripping on people when you're the new guy. Because... when me and Lee rip on each other, it's like we've known each other long enough where we know when it's a joke. You know what I mean? But with a newcomer, it's impossible to tell sarcasm in text. It's impossible to tell what's a joke and what's an actual insult or a jab.
You gotta get some chat seniority first.
Yeah, you need chat seniority. You need to build up tenure here.
Did you see what Orochi said?
Oh, nice. Orochi, that's a good one. If a Witcher had moisturized skin, he'd be Geralt of Nivea. Nivea for men. That's hilarious, dude. That is a good one. You even got a face palm from Mary with that one. Oh, Hansa. He was put in timeout. Yeah, Troll was put on timeout. He was a little rude yesterday. So we sentenced him to 1 million years dungeon, and now he is a good man. Oh my god. What would you call it if Geralt made video cards?
Oh my god, how I literally just made that joke.
Oh, okay. Geralt of Nvidia. Yeah, that's... See, we have a neurological link. We don't need Neuralink from Starlink. We already have it.
on the same wavelength.
Yeah, we are on the same wavelength. Guys, help me to get off of it.
But can't you handle the cringe?
God, I have such a sore throat, man. Oh. We definitely caught something somewhere along the way.
Well, I mean, it could be. It could have been incubating for like a week. And
It could just be a rapid incubation. Like, maybe that's a thing.
no,
A virus that's really aggressive.
It's likely something that you caught. Oh.
It just doesn't, I don't know, the timing. The timing is a little too on the nose that right as soon as we went out for dinner, we'd start getting sore throats and start feeling sick at the exact same time.
Yeah, but I went to the store about a week ago.
I guess. Or maybe, because we ate deep fried chicken wings, we caught a virus yesterday at the restaurant, and it incubated very fast because of the weakened, inflamed state of our respiratory system.
It could also just be a result of the long-term sneezing fits and...
That's true too. It could just be a result of the sneezing fits and allergies, yeah. Alright, we now have 3 dew collectors working full-time to get us more shit. Let's make 100 iron arrowheads. And then 125 nails. And the rest, forged iron. Well, guys, for the first time in a long time, I think I'm actually gonna end the stream, like, before the first horde. I just really don't feel well. My throat's really sore. I want to take a break from, like, speaking and just get cozy in bed with Zuzi, you know? But, so far, we're doing great. We have 3 dew collectors, we have a forge, we have a cooking pot and a grill, and so much of our early game became much easier because we had this primitive hood. No, not the primitive hood. We looted a water purifier mod in the very first POI that we went into. And that basically trivialized the early game thirst struggle for us. Now, if we didn't find that mod, we probably would have been fine. Remember, I've looted 18 murky waters already. And we could have spent 600 bucks on a cooking pot, but it helped. It simplified things, right? So, yeah, we'll pick things up here on the morning of day 6 tomorrow. First thing tomorrow, right as soon as we go live. I hope to see a lot of you there. We've had some great conversations today. A lot of good talks. If Geralt was in Ukraine, would it be Geralt of Crimea?
Crimea.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Good lord.
Yes.
All right, maybe we'll see you tomorrow, Troll. Oh, I believe that you're better than having your identity just be that you're a troll. I think that you have a lot of valuable opinions and that you have a brain that is well suited to critical thought and contemplation, and that you're more than just a troll. Anyway, take care for now, guys. Hell yeah, I could use some hot tea. That is a good idea, Mary. Right on. All right, good night, everybody. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Wait, I'm going to cancel these work orders just in case. This is an experimental build of the game. I don't want to waste resources, right? Let's at least wait for the arrowheads to finish, I suppose. 19 more. Yeah, good night, everybody. And Orochi, it was nice to build up this rapport with you here today. Same with you, Daniel. It was really good to kind of talk more with you guys and get to know you better today. Hell yeah. I hope to see you guys back here tomorrow. All right. See you tomorrow, everybody.